Chapter 1201. Battle of the Black Skull, 15. Her breathing was hoarse, and her lips were painted crimson with blood. Mordred looked much worse than his sister. One of his eyes was gone, turning his face into a grotesque mask. So was one of his hands. His armor was on the verge of collapsing into a whirlwind of sparks, and terrible wounds covered his body, revealing flesh and bone. And yet, his expression was calm. "Ah, it hurts. I haven't felt pain like that in a long, long time." He was growing weak because of blood loss, his vision turning blurry. But he was so close to his goal. After long, excruciating years, the first true taste of his revenge was so near. So, Mordred took a step forward, and then another. His sword rose. His hand was firm and unshaken. Morgan looked up at him, and the look in her eyes was sweeter than nectar. Confusion, indignation, and hidden behind them, a hint of fear. How are you still standing, monster?" Mordred smiled. Barely. He was not going to engage in a lengthy conversation with her, not yet. He knew that his sister was just trying to buy time. Using one of the enchantments absorbed by her body, she was trying to heal herself. Her wounds were already closing, and she was not bleeding nearly as heavily as she was supposed to. It was not going to save her, though. Morgan might have been able to heal herself, but she couldn't replenish her essence, her focus, and her stamina. She was tired, and that fatigue was only going to get worse. It was going to seep into her bones and into her mind, dooming her. He just had to last a little bit longer than that. His sister gathered what little remained of her strength and dashed forward with a furious growl. Her sword flashed, sharp and cunning, aiming for his neck. Mordred knew that he wouldn't be able to block or evade it, so he didn't. Instead, he just shifted his torso slightly, allowing the sharp edge to cut into his clavicle instead of his neck, endured the blinding flash of pain, and drove his own sword into a crack in her armor. Morgan groaned. Before she could do anything, he swung the blooded stump of his right hand, hitting her in the temple with the torn edge of the steel vambrace. His sister was thrown back, dazed. Mordred felt a bit lightheaded, too. A long sigh escaped from his lips. Ah! Through the veil of rain covering the battlefield, he could see what was happening around them. Clan Song was losing. The Titanic worm was battered and mutilated, but 3 out of the 4 of his reflections had already been destroyed. The last one, the one wearing Whispering Blade's face, was not going to last much longer, either. Saint Madoc himself was close to prevailing in his harrowing battle against Beastmaster. Silent Stalker and Summer Knight were still fighting, both stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. At this rate, both of them would perish, and even if the taciturn daughter of Kisong prevailed, she wouldn't be able to continue participating in the battle. Even the reflection of Sir Gilead seemed to be failing against one of Nether's children that Sunless had somehow made his. The scoundrel himself, meanwhile. Mordred felt the desire to raise an eyebrow, but he was too weak and tired to do that. Direfang is dead? Sunless and the Dream Spawn killed a saint. This was a terrible, disastrous piece of news, but he couldn't help but feel impressed. Good for them. Morgan tried to stand up, and he pushed her into the mud again with a cruel strike of his sword. There was more pain, and it was suddenly hard for him to keep balance. By now, their clash looked nothing like a noble duel between 2 royal descendants. It was simply a brutal, graceless, vicious brawl, but Mordred liked it more that way. It was much more sincere. Much more honest. Why would murder look pretty when it was so ugly? His sister was still refusing to give up. They clashed several more times, and each time, Mordred was on the losing end of the exchange. Until he wasn't. At some point, somehow, almost unexplainably, he gained the initiative in this abhorrent dance of theirs. And once he did, his advantage grew like an avalanche. No matter how many wounds he had accumulated, no matter how terribly Morgan hurt him, Mordred was unshaken. His one remaining eye glimmered, reflecting her dwindling confidence. And then, after a while, Morgan fell and failed to stand up again. Growling, she struck the ground with her first. I don't. I don't understand. How are you? What trick? He smiled, dragging his aching body toward her. Now was the time to talk, not only because Morgan had finally exhausted all her monstrous reserves, but also because he was tired, as well. He needed a few moments to catch his breath and prepare for the final strike. You don't understand? Oh, but it is so simple. There is no trick. Yes, you are stronger than me, faster than me, you are maybe even more skilled than me. However, dear sister, I am infinitely superior to you in one aspect. The most important aspect. He struggled against the weight of his sword, which was suddenly unbearable, and gritted his teeth. It's desire. Don't you know that everything has its beginnings in desire? And my desire, it's infinitely more powerful than yours. That is why I am more powerful than you, that is all there is, sister. Oh, and my desire is also much more pure. Can't she see? Well, she's young, after all. Mordred reached the spot where Morgan was trying to get up from the mud and ruthlessly kicked her in the side with his armored boot. She yelped and fell back down. He looked at her coldly. You see, my only desire is to kill you. But you want so many things. You want to kill and imprison me, but you also want to survive killing and imprisoning me. You want to protect your neck from being cut, your heart from being pierced, your skull from being crushed, your eyes from being gouged out. All these countless desires weigh you down. They are a burden that reduces your strength, dulls your skill, and diminishes your speed. But me? I have no such burden. I only care about one thing. I only want to kill you. That is why you are weak, and I am strong. Mordred used his one remaining eye to glance at the bloody stump of his right hand, at his broken armor, and at his mangled body. His gaze was indifferent. And that is why my wish will come true, but yours will not. Without wasting any more time, he smiled bitterly, and raised his sword. His goal was so close, he just had to bring the sword down. However, he never did. Chapter 1202. Battle of the Black Skull, 16. Saint twisted her sword, and the darkness contained within it seemed to expand, hungrily devouring the shine of her enemy. The reflection of summer night grew dimmer and convulsed, as if trying to scream. However, no scream could be heard. The radiant figure grew bleak and translucent. A moment later, a net of cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the dying light, and then, with a faint sound of breaking mirrors, the reflection exploded into countless shards of silver glass. Saint indifferently retracted her sword and shifted her gaze, searching for a new opponent. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Separated from her by a vast distance, a gargantuan worm brought its monstrous weight down and then twisted, catching something invisible in its maw. The countless creatures comprising the echo slithered, grinding the invisible foe into dust. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the heart of the battlefield, obscured by rain, a beautiful demoness screamed as her face was cut by an unseen blade. She staggered back and fell, crimson tears rolling to the ground. In front of her, a vague silhouette was suddenly outlined by the streams of falling water and the brilliance of flashing lightning. A cold, ruthless voice came from the rain. Stupid girl, you should have stayed sweet and innocent, like you were before. Beastmaster gritted her teeth. I'm not done yet, old man, you haven't won yet. The rain laughed. Die, now, this little scuffle of ours was fun. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You have slain a transcendent human, Dire Fang. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received. The towering monstrosity swayed, the spark of life disappearing from his eyes. Sunny, who had driven the sin of solace into the saint's skull up to the hilt, was perched precariously on the beast's snout, holding onto the grey fur with one hand. He froze for a moment. I won. The body of Dire Fang tilted, and then toppled. Since the saint's transcendent form was quite high, there was considerable distance to the ground. Sunny rode it all the way down, still holding onto the hilt of the sin of solace. The giant beast crashed, causing the ground to tremble. Still in shock, Sunny retrieved his sword and stood up, glancing at the battlefield from atop the felled giant. I won. Then, he lost his footing and rolled into the mud. The mud felt cool and pleasant to the touch. Behind him, the massive carcass rippled and shrunk, slowly turning into the corpse of a man. Sonny lingered for a few moments, trying to comprehend the fact that he, lost from light, had really slain a saint. It was so strange. He could still vividly remember the day when the Night Temple had been destroyed. Back then, the appearance of St. Cormac had filled his heart with indescribable dread. The following battle between Cormac and Sky Tide was even more terrifying. He felt like an ant that had gotten stuck in the middle of a clash between two gods. The entire island had been destroyed by their ferocious battle. It all had seemed apocalyptic. And now, Sonny had killed a similar being himself. He had killed a saint with his own two hands in combat. Of course, he didn't do it alone. Nephis! Suddenly startled, Sonny jumped to his feet and dashed to the spot where he had seen her last. She was still there, struggling to stand up. Her helmet was gone, and he could see drops of blood falling from her ears, her nose, and even her eyes. Her face was pale, with damp hair sticking to it in thin strands. Neph! He slid on the mud and fell to his knees near her, placing his hands on her shoulders. She let out a raspy breath, and then shakily rose to her feet with his help. Sonny felt the warmth of the white flame flowing from his body into hers. Slowly, her skin ignited with radiance, and wisps of white flame escaped from beneath it. The scratches on her face disappeared, and the stakes of blood evaporated, leaving it pale and pristine. A pained groan escaped from her lips, and Nephis swayed. He supported her. She remained silent for a bit, trying to contain the pain, and then asked, "We won." Sonny let out a relieved sigh. "Yeah. He's dead." She winced. "Good." He wanted to laugh. "Good? Good? That's all you have to say." Nephis looked at him for a few moments. Her face was too close, but Sonny didn't mind. Then, a corner of her mouth slightly curled up. "Why make a fuss? It was just a saint." He stared at her, feeling a sense of triumph flood his heart. But then, the smile slowly disappeared from Sonny's face. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Separated from them by the wicked havoc of the battle, a blind girl was standing in the middle of a vast circle of corpses, drops of blood falling from her rapier and her armor. Behind her, a woman with golden hair and amber eyes was leaning heavily on a spear. Suddenly, the blind girl shivered and lowered her sword. Her shoulders fell. Turning around, she ignored the rushing enemies and looked up at the cloud-ridden sky. Her exquisitely beautiful face was solemn. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Mordred raised his sword, ready to strike his sister down. But then, he froze. His strange, mirror-like eyes trembled. As if forgetting about Morgan, he slowly turned around and looked at the sky with a grim expression. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The smile slowly disappeared from Sonny's lips. The wind was cold. In the flash of lightning, he suddenly looked paler than a ghost. His face fell. Nephis frowned. "Sonny? What's wrong?" He looked frightened. Without answering, Sonny slowly turned away from her and looked up with an expression of utter terror. I don't know, something is wrong." His voice drowned in a deafening thunderclap. Neph hesitated for a moment, then traced his gaze and looked up at the sky. There didn't seem to be anything there, except for a strange, rippling darkness. For a few moments, the battlefield seemed to grow still. And then, the sky crumbled and split apart, devoured by an abyssal rift that seemed to be leading to the very depths of hell. A gargantuan nightmare gate tore the world into pieces, dwarfing the battlefield as it cut through the sky and manifested itself into existence. Chapter 1203. Battle of the Black Skull, 17. The rift dwarfed the entire battlefield, stretching for hundreds and hundreds of meters into the shattered sky. The abandoned outpost, and the black fissure of the nightmare gate that led to the vicinity of the Black Skull, looked tiny and insignificant in front of it. An invisible shockwave rolled outward from the point where the gargantuan rift touched the ground, exerting an almost irresistible force. Sonny braced himself, but still staggered as the wave passed through him, barely managing to stay on his feet. His mind was drowned by the deafening, cacophonous howling of the call. It was many times louder, more unbearable, and maddeningly demanding than it had ever been before. Sonny desperately resisted the overwhelming desire to submit. All around them, the awakened warriors screamed as they grabbed their heads and fell to their knees. Their eyes were wide open, but unseeing. Some were bleeding, and some seemed to be crawling toward the gate. Some were thrown to the ground by the shockwave. The invisible force made no distinction between those serving Valor and those serving Song. They were all the same in the face of the harrowing rift. Mundane humans, if any had come to witness this battle, would have been outright killed by the pressure of the gate. Sonny staggered back and looked up at it in terror. His lips moved. For, it's a category for Nightmare Gate. And, just as he said those words, the world shook again, and another rift tore through the sky. The world convulsed, and one more sliced the fabric of reality apart. Like three dark pillars holding up the heavens, or three vile spears cruelly thrust into the flesh of the world, three colossal nightmare gates surrounded the battlefield, cutting out all paths of retreat. Not that there was a way to escape them. The three armies, the valiant warriors of Clan Valor, the fearless soldiers of Clan Song, and those awakened of the evacuation army that had come as escorts of St. Cor, were trapped between the abhorrent black rifts. And then, something vast moved in the abyssal darkness of the first gate. Those who had enough presence of mind left to see witness something shift within the nightmare gate. A moment later, giant fingers suddenly pushed from it into the waking world, each as large as a tower. There were dozens of them, all dark and strangely human-like, with black, broken fingernails and torn, calloused skin. The fingers felt around blindly, then grabbed the edges of the vertical rift and strained, as if trying to pull it wider. The most horrifying part of it all was that they succeeded. The world trembled, and a net of black cracks seemed to spread through the sky. Then, the gaping wound of the nightmare gate was torn open, and a seething mass of the same dark flesh flowed out of it like an appalling avalanche. The flesh expanded, turning into gargantuan black tentacles, which then shot forward with stunning speed. Sonny took a step back. His eyes widened. Somewhere far away from him, on the opposite side of the battlefield, the towering tortoise Echo was ripped apart with a single swing of a black tentacle. The awakened sheltered in the stone fort on its carapace were thrown into the air, and the transcendent creature instantly exploded into a whirlwind of sparks. Someplace else, the tentacles reached the massive figure of the Titanic worm. The Titan rose its repulsive body into the air to meet them, but a moment later, it was torn to shreds, destroyed, and consumed, disappearing without a trace. A scrawny figure jumped onto the back of a black steed, who then raced away. A split second later, the reflection of Silent Stalker disappeared under the tide of dark flesh, and a faint sound of breaking glass rang quietly. Most shocking of all, not too far away from the gate, Beastmaster suddenly staggered back from the vague figure outlined in front of her, blood flowing from her mangled face. A moment later, a black tentacle whipped through the empty air with terrible speed, and a fountain of blood suddenly bloomed where the vague figure had stood a moment ago. There was no time to react, and no chance to escape. Pieces of torn flesh became visible as they splattered all around, unrecognizable as parts of a human being. Just like that, Saint Madoc, the Whispering Blade, brother of the King of Swords and an elder of the great Clan Valor, was no more. He was dead. Far away, Sonny and Nephis watched the world end in stunned silence. It's a great terror? A great titan. Sonny shivered, hypnotized by the terrible sight of a great nightmare creature forcing its way into the waking world. Everything he had known seemed meaningless in front of it. The mere thought of trying to resist felt futile. That was when the darkness within the other two gates moved, as well. He considered his chances of outrunning the tide of corrupted and great abominations that would enter the waking world in mere moments. Even with Nightmare and Shadow Step, the chances were zero. If even the saints were obliterated in seconds, a master like him had no chance at all. Nephis suddenly shuddered, and then grabbed him by the shoulder. Her lips parted. Realm. Escaping into the dream realm. That is the only way. He stared at her with hollow eyes, trying to understand the meaning of these words. What is she on about? Then, with tremendous effort, Sonny forced himself to calm down and regain his composure. He could, barely, think again. Escaping into the dream realm? That was indeed a chance. No one knew what they would find there, but it could very well be better than being trapped between 3 Category 4 nightmare gates. At least, that way, there was a possibility of survival. Here, there was only death. Or something much worse. The problem was that the process of traveling between worlds was not instantaneous. It took time to open the door between the waking world and the dream realm, and even more time to step through. Would they be fast enough to escape? There is only one way to find out. Staring at the great horror slowly pushing its vast body through the broken abyssal rift, Sonny took a deep breath and tried to feel his dream realm anchor. Chapter 1204. Battle of the Black Skull, 18. Numerous awakened had already been killed, and more were going to die soon. It was too sudden, too much. There were a lot of things that Sonny needed to comprehend, accept, and think about the future. Cassie, Effie, and Kai. Jet. But there was no time to think. It was almost impossible, anyway. The call was roaring in his mind, making any kind of thought difficult. All he could do right now was concentrate on his own survival. One thing Sonny did do, however, was dismiss his shadows. They would be of no help against the great being, but losing them to this catastrophe was just too easy. Ruined, it's all ruined. Sonny tried to sense his connection to the dream realm. As a master, he could leave the waking world at will. It took some time to activate the connection, and usually, he would be transported to his anchor citadel in a matter of minutes. That was not going to happen today, of course. Being in close proximity to a nightmare gate disturbed the anchor, so entering the dream realm near them meant being pulled by the call and entering the area surrounding the seed instead. Currently, Sonny was in the area of effect of 4 different nightmare gates. He didn't even know which seed he would be pulled to, but anything was better than remaining on the desolate plain that was going to be flooded with indescribably powerful abominations very soon. Hurry, hurry, hurry! In front of him, a scene out of a nightmare was playing out. No one on the battlefield was strong enough to resist the being unleashed by the nightmare gate. All they could do was try to run, fail, and die. Those who succumbed to the call could not even run. Scores of awakened, echoes, and enthralled abominations were all being torn apart and pulverized. The seething mass of dark flesh, meanwhile, continued to squeeze itself through the gate. The black fingers continued to hold the rift apart, but there was also a gargantuan hand that had emerged from the abyssal nothingness entirely, plunging down to grab a fistful of screaming humans. I need to succumb to the call as well. Sonny had spent it was close to 8 months, by now, the last 8 months having his mind almost constantly assaulted by the insidious whispers of the call. Sometimes, they were loud, and sometimes they were quiet enough to seem nearly absent. It had been hard to deal with the maddening pressure at first, but slowly, he developed a sort of resistance to the call. He had learned how to fight it. But now, in a bizarre turn of events, he had to surrender to it. It was a frightening and uncomfortable feeling, the feeling of releasing control. There. He sensed it, his connection to the dream realm. Strange and distorted, it was still there. In fact, it was much stronger than before. The whispers of the call grew even more deafening, screaming, demanding for him to make use of it. Feeling a strange ecstasy and an immense sense of relief flood his mind, Sonny submitted to their will. Concentrating, he pulled on the connection, and felt the border between the two worlds becoming weaker and more ethereal. Before, it had been like an impregnable wall, but now, it was more akin to fog. And he was slowly entering that fog. It was as though something was pulling him from the other side. Or maybe expelling him from this one. And that was it. That was all he could do. Now, Sonny just had to hold on to that feeling and hope that he would leave the waking world before the great and terrible being entering it squashed him like one would a bug. The 3 colossal gates stretched into the broken sky like festering wounds. The dark tentacles were rampaging on the battlefield, some whipped around, obliterating the armies of the great clans, some plunged into the soil and grew taut, pulling more and more of the great abomination into the waking world. Sunny and Nephis stood motionless amidst the harrowing destruction. They did not try to run or search for shelter. There was nowhere to run, anyway, and no shelter to be found. The spot where they had fought Dire Fang was as good as any other. It was all up to chance now. Turning away from the black tentacles that were getting closer and closer, they looked at each other. Sunny felt the ground under his feet quake, the tremors growing stronger and stronger. It was as though something was approaching them, shaking the world with each heavy step. He didn't even look to see what was appearing from the other 2 gates. Instead, he just looked at Nephis. She was pale and weakened, but seemed calm. She always seemed calm, even when she wasn't. After a few moments, Sunny opened his mouth, which was suddenly excruciatingly dry, and said, "I'll see you on the other side." Nephis looked back at him, something grotesque and lumbering reflecting in her striking grey eyes. She nodded. Yes. Then, she hesitated for a second, and took a deep breath. "Sunny, I need to tell you something." He gritted his teeth, suddenly frightened that what she was going to say would sound like a farewell. Nevertheless, he forced himself to ask. "What?" Neph lingered for a bit. Then, as the ground under them trembled violently, she suddenly looked away. What she said next was entirely unexpected. "The projector, back in your house, it didn't really explode by itself. I lied. Actually, I broke it. So, I'm really sorry." Sunny stared at her in disbelief. His mind short-circuited for a moment. How is her tone so, what? He blinked, and then scoffed. Why the hell? However, he did not finish the sentence. Suddenly, the world disappeared, and Sunny saw, or rather, perceived, a boundless void. It was the familiar, empty void between dream and reality. A moment later, he was suddenly blinded by bright sunlight, and assaulted by unbearable heat. Falling on something soft and scorching, Sunny rolled and frantically tried to sense the surrounding space through the shadows. The battle was now behind him. He had reached the Nightmare Desert. Chapter 12:05. Into the Fire. It was hot. Lethally hot, a mundane human would not have lasted in this suffocating heat for long. Even as a master, Sunny was struggling to breathe. His skin was burning. Sitting on the sand, hunched, he covered his eyes and looked up at the merciless white sun. The sun was like a small silver coin that hung high in the cloudless azure sky. White sand. Azure sky. This was indeed the desert Nephis had once tried to cross. The one that lay east of the forgotten shore, stretching far and wide along the hollow mountains. He couldn't see the dreadful black peaks, though. Either this part of the Nightmare Desert was much further north than the small fragment Nephis had traversed, or much further east, where the hollow mountains were no more. In either case, Sunny was in big trouble. Nephis had told them that the further one went into the desert, the more dangerous it became. Eventually, she could not advance any more, and chose to take her chances in the mountains instead. Just how deadly was this desert, for Nephis to decide that venturing into a known death zone was a better choice? There was one more thing, too. If it was the same desert, then he had to find shelter before the night came. Failing to do so meant death. Death! Sunny sighed. He was sitting on the white sand, casting 5 stark shadows. A few dozen seconds had already passed since his arrival in this cursed land, and very soon, something was bound to find and attack him. He had to move, but his mind was plagued by too many thoughts. It's useless, it's all useless. Just a few minutes ago, Sunny had been full of a sense of triumph. He had defeated a saint. He had won. His desperate plan had come so close to fruition. With Dire Fang's death, the balance on the battlefield had been bound to shift. Mordred's reflections would have been destroyed, the remaining 2 enemy saints would have been either killed or forced into retreat. Clan Valor would have achieved a sweeping victory. None of its key figures would have perished, and plenty of Awakened would have remained alive to continue defending East Antarctica until the winter solstice. None of that had happened, of course. Everything had ended in ruin. He had lost. Once again, he had been utterly defeated. It was so tiring to always have victory slip through his fingers at the last moment. Curse it all. Sunny was being crushed by the weight of failure. Two great clans had clashed with each other, but the only victor was the nightmare spell. These three category 4 gates, it wasn't hard to imagine what was going to happen next in the southern quadrant. Both armies were either already annihilated or would be soon, and more than a few government elites, too. All the Awakened of Valor and all the Awakened of Song were as good as dead. The only ones who had a chance to survive were the Masters, the Saints, and a handful of people those Saints could drag with them into the Dream Realm. Even then, it was not a guarantee that they would have had enough time to escape. And those who had would still have to survive the Nightmare Desert. The siege capitals would be left without the most powerful defenders. And much worse still, there would be swarms of corrupted and great abominations roaming the continent now. Everyone was going to die. Don't think about it. Don't think about it yet. Sunny gritted his teeth. There was a lot on his mind, but if he continued thinking about it, he would drown in anger and despair. For now, he couldn't allow himself to lose focus, he had to survive first. Sunny was lost in a region of the dream realm that was much more harrowing than the Forgotten Shore, without any way to get back to the waking world. His friends could be lost somewhere between the white dunes, too. He had to find them, if they were still alive, and figure out a way to escape this hell. Well, it was not his first time escaping hell, was it? Where there was a will, there was a way. What a bunch of crap. He felt a slight tremor run through the sand beneath him and grimaced. Escape? How could he escape the Nightmare Desert? There were 4 ways. The first one was to cross the desert and find a path through the hollow mountains. Needless to say, surviving a journey through 2 entire death zones was highly improbable. The second way was to find one of the Saints who had survived the Nightmare Gates and successfully escaped into the desert. Saints could travel back to the waking world without the help of a gateway, and they could even bring a person or 2 with them. Sunny was not sure that he could convince anyone except for Saint Tyrus to save him instead of all others, and there were still Nephis, Cassie, Effie, Kai, and Jet to think about. Any saint that left would not be coming back to this corner of the desert, since that would require returning to the proximity of the gargantuan Nightmare Gates. So, that way would most likely not work, either. The third way was to become a saint himself. That was, of course, even more suicidal than trying to traverse both the Nightmare Desert and the Hollow Mountains. Sunny had barely survived the second nightmare. He had been beheaded, had his heart ripped out of his chest, barely survived thanks to stumbling on Noctis by pure luck, almost lost himself in the endless sea of nightmares, fought against an entire army of Awakened, and even faced Mordred at the end. The third nightmare would be much more harrowing, and even if he somehow transcended, there was a high possibility that the Sovereigns would make him disappear as a result. Which left only the fourth way. The only plausible one. Sunny had to find the Black Skull Citadel, and use its gateway to return to the waking world. That, too, was more easily said than done. The Nightmare Desert, after all, was vast. And full of all kinds of horrors. The main problem, though, was that only 2 people knew the location of the citadel. One of them was Morgan, and the other one was Mordred. So, he had to find one of them first. Either one will do. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment, and then suddenly jumped back. A split second after he did, the sand under him exploded, and countless hands rose from beneath it, clawing at the air. Here we go. It's starting. Chapter 1206. Nightmare Desert. Curses, that thing is persistent. Behind him, a vast swath of the desert was changing. It was almost imperceptible unless one knew what to look for: the minute tremors running through the sand, the slight tilt of the dunes, the subtle shifting of the shadows. Something enormous was moving beneath the sand, following him. He had already used 4 out of his 5 shadows to augment Nightmare, leaving only 1 to strengthen the enchantment of the memory of fire through the underworld armament. That allowed him some measure of relief from the unbearable heat of the desert, at least. But even with the help of the 4 shadows, his mount was not fast enough to outrun the creature. Much worse, it was not the only abomination in this part of the desert. In fact, Sunny was surrounded by nightmare creatures. There were too many of them to count, all moving in the same direction. They were responding to the call, pulled to the blooming seed of nightmare by its sweet promise. Luckily, most abominations seemed to be in a strange state. It was as though they were hypnotized, forgetting about everything except for the goal of reaching the seed and entering the waking world through it. As long as Sunny did not get in their way, most paid him no attention. It was deeply disturbing, really. Sunny had only ever seen nightmare creatures in the throes of murderous frenzy. Having them walk past him with detached indifference was somehow more frightening than facing them in a bloody battle. Crap, crap, crap. The desert was wide and flawlessly white, and the towering figures of abominations were moving across it with measured steps, separated from each other by a considerable distance. Their shadows were like long lines of stark blackness. The length of the shadows meant that the sun was already low. The night was not far away. Cursing, Sunny guided Nightmare to the left, aiming at the nearest of the walking figures. From the looks of it, it was a corrupted monster. The thing was massive and ghastly, with 4 mighty paws and a tail like that of a scorpion. Its insect-like eyes were staring at something hidden far beyond the horizon. The creature was dangerous. But Sunny was more dangerous. As Nightmare flashed past the monster at stunning speed, the Sin of Solace swung, cleanly severing the abomination's head. They shot past the beheaded creature and continued forward without ever slowing down. A few moments later, countless hands rose from beneath. Rushing away, Sunny turned his head and watched as the hands grabbed the bleeding carcass and pulled it into the sand. Soon, only a few drops of boiling blood remained on the surface. It was as though the massive monster had never existed. The unknown horror stopped following him after that, at least, its hunger seemingly satiated by the morbid offering. Damnation! After a while, he could finally allow himself to slow down. Stopping Nightmare at the crest of a tall dune, Sunny breathed heavily, then wrapped 2 more shadows around himself, enhancing the effect of the memory of fire. That way, he was almost comfortable. Summoning the endless spring, he drank deeply, allowing the cool water to breathe some life back into his body. Then, he stared at the beautiful glass bottle in his hand. Suddenly, this dormant memory of the 4th tier was the most precious thing in his possession. Who would have thought that it would be so important one day? Water was important. But usually, there were many ways to procure it. During his wilderness survival courses, Sunny had learned many ways of finding or creating drinkable water in a variety of environments. But none of them would work in this terrible desert. With a sigh, he dismissed the endless spring and looked around. From the height of the dune, Sunny could see far and wide. He could send his shadows to explore, too, if need be. However, that would be risky. He wasn't sure that he was ready to part with even a single shadow in this dangerous and unpredictable land. There was no need to, anyway. There were white dunes around him as far as the eye could see. Countless nightmare creatures could be seen, as well, moving in the same direction. There were also black ruins peppering the desert, half buried in sand. Those ruins did not really seem like the remains of buildings. Their shape was too strange, and their dimensions were all wrong. The structures, whatever they had once been, all differed in size. A smaller ruin would not be much of a shelter, but some of the larger ones he saw could save him come the night. Of course, there was also the Black Pyramid. Sunny held his breath as he looked at its ominous silhouette. The tomb of Ariel was always in view, far in the distance. However, no matter how long one moved in the direction of the perfectly symmetrical black edifice, it never grew closer, remaining out of touch like a mirage. That thing might not even be real. But Sunny felt that it was. He also knew that there had to be a way to get closer to it. Nephis had never seen the Black Pyramid before, after all, which meant that it could only be seen from certain parts of the desert. Which also meant that there had to be a path to it. Who cares? Sunny certainly didn't. He had no ambitions of conquering the tomb of Ariel. In fact, he wanted to avoid it at all costs. All he wanted to do was find his friends and escape the cursed desert as soon as possible. Grimacing, Sunny chose one of the larger ruins that rose from the sand many kilometers away, and sent Nightmare into a gallop. Chapter 1207. First Night. His body lay on the white sand, staring at the merciless azure sky with glassy eyes. Sunny vaguely recognized him as one of Clan Song's Ascended. They had never spoken to each other before, but he recalled seeing the man during the battle against the Titanic horde back in East Antarctica. The Ascended's memory armor had dissipated after its master's death, so the body was only covered by a torn bodysuit. There were several wounds in view, but none of them were serious enough to doom a master. It was unclear what had brought upon the man's death. Maybe there was severe internal damage, or maybe it was simply the heat that had killed him. With a sigh, Sunny jumped off Nightmare, kneeled, and closed the man's eyes. There was not much more he could do, so he just remained motionless for a few moments, then climbed back into the saddle and continued on his way. His mood was somber. In the end, the sun had almost disappeared beyond the dunes by the time Sunny reached the large ruin. Scared by the prospect of remaining in the open after dark, he hurriedly dismissed his shadow and climbed over the weathered black stones. He quickly found a narrow fissure in the sand-covered floor and squeezed through it, eventually reaching an underground chamber. Near the end of the narrow crawlway, the stone shifted under his weight, and Sunny fell down in an avalanche of sand. He landed awkwardly and was about to let out a relieved sigh when something cold touched his neck. A steel blade. A hoarse voice resounded from above. "What do we have here?" Sunny carefully put his fingers on the blade of an enchanted glaive and slowly pushed it away from his skin. "Can you not? I really don't want to have my head cut off again." There was a moment of silence, and then a soft gasp. "Sunny." Looking up, he saw a curious scene. The underground chamber was not very large, and there were two beautiful women hiding inside. Both of them were bruised and battered, with grim expressions on their enticing faces. One of them was Jet, and the other one was Song Sishan. Soul Reaper was closer to the hole he had fallen from, so she had lashed out with her glaive on instinct. "Yeah, it's me. Say, why are you two sitting here in complete darkness?" Jet retracted her weapon, took a step back, and tiredly lowered herself onto the cold stones. A stifled scoff escaped from her lips. "We weren't sure if the light would attract danger." She remained silent for a moment, and then said, "I'm really glad that you're alive." Sunny sat up, brushed the sand off the shroud of dusk, and summoned a luminous memory. The two women grimaced, shielding their eyes from the bright light. Now that he could see colors better, he judged that they were in a worse state than he had initially thought. Jet's armor was torn rather severely, and Sishan's dress was ripped, as well. Its wine-colored fabric seemed dirted by blood. He coughed, trying not to stare. "Me too." That sounded too sentimental, so Sunny corrected himself. "I mean, I'm glad to be alive, too. Anyway, the light won't attract the abominations. Most of them are being pulled toward the seeds, and those that are going to rise at night, well, I guess with a category for gates, some of them will leave for the waking world, as well. The rest will be too busy fighting each other. As long as we're out of sight, we should be safe." He fell silent. Indeed, the true horror of the Nightmare Desert, the dead soldiers that endlessly continued their ancient battle in the darkness, night after night, as they had for thousands of years, had not entered the waking world during the chain of nightmares. That was because most of them were too terrible and powerful to step through Category 3 gates. Now, things would be different. Sunny lingered for a few moments, staring at Jet and Sishan. Both were in sorry states, but at least they were alive. He summoned the Endless Spring and said, "I have water, by the way." Their eyes gleamed. "Then give it here." Jet was the first one to snatch the bottle, acting with a terrible lack of decorum. Well, thirst would do that to a person. Sishan, who had been a second too late, stared at her coldly. Nevertheless, she patiently waited for her turn while Soul Reaper greedily drank from the endless spring. Once Jet was finished, she let out a delighted sigh and passed the bottle to the daughter of Kisong. The latter, at least, had enough composure to bow slightly and say thank you before bringing the memory to her parched lips. Sunny watched this scene incredulously. "Weren't the two of you trying to kill each other? I swear I saw you fight. How come you're together?" Jet leaned back and smiled. "Yes, we were trying to kill each other. This wench even tried to bite me, it was really gross. But what does it matter now? Here in the desert, there are no sides. Just us, and the nightmare creatures. So, there was no reason to fight anymore when we stumbled on each other." Sishan gave her a long look. "Who are you calling a wench, you corpse?" She grimaced, as if nauseated. Wait, did Sishan try to drink Jet's blood? It must not have tasted too pleasant, judging by that expression. Of all the people on the battlefield, she just had to go and clash with the only person who countered her aspect. Compared to her, even Sun's luck seemed wonderful. Sishan lingered for a few moments, then returned the endless spring and gave Sunny a long look. "What about you, Sunless? The last I saw of you, Dire Fang was heading to your position. How did you survive?" Sunny received the glass bottle and smiled pleasantly. "Oh, actually, I killed him." The two of them stared at him with wide eyes. "Right. I received a reward for slaying Dire Fang. I didn't even check." Sishan opened her mouth to say something, but at that moment, they heard a terrifying sound. It came from above, from the sides, from everywhere. The dead were rising to continue their eternal battle. Soon, a distant cacophony of titanic blows and inhuman roars seeped into the chamber through the hole in its roof, and the stones surrounding them vibrated. Streams of sand flowed through the cracks in the black tiles. No one was in the mood to talk after that. They just sat in silence, tense, and waited. Time passed. Then, a different sound reached their ears. Someone, or something, was crawling through the narrow fissure, descending into the underground chamber. Chapter 1208. Newcomer. The cursed sword whispered into Sunny's ear. "Use them as a shield, take a step back, and let whatever comes feast on their flesh first." Sunny struggled to ignore it. Before, he had not dared to send his shadows outside to keep an eye on the desert. With how dreadful the creatures populating it at night were, many of them were bound to possess means of destroying intangible things. Sunny did not want to risk one of his shadows being obliterated. But now, he regretted that decision. As his expression hardened, streams of sand fell from above, and then, someone jumped softly on the stone plates of the chamber's floor. Sunny felt immense relief. It was a human. Jet remained on guard, but Sishan seemed to relax. She straightened slightly and let out a soft sigh, her exquisitely beautiful face illuminated by a pale smile. "Ascended Shu, you have survived, as well." They were safe. The newcomer was not a terrifying nightmare creature, it was a survivor like the three of them. One of the masters of Clan Song. The man groaned slightly, then shielded his eyes from the bright light of the luminous memory. His hand trembled slightly. "Lady Song." Looking at him, Sunny suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A sense of fear like he had never experienced before wrapped its fingers around his heart. He almost staggered back, but forced himself to remain in place, wearing the same expression as before. What the hell? Sunny stared at the newcomer. The man was tall and muscular. His black hair was cut short, revealing a strong, handsome face. His eyes were like two pools of darkness, and there was a strained smile on his cracked lips. Ascended Shu wielded no weapons and wore no armor. He was dressed in a dark red bodysuit, which was torn, revealing ugly lacerations and bruises covering his body. It was, without a doubt, the dead man whose eyes Sunny had closed just a few hours ago. Sunny shivered, and even the blurry figure of the Sin of Solace who stood beside him suddenly seemed wary. Sishan took a deep breath. "Master Shu! Thank the gods, have you seen any of my sisters?" The man looked around, then said hoarsely, "No, my lady. I have not seen anyone. Only you. Is it some kind of regenerative aspect? No, wait, is it that bastard, Mordred?" Sonny stared at the newcomer, studying his every move. Then, he shifted his perception and looked within the newcomer. The blade of the Sin of Solace trembled slightly. Within the body of Master Shu, where a radiant soul core should have been, instead, there was nothing but vile, impenetrable darkness. A darkness so vast and deep that Sonny couldn't even conceive its magnitude. Jet was not in a hurry to lower her glaive. Looking at the creature, she frowned slightly and asked, "How did you survive being outside during the night?" The creature wearing the corpse of Ascended Shu looked at her and shivered. "Barely, my lady. Just barely." Then, the creature smiled. "Are there more people nearby?" The question was directed at Jet, so Sonny could remain silent. He shifted slightly, considering their options. It's a nightmare creature that can control a corpse and speak the human language flawlessly. It even knew Sishan's name. It can even perfectly imitate human behavior. If not for Weaver's lineage, I would not have known at all. It is unlike anything I have seen or heard about before. And the creature was strong enough to walk the nightmare desert at night. The three of them were trapped in a small underground chamber with a creature like that. Sonny felt terror. He activated the Blessing of Dusk and sent Jet a mental message, trying to sound calm. "That thing is not human." Jet sighed, then shook her head. "There might be, but we haven't met anyone else. The four of us will have to stick together." At the same time, she answered Sonny, "I know. Its soul is much more vast than a master's soul should be. Or a saint's soul, even. It is harrowing." Then, Sonny sent a message to Sishan. "That is not Ascended Shu. Think of an answer, and I will hear it." The beautiful woman did not show any sign of surprise as her answer resounded in his mind. "What are you talking about? I know this man. He and I grew up together. Wait. Did the son of Anvil take his body? Gods! I never thought I would say something like that, but I wish it really was Mordred." Sonny summoned the runes, seeking the prize he had received for slaying Dire Fang. No. Something else took his body. His dead body. Something old, vast, and powerful. I saw the corpse on the way to the ruin. The creature, meanwhile, seemed a little disappointed. Its smile grew bleak. "Of course. We will stick together and search for more people. Once the morning comes." "Yes?" Sonny stared at a particular string of runes, and then offered the endless spring to the corpse of Ascended Shu. Forcing out a smile, he said, "That sounds like a plan. Here, some water. You must be dying of thirst." The creature accepted the glass bottle with an awkward nod. "Yes. Yes. I am thirsty." Sonny smiled as he watched it bring the bottle to the corpse's lips. Then, without changing expression, he silently thrust the Sin of Solace into the creature's chest. At the same time, a blade made of darkness appeared from behind, piercing the dead man's back. Saint escaped from the shadows, her eyes burning with crimson flames. A whirlwind of white sparks rose around Sonny, almost filling the entire chamber. Jet and Sishan were already moving, too. The creature looked at the endless spring, which was disappearing from the corpse's hand, and tilted its head a little. "Yes. I am thirsty." Its smile widened into a grin, and Ascended Shu's face was distorted by that grin, turning into a wicked parody of what a human face was supposed to look like. The corpse's hand shot up with impossible speed, grabbing the blades of Sunus and Saint's swords. The pristine white jade of the Sin of Solace seemed to warp under immense pressure. Sonny suddenly felt cold. Not good. Chapter 1209. No Way Out. He had been planning to deliver the follow-up strike while augmenting the cursed sword with all 5 of his shadows, but it felt like if he did, there would be no sword for him to augment. Cursing, Sonny hurriedly dismissed the jade blade and staggered back. At the same time, Master Shu moved, and Saint was suddenly flying back. She hit the wall of the chamber with a deafening boom, shattering the black stones and creating a deep crater. White sand flowed from the cracks, falling on her broken armor. A split second later, Jet brought her glaive down on the harrowing creature. Its ghostly blade passed through the abomination's dead flesh unimpeded, cutting straight into its soul. Then, a net of black cracks spread through the enchanted steel, and it exploded into countless fragments. Startled, Soul Reaper lost her balance. Sishan's delicate hands were like demonic claws, easily slicing through the creature's neck. But the creature was still smiling. The wound on its chest that the Sin of Solace had left behind had already closed. The deep cut delivered by Saint's sword was gone, too. As Sunny, Jet, and Sishan watched in horror, the mangled neck of Master Shu rippled and healed, with not a speck left on his skin. What? Sishan's voice suddenly sounded small. At the same time, she sent Sunny a tense mental message. What do we do? He was the one who had informed her about the nature of the newcomer, so Sishan must have hoped that Sunny knew something about how to deal with the creature. However, he did not. He only knew that fighting it was suicidal. Sunny did not hesitate at all. Dismissing Saint, he dashed back and shouted, "Run!" In the next moment, the whirlwind of sparks filling the chamber finally coalesced into a lumbering, monstrous figure. A bestial hand exploded forward, swatting Master Shu aside and slamming him against the wall. No matter how strong the creature was, its mass remained the same as that of the possessed corpse. So, even if its power was great and terrible, it was not impossible to overcome. At least for a few moments. And that was exactly what the echo of St. Dire Fang Sunny had summoned was supposed to buy them. The body of the towering beast occupied almost half of the underground chamber, scraping the ceiling with its head. One arm was extended forward, pushing the abomination into the cracked stones, while the other was already flying to deliver a devastating strike. Sunny doubted that the echo would be able to accomplish much, though. What the hell? I actually managed to receive the echo of a mighty saint. A saint, damn it! But it's barely enough to slow the enemy down for a moment. The nightmare desert was veiled in darkness, and darkness meant death. However, being trapped in the small underground chamber with the harrowing creature also meant death. They could either remain and try to fight, or escape and try to survive the ancient battlefield. Both choices were equally fatal, but at least the latter would kill them a few seconds, or maybe even minutes, later. Hurry! Jet was the first one to jump up, grab the edges of the narrow fissure, and climb into the narrow crawlway. Her figure disappeared from sight, and Sishan instantly followed. Without wasting any time, Sunny stepped through the shadows and appeared above ground, just in time to grab Jet's hand and help her climb out of the fissure. The roar of the eternal battle, which had been muted by the breadth of stone, assaulted them like a storm. Looking out of the ruin, Sunny paled. Under the ghostly starlight, legions of the ancient dead were fighting each other. There was no skin or flesh left on their perfectly black bones. Some of the dead resembled humans, some were like giants, and some were too monstrous and alien to describe with words. However, all of them were terrifyingly powerful. It was strange to see that the world had not been destroyed by the dreadful fury of their battle. How was a fragile human supposed to survive that cataclysmic clash? We are supposed to go through that. Sishan had just climbed out of the fissure and stopped, staring at the scene of the harrowing battle. Her silken grey skin suddenly seemed darker. Jet looked at the desert beyond the ruin, then at the hole they had just climbed out of. Just at that moment, the whole structure shuddered, as if something was pushing against the black stones from below. And a second later, the spell whispered into Sunny's ears. "Your echo has been destroyed." He staggered and gritted his teeth. Just like that. Sunny knew that the echo of Dire Fang would not be able to defeat the harrowing creature, but still, he had not expected it to be destroyed in mere seconds. He had just gotten that echo. And now, it was gone. Just what kind of horror was wearing the body of Master Shu? No matter what it was, the three of them were not capable of fighting it. Even if Dire Fang himself had been here, or all the other saints of the great clans, Sunny was not sure that the abomination could have been stopped. Summoning Nightmare, he shouted to Jet and Seishan. "Get on!" Soul Reaper stared at him for a split second. But I still don't know how to ride a horse." Sunny was already running away. "Figure it out, if you want to live." A moment later, both Jet and Seishan climbed onto Nightmare. The black steed instantly rushed away from the narrow fissure in the stone floor. Sunny was just a step or two ahead, turning into a swift shadow. Together, the four of them flew out of the ruin and plunged into the dreadful havoc of the eternal battle. Chapter 12:10. Dead Soldiers. Each strike of a rusted blade, each blow of a vicious claw, each snap of crushing jaws produced powerful shockwaves that stirred the white sand and made it seem as if the world was on the verge of collapsing. Angry sparks flew into the air, and a cacophonous clangor filled the dark sky. "Crazy, crazy, this is crazy." Sunny was in the form of a shadow, gliding across the sand in front of Nightmare. He was serving as a guide, and the black stallion followed, carrying Jet and Seishan. Sunny's mind was in overdrive, absorbing every minute detail of what was happening around them. He had to find a way to avoid the ancient wraiths and slip between them, somehow, while not being destroyed by their destructive wrath. It was not easy, no, it was almost impossible. His only saving grace was that the dead did not seem to pay them any attention. Still, just the aftershocks of their dreadful attacks were enough to obliterate a puny ascended like Sunny. Damn it all! As they moved away from the ruin, Sunny saw a black skeleton easily parting the night sky with its obsidian sword. The abominable bone behemoth that had been attacking the dead swordsman shuddered and collapsed, making the whole desert shake. Its mountain-like skeleton, almost a kilometer long, was cleanly cut in half along the spine. A phalanx of ancient warriors marching forward to meet the charge of monstrous skeletal cavalry. The moment the two tides of black bones met, millions of stars were suddenly extinguished in the sky. Two giants colliding above the dunes. One wielded a sword, while the other had iron shackles fastened around its wrists and ankles. The heavy chains rang as a gargantuan shackled hand shot forward, grabbing the colossal sword and flinging it away. Right in the direction of Sunny. Curse! The giant sword fell down just a few meters ahead of Sunny. However, it did not hit the sand. Instead, the ancient weapon plunged into the shadows, disappearing into their bottomless embrace. The steel blade flashed past his intangible form like a wall of steel, barely missing Sunny himself. "We won't survive here for long." No one really knew what the Nightmare Desert had been before, but it was known that one of the last, or at least one of the fiercest, battles in the war between the Diamonds and the gods had taken place here. Maybe the desert had already existed back then, or maybe this land had been turned into a desert by the battle. No one knew why the fallen soldiers rose from the dead every night to continue the ferocious clash, either. Why did they continue to fight? What power had been unleashed here? Who was the architect of this nightmare? All Sunny knew was that this was no place for the living. It was barely a place suited for the dead, even. The weakest of the black skeletons were equal to powerful corrupted creatures. The strongest, he did not even want to know. From what Nephis had said, the true horror was hidden in the heart of the desert, where the champions of the two armies had fought and died. Sunny struggled to imagine what could be more horrific than the catastrophic clash happening around them, but he understood very well that they were not going to survive in the open. They were like ants here. No one had stepped on them yet, but with how intense and harrowing the fighting between the dead was, it was only a matter of time, minutes, or maybe even seconds, before someone or something erased them from existence. Just an echo of a distant strike was enough to annihilate them. He had been planning to reach some other ruin. The location of the nearest structures was burned into his memory, but once they entered the battlefield, Sunny realized that it was of no use. The white dunes had shifted, and he had no marks to orient himself in the desert. From the moment the three of them escaped the ruin, they were utterly lost. The ground shook and split as a skeleton in rusted armor slammed its war hammer into the shield of a six-armed demon, and Nightmare almost stumbled. Bearing its fangs, the black steed soared into a high jump, landed on the spine of a lumbering monster, galloped across it and landed on the other side, faster than wind. Jet and Seishan held on for dear life. Sunny was thrown out of the shadows and rolled on the sand, then jumped to the side, barely avoiding a Titanic foot that descended from somewhere above like a black cliff. The shockwave of its landing sent him stumbling back, and he tasted blood. Dazed, he dove back into the shadows and flew toward Nightmare. We need to hide, we need to hide. Suddenly, Sunny saw a flash of light somewhere far away. He couldn't really perceive colors while in the form of a shadow, but from the purity of the light, he knew that it had to be white. Some distance away, obscured by countless fighting skeletons, a white halo was rising above the desert. There. Without spending too much time doubting himself, Sunny pivoted and flew toward the distant light. Nightmare followed, foam falling from his mouth. All around them, the armies of the dead continued to annihilate each other, their battle slowly turning into a frenzied, apocalyptic scene of the end of the world. Sunny knew that he was going to die. He was supposed to be dead already, even, the power of the clashing creatures was too great for mere mortals to survive. And yet, it seemed that luck was on his side today. Somehow, they were continuing to cling to their lives. Eventually, they reached the source of the white light. Hidden behind rolling white dunes, a stone edifice protruded from the sand. It was surrounded by a ring of white flame, and, strangely enough, none of the black skeletons dared to cross it. Sunny did not risk plunging into the fire, either. Instead, he stepped through the shadows and appeared within the ring of flames. Nightmare simply jumped over them, landing nearby. The ruin was in front of them, seemingly empty. There was no movement inside. Feeling his heart start to beat faster, Sunny glanced at the white flame, and then at the broken black stones. His breath grew heavy. Neph. Chapter 12:11. Until dawn. How the hell did they survive? He winced, and pushed the fear to the side. There was no time to be afraid. Glancing at Jet and Seishan, Sunny nodded silently, and took a step toward the ruin. No matter what awaited them inside, they couldn't remain in the open. The ancient structure was in a sorry state. It had withstood thousands of years of heat and wind, but was nearly destroyed by whatever it was that had transpired here minutes ago. The spherical dome was ruptured, and stone shards lay on the white sand, some covered in dancing flames. It was as though a powerful explosion had wrecked it from within, spreading fire and debris all around. A few chunks of broken stone were large and heavy enough to crush an armored vehicle. Sunny extended his shadow sense as far as he could, but the black walls of the ruined structure were somehow blocking it. Followed by Jet and Seishan, he carefully approached the hole in the dome's wrecked wall, lingered for a moment, and jumped inside. The first thing that met them was the stench of burned flesh. The ruin was much smaller than the one they had sheltered in before, and from the looks of it, there was no path to the underground portion of the structure. There was only this one spherical chamber, with its floor partially buried under the sand. A blackened corpse lay in the middle of the round hall. It seemed human, but it was impossible to tell who that human had been. The corpse was burned too badly, and all its features were destroyed by the flame. There was someone else in the chamber, too. Sunny cursed and dashed forward, appearing near the motionless figure a split second later. Nephis was laying on the black stones, her armor almost destroyed, with her eyes closed. Wisps of white fire were escaping from the terrible wounds covering her body, and in the bleak light, her face looked pale and vulnerable. No, no, no. A moment later, a relieved sigh escaped from his lips. She was alive, just unconscious. The wounds were already healing, too, just in these few short seconds, their edges had already grown closer. Jet and Seishan slowly approached. Soul Reaper kneeled, studying the charred corpse. After a while, Sunny forced himself to turn away from Neph and asked, "Who is it? Can you tell?" Jet hesitated, then shook her head. "No, the body is too damaged. However, it gives me the creeps." The three of them remained silent for a few moments, wondering what had happened here. Had Nephis fought with another survivor? Or had there been another creature like Ascended Shu? Both possibilities were a little unnerving. Eventually, Sunny shook his head. "It doesn't matter. We need to destroy this corpse." Otherwise, there's a chance that it will rise and start talking to us again. There were no objections. After disposing of the corpse, the three of them gathered around the unconscious Nephis and sat in tense silence, waiting for dawn with terror gripping their hearts. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the morning, the sounds of the battle grew quiet. Sonny, who had not closed his eyes or allowed himself to relax for a single moment, sent one of his shadows to take a look outside. He was utterly exhausted. Usually, an Ascended could go a long time without needing to rest, and Sonny had the benefit of wearing the Shroud of Dusk as well, but in the past 24 hours, he had participated in a viciously intense battle, fought a saint, traversed countless kilometers of the Nightmare Desert, and even survived the ruinous clash of the dead armies. Not to mention facing the harrowing creature that wore the corpse of Master Shu. Sonny was tired. Outside, the desert was tranquil and pristine. The white dunes stretched as far as the eye could see, and there was no sign of the terrible forces that had fought across this hellish place just hours before. The sand had swallowed everything. It had been terribly cold in the desert during the night, but now that the sun had appeared above the horizon, the unbearable heat was coming back. He let out a hoarse sigh. They're gone. The skeletal warriors were gone, but what about Master Shu? Had the creature followed them into the battlefield and got destroyed, or had it waited inside the ruin patiently, waiting for the sun to rise? Was it coming for them now? Sonny did not know. Jet and Sishan were sitting back to back, while he was a couple steps away. Nefer's head rested on his knees. Summoning the endless spring, Sonny brought the beautiful glass bottle to her lips and poured out a little bit of water. As it flowed into her mouth, Nephis stirred a little, and then coughed. Her eyes opened, and she stared at him from below, slightly confused. A slight smile appeared on Sonny's face. You're awake. Take it slow. Nephis flinched, then sat up and grabbed the endless spring. She drank from it greedily, and then looked at Sonny. White sparks danced in her eyes, as if agitated. How are you here? He shrugged. I told you that I would see you on the other side. Sonny lingered for a few moments and scoffed. What? Don't look at me like that. To be honest, we saw the light of your flames from afar, and rushed here, hoping to find shelter. If not for that, we'd be dead for sure. Nephis glanced at Jet and Sishan. A small frown appeared on her face. Then, she suddenly shuddered and turned around, staring at the spot where the charred corpse had been before. Sishan finally spoke. We got rid of it. We have encountered a creature that can possess corpses. So, keeping a dead body with us did not seem safe. Nephis shivered. Yes. I have encountered such a creature, too. Sonny remained silent for a while, wondering how was it that she had managed to kill the damn thing. Did it have something to do with her ascended ability, longing? Or the nature of her aspect in general? The dead of the Nightmare Desert seemed unwilling to approach the white flames, too. More importantly, was there more than one creature like the one they had fought? Or was it a creature capable of inhabiting multiple vessels at the same time? His expression was grim. Do you know what that thing was? Nephis hesitated for a few moments, then nodded. I'm not sure, but I think I do. She grimaced, looked at her ruined armor, and raised one trembling hand. There were 3 nightmare gates, but only 2 gate guardians entered the waking world. The third. I think that it stayed behind in the dream realm. Nephis grew quiet for a bit, and then added. To hunt us. Chapter 12:12. Pursuer. Even if Nephis was wrong, the creature they had met was immeasurably strong. Considering its power and frightening level of intelligence, it had to be a great devil, at least. It was much more likely to be a tyrant, or something even more terrifying. Sonny had killed a great devil once, but that was not a real kill. The spawn of the vile thieving bird had been unborn, and weakened by thousands of years of neglect in the branches of the soul-devouring tree. More than that, Sonny had only survived that encounter because of his unique soul composition. Only after meeting an actual great nightmare creature did he realize how harrowing these beings truly were. The the thing pretending to be Ascended Shu was not even the real body of the abomination. Most likely, it was simply one of its manifestations. But it had already been strong enough to shrug off all their attacks, severely wound Saint, and destroy a transcendent echo in mere seconds. As for whether it was the Gate Guardian, logically speaking, that was impossible. Nightmare creatures were compelled by the seeds, unable to refuse their call. All they could do was be drawn by it and invade the waking world. However, Sunny had already seen that the great abominations were not as beholden to the rule of the spell as the lesser creatures. One of them had actually used its power to forcefully widen the Nightmare Gate. If one of the Gate Guardians was capable of that, who was to say that a different one couldn't stay back to slaughter those humans who would flee to the Dream Realm? Hurry, we need to hurry. Mere minutes after Nephis regained consciousness, the four of them abandoned the ruined stone dome and ventured into the desert. For now, their destination was simple. They were fleeing in the direction opposite of where Master Shu had been seen last, as fast as they could. As the four exhausted masters fled across the desert, they learned about what had happened to Neph. She had left the waking world soon after Sunny, and was drawn into the nightmare desert like the rest of them. Nephis fought against several nightmare creatures and eventually found another human, one of the Valor Ascended. Together, they sought and found a shelter to survive the approaching night. There was something strange about that Ascended, though. When she offered to heal his wounds, the man refused. His excuse was that she should save her essence for when they find more people. But Nephis felt that he wanted to avoid touching her flames, which put her on guard. It was only after the dead rose from the sand that the Ascended attacked her. The strangest thing was that I don't think he wanted to kill me. Sunny, Jet, and Sishan looked at her with confusion. Nephis frowned. It was more like he wanted to spread into me. Her mouth twitched in revulsion. But nothing happened as a result. The creature seemed surprised, and that gave me a chance to unleash all my flames. I guess desperation fueled them with enough strength to burn it. Then I woke up with the three of you around me. Sunny was suffering from the terrible heat, but at the same time, he felt cold. Was it trying to corrupt Neph? Humans did not know much about the corruption. They just attributed the vile nature of the nightmare creatures to the spell, but really, the corruption had existed long before Weaver created the spell. In fact, the ancient people had not used the term nightmare creatures. Instead, they had simply called those creatures consumed by the vile darkness the corrupted. Gods and diamonds had fought against the unknown in ancient times, and then, awakened fought against the corrupted during the Age of Heroes. Creatures were not the only ones who could be corrupted, either. Humans could succumb to the corruption, as well. That is, troubling. There was something that troubled Sunny much more, though. Both Master Shu and the Ascended that had attacked Nephis were strangely insistent on one thing, finding more humans. So, could it be that the four of them had not really escaped the pursuit of the creature? Could it be that it was letting them live in hopes that they would lead it to more survivors? Suddenly, Sunny felt a shiver run down his spine. He looked around, taking in the immaculately white landscape of the desert, almost expecting to see a dark figure to be following them from afar. But, of course, if the corpse of Master Shu was indeed following them, it would not allow itself to be seen. Sunny did see something else, though. There, in the vast azure sky, why was there a black dot there? He stopped and looked up, gesturing for the others to prepare. There were still abominations traversing the desert on their way to the nightmare seeds, even if there were fewer of them than there had been yesterday. Some of them were of the winged variety, too. However, those creatures flew straight toward the seeds, not paying attention to anything else. The black dot, however, was moving in the wrong direction. It was barreling straight at them. Sunny, Nephis, Jet, and Sishan raised their weapons, ready to face the worst. Less than a minute later, the dark figure fell from the sky and landed just a few meters away from them, raising a cloud of sand into the air. Ivory armor, auburn hair, an infuriatingly handsome face, and magnetic green eyes that were shining with relief and concern. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Kai! His friend let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat off his brow. Then, he smiled brightly, making Nephis, Sishan, and even Jet blush a little. Thank the gods. I found you. Chapter 12-13. Search and Rescue. Looking at his friend, Sonny felt profound relief. He knew, of course, that the government force had been caught between the three gates as well. They had not participated in the battle and were protected by a saint, so their chances of escaping into the dream realm unscathed had been high. However, knowing and seeing were two different things. Now that Sonny saw Kai, a huge burden had been lifted from his heart. It was a bit bizarre, of course, to be happy about a friend becoming trapped in a death zone with very little hope of ever returning to the waking world, but considering the situation, one had to count their blessings. Sonny exhaled slowly. Kai, you really know how to make an entrance, don't you? Where's Effie? The archer smiled. She's fine. We are with a sizable group of survivors. Many people have entered the desert near each other and naturally bonded together. My farsight and flight abilities make me the best person to search for survivors, so I've been scouring the desert. It's really fortunate that I stumbled on you first thing in the morning. Nephis, Seishan, Colonel Jet. It's good to see you all safe and sound. Makes sense. Kai's ability to see things from a ridiculous distance, and even peer straight through solid matter, made him uniquely suited for search and rescue missions, not to mention that he could traverse great distances swiftly with his extremely fast flight ability. Still, the archer must have fought more than one flying abomination and risked his life on several occasions to make sure that as many humans as possible survived. How very Kai of him. Neph and Jet greeted the handsome young man warmly. Even Seishan, who was usually reserved, spared him a small smile. It was strange for Sonny to see someone interact with representatives of Clan Vela, Clan Song, and the government without making any distinction. But then again, Kai had no part in the conflict between the great clans. More than that, even though Sonny kept forgetting it, the archer was the only member of Neph's cohort who had spent a considerable amount of time living in the Bright Castle under Gunlorg's rule. While it was doubtful that Kai and Seishan had interacted a lot, their stations were too different. It was certain that they knew each other much better than the rest of them knew the daughter of Kisong. Kai was also close to several of her handmaidens, so it was not unusual to see her treat him with friendliness. At that moment, Seishan asked, "The group of survivors, are there saints among you?" Although she tried to keep her voice emotionless, it was obvious that she wanted to know the fate of her sisters. Kai's expression turned a little bleak. He shook his head. St. Cor was with us. He is the reason the group exists. Without him, most of us would have perished in the sands. He was also the one who found a reliable shelter for us to survive the nights. However, after ensuring our basic safety, he took as many ascended as he could and left for the waking world. East Antarctica must be in the throes of a terrible crisis, and his presence there is paramount. We all understood. Kai sighed. Other than that, we have not seen another saint. Sir Madoc and Dire Fang perished on the battlefield. As for the other four, they have to be somewhere near, unless they too chose to return. Seishan's beautiful eyes lost some of their glimmer. She nodded silently and grew quiet. Jet, meanwhile, looked away and grimaced. That's the old man for you. He always has his priorities straight. It was hard to tell whether Wake of Ruin's ruthlessly logical decision to abandon the survivors and return to where he could save the most lives gladdened or disappointed her. The two shared a close relationship, so it was not impossible to imagine that Soul Reaper had hoped to receive St. Cor's help, or at least consideration. Then again, Jet was not a person who relied on others to solve her problems. Perhaps she was simply happy to know that Wake of Ruin survived. Sonny had more pressing questions to ask, though. Have you encountered the creature? Kai frowned in confusion. The creature? We have encountered many creatures. Which one are you talking about? Sonny and Nephis exchanged a glance. There's a great abomination hunting the survivors in the desert. It can possess dead bodies, and it is also smart enough to perfectly imitate human behavior. We barely survived encountering it. Kai paled a little. Gods! In that case, I have to inform the others as soon as possible. Sadly, I have not only found survivors. I found a few bodies, as well, some of them not too far from our camp. Luckily, none of them seemed to be moving. We have not faced that horror yet. He frowned, then raised an eyebrow. What? Why are you looking at me like that, Sonny? Sonny lingered for a few long moments and let out a heavy sigh. You might not have faced it yet, true. Nephis added evenly. Or you might have faced it already. You just didn't know what you were facing. Kai's expression grew ugly. Sonny looked at the boundless expanse of pristine white dunes. It is really hard to tell that thing apart from real humans. So, how many survivors are in your group? How many of them had been with you from the very start, and how many joined recently? Feeling a cold shiver run down his spine, he hesitated for a few moments, and then asked. How many people did Wake of Ruin take with him back to the waking world? Chapter 12:14. Source of Nightmares. An ascendant of Clan Vela had fear in his eyes as he pushed Mordred in the back with the butt of his spear. Mordred had already been walking as fast as he could, so the forceful push made him stumble and fall. The blistering white sand burned his mangled face. He sighed, then struggled to stand up. One of his eyes was gone, and he had only one hand left. His reflections had all been destroyed. His body was in a sorry state. Even though Mordred had managed to escape the rampage of the Great Being, his luck in the Nightmare Desert was awful. Soon after entering it, he stumbled on the pursuing Gate Guardian, and after barely surviving that unfortunate encounter, a band of surviving masters of Clan Vela ambushed and overpowered him. He had failed to finish off his sister, too. A pity. Now, his arms were bound behind his back with enchanted shackles. Even if he wanted to abandon his original body, he was temporarily trapped within it. The heavy chains were probably not the tool Morgan had planned to imprison him with, but they too were forged by his father. Getting out of the shackles was going to be troublesome. If anything, though, having only one hand left could help with that. Stand up! Mordred sighed in exasperation. I'm trying, really now, is this how you treat a Prince of Vela? Instead of the answer, the master angrily hit him in the ribs. Mordred plopped back into the scorching sand. Another voice resounded from somewhere above. Stop it! You're only slowing us down. The Skinwalker has to be drawing close. If we want to survive, we need to reach the Citadel as soon as possible. Indeed, that was the only reason that the stragglers of Clan Vela had kept him alive. They wanted Mordred to show them the way to the Black Skull Citadel. The Nightmare Desert was vast, but with the Echo Mounts, the band of survivors had been able to traverse a great deal of distance in the past day. Their luck was also not too bad. The area where the call had pulled them was not that far from the Citadel. With Mordred's help, they managed to make it most of the way there. The last stretch, however, had to be traversed on foot. Someone pulled him to his feet. The woman was trying to appear calm, but he could feel her fear. The Ascended had encountered the Skinwalker, too. In fact, the ones with him now were simply those who had survived the encounter. They knew that death, or something much worse, was relentlessly pursuing them. Lead the way. Your life depends on reaching the Black Skull, too. Where is it? Mordred lingered for a moment, then smiled. Don't worry. We're already close. He walked forward, navigating between white dunes and ancient ruins. After several hours of suffocating heat, they finally saw the giant Black Skull appear in the distance. The masters froze for a moment, excitement burning in their eyes. Mordred, however, silently took a step back. He shook his head. These people asked him where the Citadel was, and he led them here. However, they should have asked another question as well. The question was really simple. What had he done with the corpses of the awakened inside the Black Skull Citadel? The answer was that he had done nothing. Nevertheless, human figures suddenly started emerging from inside the giant Black Skull. 1, 2, 3, a dozen, 2 dozens, 3. Nightstad's headless corpse was also there, walking at the front. The survivors wanted to escape the Skinwalker, but they had actually been marching toward their deaths all along. Time to run. Turning around, Mordred allowed his body to fall and roll down the slope of a tall white dune. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the end, Kai stayed with Sunny and the others. Together, they made their way through the desert, heading for the spot where he had left the other survivors. The path was not easy. There were too many powerful nightmare creatures around, and even though most of them were mesmerized by the call of the seeds, some weren't, or at least not completely. Luckily, none of the abominations they had to fight were of the great rank. Each of the 5 masters was immensely powerful, too. Still, it was a rough journey. All of them were utterly exhausted, suffering from the inhuman conditions of the White Desert, and under terrible mental strain because of the harrowing feeling of being pursued. Nobody knew whether the corpse of Master Shu was on their trail or not, but just the possibility of meeting the creature again was enough to fill them with a suffocating sense of dread. The abominations they fought were all powerful and dreadful, too. Out of the 5 of them, Nephis seemed to be affected the least. However, she was struggling with her own burden. Looking at the flawlessly white expanse of white dunes, she shook her head and sighed quietly. I never thought I would return here one day. Or, at least, so soon. For them, this land was called the Nightmare Desert simply because it was the source of the chain of nightmares. But for Nephis, for her, it was the source of her personal nightmares. She had never spoken about her time here in detail, but Sunny knew that it must have been a gruesome experience. Gruesome enough that the proud and strong Changing Star had agreed to receive psychological counseling, even. This desert, and whatever she had experienced in the second nightmare, were not things one could easily forget. I can imagine, no, actually, I don't think I can. Sunny had only spent a day in the Nightmare Desert, and that was as a master, in the company of other people. Yet the sight of endless white dunes was already making him feel a hint of despair. What would it have been like to get lost in this cursed land alone, as a powerless sleeper? We're getting close. Kai's voice distracted him from the heavy thoughts. In front of them, the sand receded a little, and 5 strangely shaped metal towers could be seen protruding from it, arranged in a semicircle. The sunlight was reflecting on the polished metal, making it even more blinding. Each tower had a different height, with the shortest of them being at least several dozen meters tall. Sunny stared at them for a few moments before realizing what the towers were. They were the tips of 5 fingers belonging to a colossal steel gauntlet. The gauntlet itself was buried under sand. He did not know what creature could have worn the gauntlet, and where the rest of it was, and, right now, Sunny did not care. All he cared about was that the towers were hollow, and there was shade inside. There are also people inside. Sunny's expression turned grim as he followed Kai toward the temporary camp of the survivors. It'll be good if there are only people. Chapter 12:15. Steel Tower. Masters of the Great Clan Valor, Great Clan Song, and the government were working together without a second thought. Even though some of the wounds they bore had been delivered by the other humans in the group, no one thought about continuing the feud. All conflict had been forgotten in the face of the ruthless desert. How sweet! Indeed, the spell had a way of bringing people together. It also had a way of bringing nightmare creatures and people together. As soon as their party of 5 entered one of the steel fingers through a narrow crack, Sunnis' expression darkened. There were about 20 humans sheltered in the cool darkness of the hollow tower. Some looked like they had just returned from exploring the dunes, while others were busy with various tasks, preparing food, refining the carcasses of dead abominations into valuable materials, drawing maps of the surrounding area. Even though Wake of Ruin had abandoned the group, the Ascended did not seem willing to give up on their survival. Perhaps it was because of a certain person who had taken charge and driven them forward. So she survived, too. Morgan had lost her intricate plate armor and wore a black tunic. The scarlet cloak was wrapped around her shoulders, falling to the ground like a waterfall of blood. The Princess of War seemed tired and reserved. There were no wounds on her body, but the usual sharpness of her vermilion eyes was strangely dulled. She was standing in the center of the hollow tower, listening to the reports of the scouts. As the 5 of them entered, Morgan looked up from a crude leather map and glanced in their direction with a distant expression. Then, her eyes shimmered. "My sister is alive." Her voice was hoarse and emotionless. The scouts were confused for a moment, then turned around. Their faces grew excited. Lady Changing Star. It's... However, the words were drowned out by a happy shout. Doofus! Princess! A tall and robust figure that seemed to have been cast of lustrous steel walked over to them with ginger steps and subjected Sunny to an earth-shaking shoulder pat. You guys made it! With that, Effie grinned and suddenly grabbed startled Nephis into a tight hug. What, huh? Effie, I can't breathe. The huntress let go of Neph and looked at the two of them with sparks dancing in her eyes. Thank the gods. You are masters, after all. I was afraid that the two of you pale apparitions would be all red and burned by the time you got here. Usually, Sunny would have reacted in a more friendly manner, but right now, he did not pay Effie a lot of attention. Instead, he was carefully studying the other ascended gathered in the finger of the Titanic gauntlet. His expression was neutral. His mind, however... Damnation! Under Sunny's relaxed gaze, the souls of the ascended shone with bright radiance. However, not all of them. Some were hiding a boundless expanse of vile, virulent darkness. They were infected by the cancerous growth of corruption. Out of the 20 masters here, 7 were no masters at all. They were all vessels of the same creature that had worn the skin of Ascended Shu as a disguise. We are all going to die, aren't we? Sunny lingered for a few moments, then looked at Effie. We are all right, but what about you? To be honest, I'm a little surprised that you haven't eaten all these people yet. I mean, I know your appetites. And is it just me, or have you gained weight? Time. He had to stall for time. Effie blinked a couple of times and smiled softly, which would have made Sunny shiver in any other situation. Keep talking. I'll eat you first. Accompanied by her, they walked toward Morgan. As they did, the atmosphere in the hollow tower suddenly grew a little colder. Song Sishan. Morgan's voice was even. Sishan met her piercing gaze with the grace of a person who had survived a decade of hell on the forgotten shore. Her reply was similarly composed. Morgan. The two stared at each other with frightening intensity. Kai coughed and shifted from one leg to another. Sunny hesitated, then sent him a mental message. Why didn't you tell us that Morgan was here? The archer looked at him and shrugged helplessly. She must have arrived after I left to search for more survivors. She wasn't here in the morning, there won't be trouble, right? The two of them will see reason, surely. A gust of wind crashed into the hollow tower, and the ancient metal groaned. Morgan shook her head. We'll put our quarrel aside, for the time being. Let's return to the waking world before doing anything rash. Sishan slowly nodded. Agreed. She didn't seem to be flustered at the prospect of facing the Princess of War in combat. Sunny wasn't entirely sure how powerful Sishan was. Currently, after all, she had ascended later than most of them. On the other hand, she was older and had accumulated much more experience in the Dark City. It didn't matter, though. Last night, the cumulative power of Sishan, Sunny, Jet, and Saint had been barely enough to slow down just one vessel of the Gate Guardian for a few moments. And now, they were surrounded by 7 of them. Morgan seemed to have no idea of how doomed they all were, which was not surprising. In fact, it was Sunny and Jet who were freaks capable of peering through the disguise of a great abomination. Both of their aspects were one of a kind and exceedingly rare. It would be quite improbable to assume that anyone else in the Nightmare Desert possessed similar capabilities. Maybe Cassie did, but she was not here. Sunny felt his chest grow tight as he thought about the blind girl. Where was she now? Had she managed to escape the slaughter? Morgan, meanwhile, looked at Nephis. I must congratulate you, sister. Oh, and Master Sunless, of course. Killing Direfang, it was a pleasant surprise. I should think about how to reward you. She turned to Sunny, remained silent for a moment, and then suddenly smiled. I do hope you won't ask to fight me again, though, Master Sunless. The environment here is not quite as dreamlike as the last time I had to reward you. As Nephis, Sishan, Effie, and Jet gave Sunny strange looks, he cleared his throat and forced out a smile. No, no. I wouldn't dare to request something untoward again. At the same time, he used the blessing of dust to speak with Morgan silently. Smiling pleasantly, he said, "Do as I say if you don't want to die." Chapter 12:16. On the run. Sonny did not know what the creature pursuing them was, exactly. He had hoped that the possessed corpses were not the vessels of a single being, but instead separate abominations, akin to minions of a tyrant, but even if they were, there was obviously a way for them to share information. He knew it because his hopes were being crushed right in front of his eyes. If there was no way for the puppets of the Gate Guardian to share knowledge, then he could have pretended to be oblivious to their presence and bought some time. But the 7 taken masters were all seemingly aware that Sonny could tell what they were. They slowly started to move. At first, their movement seemed inconspicuous, but it quickly became apparent that they were encircling those ascended who remained human. There were eerily human smiles brightening their faces. On one side, there were 7 possessed corpses with the power of a great abomination. On the other side, there were Sonny, Nephis, Kai, Effie, Jet, Seishan, Morgan, and 11 more unaffected masters. Morgan had 3 transcendent echoes left. Seishan had 1. Sonny had Saint and Nightmare. An imp. In fact, the scrawny goblin was the linchpin of their survival. "Get everyone to come closer." Sonny had already explained the situation to Morgan and coordinated with the rest of his allies. Their only chance to survive was to run, but escaping from the ring of possessed corpses seemed impossible. Nevertheless, they had to try. Knowing what to do, Morgan calmly looked at the 11 ascended who had not been taken by the Gate Guardian yet and called. "You there? Come here. I have questions about our rations and water reserve, you, too. How many tents can we make from that hide?" The masters left what they had been doing and walked over. By that time, even they started to notice that something strange was going on. One group of people was standing in the center of the hollow tower. The other group had spread out, surrounding them. The ancient steel was groaning as it was assaulted by the wind. That is all. There are also 3 ascended outside, but only 2 of them are human. Lady Morgan? What is going on? The human masters seemed confused. Meanwhile, the other humans were slowly shifting, assembling into a loose battle formation. Their weapons were already in their hands. Sonny was the only one who remained motionless. What was the point of trying to fight 7 great abominations? It's almost time. I just need a few seconds. Morgan looked heavily at her subordinates, then said evenly, "Come closer." They glanced at each other, then hesitantly took a few steps forward. At the same time, the smiling corpses took a step forward, too. "Kai, now!" Sonny's shout was drowned out by the groan of twisting metal. And then, that groan was drowned out by Kai's voice. The handsome archer only spoke one word, but it enveloped the space within the hollow tower entirely, echoing in its dark expanse. "Stop!" "Ah, hell!" Sonny had never been on the receiving end of Kai's ascended ability, or rather, he had never been the subject of its negative influence. His friend usually used the power of his voice to inspire soldiers and ignite their desire to fight, win, and survive. But that was not the only thing he could do. Nightingale's true power was to compel living things and bend them to his will. When Kai had commanded everyone to stop, it was as though the world itself froze. Sonny was still able to move thanks to his impressively high mental defense, but it was as though a mountain had fallen on him. It was not physical weight, though. Rather, it was incredibly hard to remember why he wanted to move, in the first place. With some effort, he managed. The others were similarly affected, resisting the command with varying degrees of success. Even the 7 corpses stumbled. However, they shook off the effects of the command almost instantly. Still, it bought Sonny the couple seconds he needed. Because at that moment, the whole tower suddenly shuddered. And collapsed. There was a deep groan of tearing metal, a shrill screeching noise, and then wind and light flooded the interior of the steel finger. That was because Imp had gnawed through the outer layers of the tower. Of course, going most of the way around it. Sonny had summoned the gluttonous goblin immediately after noticing the lookouts of the survivor group. While he was greeting Effie, talking to Morgan, informing her of danger, and observing the 7 vessels of the Gate Guardian slowly surrounding them, the ravenous fiend was busy stealthily eating through the exterior of the steel finger. And just then, the tower finally couldn't support its weight and toppled. The cool shade filling its interior was instantly torn apart by blinding sunlight. But plenty of shadows remained. Calling upon them, Sonny instantly manifested dozens of dark tentacles. Some of them wrapped themselves around the bodies of those corpses that had not been buried under countless tons of steel, only to be instantly destroyed. This was just a distraction, though. The rest of the shadow tentacles grabbed the humans and unceremoniously tossed them out of the way of falling metal into the merciless heat of the desert. At the same time, a whirlwind of sparks manifested into transcendent echoes, who threw themselves at the abominations. Everyone used their own means to slow the enemy down. There were screams, there was noise. There was an explosion of white flame, and the sharp sound of the air being cut by countless blades. Blood spilled. Falling onto the white sand, Sonny rolled and jumped to his feet. Run! Most of them had made it out of the tower, but 5 out of the 11 ascended that Morgan had called were nowhere to be seen. The white dunes around them trembled, and then exploded, and a vast cloud of sand covered everything in sight. Kai held Effie's hand as he soared into the air. Nightmare appeared out of the darkness, rushing toward Jet. Morgan had her own mount, which looked like a horned destrier made of steel. Sonny found himself near Nephis. Without thinking about what he was doing, he grabbed her tightly and stepped through the shadows. An instant later, the two of them appeared a few kilometers away, in the shadow of a tall dune. He had pulled her with him into Shadow Step. Sonny stared at Nephis with a startled expression, and she looked at him with wide eyes. What was that? He opened his mouth, then froze for a moment. I just thought that it might work. What would you know? It did. Sonny couldn't bring other living things with him when he stepped through the shadows, but his aspect had already shown that it treated Nephis as an extension of him in certain instances. Or rather, it was more like it treated Sonny as an extension of Nephis. They were connected by shadow bond, which meant that their souls were bound together. Sonny didn't have to like it. But it would be foolish not to use it. Nephis looked at him for a moment, then nodded. Okay. She looked at him some more and added, You can let go of me now. Sonny smiled crookedly. Oh, but I really can't. Just then, a black steed jumped over the dune and rushed down its slope. Jet shouted from Nightmare's back as they flashed past them. Move! They're following. Burning through his essence, Sonny sighed, and then pulled Nephis back into the shadows. Chapter 12-17. Bone-tired. I'm tired. Sonny was bone-tired. He had long exhausted his reserves of essence, leaving just enough of it untouched to not be helpless in a fight. Not that fighting the Gate Guardian was a real option. Nephis might have destroyed one of its vessels, but it had almost killed her. The rest of them did not possess aspects that countered the creature's powers, either. Fighting the puppets of the Great Abomination meant giving up on life, or, much worse, their very humanity. Blindly advancing deeper into the desert was not much better. There was a terrible foe pursuing the battered group of survivors, but there were also countless dangers ahead of them. The dunes hid all kinds of nightmare creatures, and several people had already been killed in the short, but brutal and unavoidable skirmishes with the wandering abominations. None of those abominations had been weaker than corrupted. The people fighting them were all tired, wounded, and in a desperate hurry, as well. There were only 13 of them left. Looking at the exhausted survivors, Sonny wondered how many of them would live to see nightfall. How many would survive until dawn? The mighty masters were already resembling walking corpses. They were moving forward with grave expressions, suffering silently as the terrible heat pressed them into the ground. Their hair and armor were covered in sand. Those with echo mounts were in the vanguard, those without shakily followed behind. Sonny and Kai were serving as the scouts of the party. Morgan, Nephis, Jet, Effie, and Seishan were the main strike force, the rest were just trying to stay alive. Worst of all, everyone knew that it was pointless. Even more disheartening than the sea of abominations ahead of them and the great horror pursuing them was the fact that the party was aimless. They had no clear goal, just a stubborn hope to survive. Before, these people had the same plan as Sunny, reach the Black Skull and escape into the waking world. Now that they knew what was out there in the pristine white purgatory of the Nightmare Desert, though, the Citadel had become the source of their fears. That was because Mordred had slaughtered every awakened sent there by Clan Vela. And the corpses he had left behind were the perfect vessels for the Gate Guardian. One great abomination was terrifying, while 7 of them were beyond the concept of fear. What about dozens, then? The citadel that the survivors had been putting their hope into had turned out to be the gates of hell. So, there was nowhere for them to go anymore. Then why continue forward at all? For now, they walked out of fear and out of a growing sense of panicked urgency. They continued forward because there was a creature of pure dread following them from behind. Escape the pursuit, find a place to wait out the night. They would come up with a solution later. I'm really tired. Sunny was walking with Nephis as his shadow scouted the path ahead. One of them was gliding across the dune side by side with the swift shadow of Kai, who flew high above. There was no real need for both Sunny and Kai to keep an eye on the same stretch of the desert, but this way, Sunny was able to reach him with the blessing of dusk. Up ahead, behind the crooked dune. Yeah. I sense it. A tall figure in an intricate suit of onyx armor emerged from the shadow. A few moments later, 2 arrows pierced the flesh of a nightmare creature that was slumbering in the shade of the tall dune. The creature exploded forward in a fury of sharp fangs and claws, its roar spreading far and wide across the desert. By the time it reached Saint, it was shaking under the weight of numerous arrows. One more fell from the sky like lightning, the abomination swayed and toppled, falling heavily into the sand. One more for me. Sunny smiled bleakly. You have a better vantage point, cheater. Then, the smile slowly disappeared from his face. Accompanied by one of Sunny's shadows, Kai was far ahead of the party. 2 more shadows kept to the left and right of the survivors, separated from them by several kilometers of white sand. One more was far behind them. And it was that one who noticed a dark silhouette appear from behind the crest of a towering dune. The figure froze for a moment, then turned and stared directly at the shadow. Sunny shuddered. The Gate Guardian. His dry lips cracked as he shouted. It's coming. Move. The exhausted masters paled and gritted their teeth. Then, they gathered all the strength they had left and dashed forward, running as fast as they could. The incandescent sun was drowning the world in blinding light and immolating heat. As the shadow that had noticed the pursuer flew away, another figure crested a dune several hundred meters away from it. And then, another. Damn it! Sunny ran, carefully considering his options. He felt aggrieved. He felt indignant. He was appalled at the fact that he had been reduced to the state of only being able to run away and hide, like a frightened rat. But that was, and had always been, reality. Humans were small and weak in the world of the nightmare spell. Even humans like Sunny, conquerors of nightmares and slayers of titans, were no more than mice. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired of being powerless. I'm tired of being weak. I want to be stronger, much stronger, so much more. Overcome by a deep, painful longing, Sunny gritted his teeth and ran. Chapter 12:18. Hunted. Or rather, there had been. Without anyone noticing the reason, one of the masters stumbled and fell. No one had attacked her, and the pursuing corpses were still out of sight. The woman grabbed her neck and screamed. A moment later, she rose with a strange smile on her lips. Where a radiant soul core had been, there was now nothing but spreading darkness. Curse it all! Sunny commanded the soul shadow that had remained with him to wrap itself around his body, and ran. Someone's hoarse shout reached his ears. Split up! No! You fools! The logic of that desperate call was simple and not without reason. There were 7 vessels of the Gate Guardian, 8 now, and 12 surviving humans. If they escaped in different directions, some of them would have a chance to survive. But it was pointless to apply logic to great abominations. These beings existed outside any kind of human rationale, outside reason. Only by staying together and helping each other would the survivors have a chance to preserve their lives, no matter how small. It was already too late to try and explain that to the frightened masters, though. While Morgan, Seishan, and the members of Nefer's cohort chose to stay close to each other, the other 5 ascended turned and ran in different directions. Not a second later, a dark blur intercepted one of them, and a fountain of blood shot into the air. Up ahead, Morgan looked back from the saddle of her steel mount and cursed. Then, she hesitated for a moment and jumped off its tall back. The Echo then galloped in the direction of the approaching corpses, lowering its horned head. As a whirlwind of scarlet sparks rose around her, Seishan stopped and turned around. Her exquisitely beautiful face was cold and somber. The two of them looked at each other, and then, Seishan slowly raised her hands. "What are they doing?" Jet was riding Nightmare, so she was far ahead of the rest of them. Effie was maybe the fastest runner among the group of survivors, so she was ahead of the pursuers, as well. Only Sunny and Nephis were falling behind. As they ran, Nefer's eyes shone with white radiance. She briefly touched Sunny's shoulder, and he felt the nurturing warmth of her flames pour into his soul and body. Instantly, their speed increased. It was still not enough, though. Through the shadows, Sunny felt something swift flying toward him from behind. The shadows he had sent to scout were still moments away from reaching him. He knew that he had to use some of his remaining essence and dodge the attack through Shadow Step. Before he could, however, Seishan outstretched her hands, bringing her thumbs and index fingers together in a perfect triangle. Then, a drop of dark crimson liquid suddenly materialized in the air within the triangle. Looking at it, Sunny suddenly felt a hint of unknown awe brush against his heart. The drop of blood swirled, and then, the whole world was suddenly painted in shades of red. What is this? Sunny did not know what the daughter of the Queen of Worms was doing, but he felt as if something vast and terrifying silently moved past him, and then enveloped the white sands of the desert. There were screams. The creature lunging at him suddenly slowed down and veered off, then grew still. He didn't dare turn around. As Sunny and Nephis reached Seishan, the hurricane of scarlet sparks raging around Morgan formed into scores of beautifully forged swords. The swords trembled slightly, hovering in the air, and then suddenly shot forward like an avalanche of steel. The shadows arrived, wrapping themselves around Sunny and Nephis. Saint was also there, standing on a white dune as she drew her bow. Behind them, a cacophony of noise exploded, and the sand shifted. Several dunes collapsed, with a white cloud rising into the air. They ran. Asterisk. Hurry up. Damn it all, that thing is still behind us. Stop. Look there. Sunny cursed as he threw himself to the ground, hitting the sand to slow down. The sun was setting, and they were still running as fast as they could. His exhaustion had long transformed into something much more dire and primal. Sunny had not even known that an ascended body could be that drained of everything. Neither the augmentation of the burning shadows nor the tenacious nature of Bloodweave were enough to overcome that terrible fatigue anymore. Even though he had to stop for a dreadful reason, he still welcomed the short moment of falling onto the sand. A split second later, though, Sunny had to push his battered body into a roll and jump back to his feet. Curses! Miraculously, they had managed to escape all but one of the taken corpses. The last one still pursued them, never letting the group, now reduced to only 7 people, stop and rest for even a minute. At some point, the heat and the scorching sand had transformed into an lethal threat of their own. And yet, they persisted, until now. That was because a second corpse suddenly appeared out of nowhere, barring their path. The figure standing in front of them was not one of the original 7 abominations, though instead, it was a familiar face. Sunny let out a tired sigh. So he's here, as well. Master Shu was staring at them with an eerie smile. Nephis, Effie, Jet, Morgan, Seishan, Kai, and Sunny, the 7 of them had nowhere else to run. One vessel of the Gate Guardian was behind them, and the other was in front of them. The night was approaching. What do we do? Kai's voice sounded tense and tired. He could still escape, of course, maybe. The great being approaching them had to have ways of dealing with flying prey. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment, then outstretched his hand and summoned the Sin of Solace. What else was there to do? He commanded all but one of his shadows to wrap themselves around the white jade of the cursed blade, turning it perfectly black. Kill the bastards. They had to kill them or die, kill them and die, if need be. Either way worked. It was better than turning into the skin costumes of the Gate Guardian themselves, anyway. But Sunny wanted to live. Chapter 12:19. Silver Sunday. They had a very small chance of coming out of this fight alive. However, there was always hope, no matter how impossible the odds. What was hope? Hope was a desire, perhaps the paramount desire. A yearning so powerful and resilient that it could hardly be vanquished or destroyed. The darkest and most inescapable despair could not conquer hope. Even demons in hell hoped to reach heaven one day. They longed to see their deepest desires come true, and that longing alone could make them continue suffering and struggling instead of searching for solace in the peaceful embrace of death. Life was war, after all. Hope, desire, it was a powerful thing. Longing. Sunny glanced at Nephis, considering. She was the only one among them capable of dealing permanent damage to the vessels of the Gate Guardian. Her soul flame seemed to be like poison to the abominable creature. The wound Sunny and the others had dealt to the corpse of Master Shu would instantly heal, but the puppet that had attacked Neph was burned to death by it. A hurricane of thoughts flashed through his mind in a split second. She's our best chance. If they could survive today, it would be through the power of longing that the Lightbringer aspect seemed to contain. The soul flame. Pure, cruel, and incorruptible. There was no time to think. Starting to move, Sunny connected the minds of the 7 masters together through the blessing of dusk. We need to destroy the creature in front of us before the one behind catches up. There is no other way. We might not even be able to fight one, so fighting 2 at the same time is a death sentence. The 6 of us will restrain it. Nephis will kill it. Go. They had maybe a handful of seconds before the pursuer showed up. The 7 of them had to slay a great abomination before that happened. Usually, it would have been impossible to even deal minor damage to a creature 2 whole ranks above their own level. Sunny had failed to pierce the skin of the first fallen abominations he met as a sleeper. After all, nevertheless, that abomination died in the end. The gap between ranks was vast, but it was not absolute. There was nothing indestructible in the world, and even the gods were dead. Everyone, and everything, was vulnerable to something. None of them were ordinary masters, and each had accumulated many more tools and killing implements than any sleeper could ever possess. Better yet, there was someone among them whose aspect countered the powers of the Gate Guardian. Sunny knew that he had to use the best weapon at his disposal to destroy the enemy. Right now, his best weapon was not the Sin of Solace. It was Nephis. Gritting his teeth, Sunny dashed forward. At the same time, all his shadows left him and embraced her, turning the hue of her white flame colder and more menacing. She had trusted him to kill Dire Fang. Now, Sunny was going to trust Nephis to kill the vessel of the Gate Guardian barring their path. As soon as the shadows slid from the blade of the Sin of Solace, the vague figure standing near him suddenly grew more blurry, and clicked its tongue in disappointment. Ah. And things were just getting fun. Sunny ignored it. There was no need to discuss anything, everyone knew what they had to do. All 7 of them lunged at Master Shu. It was hard to attack a single target without getting in each other's way. And yet, they managed. A black arrow pierced one of his eyes, followed by a white one that destroyed the other. The corpse's head jerked back. At the same time, an iron rain of shurikens shredded its chest and right shoulder, almost severing the entire arm. Jet knew that her power was not enough to damage the creature's soul. Abandoning her most feared ability, she aimed to reduce the creature's mobility instead. Effie's transcendent spear shot toward one of Master Shu's knees, while Morgan's sword flew at another with lightning-fast speed. Seishan's claws sank into his left shoulder and elbow, tearing both joints apart. The Sin of Solace hissed through the air as it fell on the creature's head. Their task was to slow the Gate Guardian down and allow Nephis to deliver the fatal strike. But as the two arrows exploded from the back of Master Shu's head in a fountain of blood and brain matter, his eyes had already restored themselves, burning with malice and glee. The shurikens fell into the sand as the flesh mangled by them rippled and was immaculately restored. The corpse took half a step, and both Effie's spear and Morgan's sword somehow missed. Seishan's eyes widened. Sunny cursed under his breath. Damna! The corpse exploded forward. Effie's shield shattered as she was thrown back. Seishan fell down, sharp shards of bone protruding from her broken arms. Morgan blocked with her sword, but the sword burst into countless steel shards. She was sent flying in a whirlwind of scarlet sparks and blood. Sunny barely avoided having his neck sliced open by falling into the shadows. The creature refused to be slowed down. And Nephis was now alone, face to face with it. Tyon! Her radiant sword shot forward with unimaginable speed, its vicious blow enhanced by the full force of the soul flame and the 5 shadows. However, Master Shu simply raised his hand, catching the incandescent blade in a fist and easily shattering it. The fingers of his other hand wrapped around Nepha's neck. For a moment, everything seemed to stand still. Sunny was emerging from the shadows, but he was slow, too slow. Too slow to change anything. Then, Nepha's neck snapped like a twig. Her body grew limp. His mind was empty. For a split second, everyone froze, petrified. In that moment of shock, Nepha's hand rose and grabbed the creature's wrist. The sparks dancing in her eyes suddenly ignited, turning into 2 blinding stars. White radiance shining through the gaps of her broken armor became larger, hotter, and infinitely brighter. She was like a mass of blinding silver light, not too different from the merciless white sun that burned in the scorched sky. A moment later, her radiance exploded into a flurry of flames, which swallowed both her slender silhouette and the abominable corpse of Master Shu. Suddenly, the unbearable heat of the desert seemed mild and cold. Chapter 12:20. Indestructible. The soul flame burned so hot that, for a moment, Sunny actually felt dreadfully cold, as if he had been transported back to the frigid fields of the Antarctic center. With a curse, he staggered back, fell, and rolled away. Hell! Nepha's flames could be warm and nurturing, healing and purifying anything they touched. But they could be ruthless and ferocious, destroying everything in their path. Sunny knew that he would not survive a plunge into the blossoming bonfire. He might have shared a bond with Nephis, but he did not share the lineage of Sun God with her. Even then, Changing Star was not immune to the destructive fury of the fire. She was only capable of being locked in the cyclic agony of having her flesh burned, restored, and then burned again without dying. He thought that he heard a distorted shriek escape from the flames, but it was swallowed by the dull roar of the immolating blaze. Nephis and the abomination were in the center of the dire conflagration, their figures obscured by its radiance. He did not know what exactly was happening there, just that only one of them would emerge from the flames alive. The sand around the white bonfire was already melting, soon to turn into black, brittle glass. Curse it! Sunny could not allow himself to be concerned about Nephis right now. Because while she had dealt with Master Shu, at least temporarily, there was still another vessel of the great abomination coming after them. Jumping to his feet, he spun around. Seishan had both her arms wrenched and cruelly broken, while the extent of Morgan's wounds was unknown. Effie had received a blow from the Gate Guardian, as well, but her shield had protected her from harm at the cost of being destroyed. So, only Sunny, Effie, and Kai were left standing. And Saint. He sensed the movement of shadows. Here it comes. A dark blur flashed across the desert, lunging at them from behind. As it did, Effie's spear collided with it in midair. The huntress had tossed it with terrible speed and precision, catching the vessel of the Gate Guardian in the chest. The whole upper torso of the taken corpse exploded, instantly pulverized into a ghastly stream of viscous crimson liquid. Propelled by inertia, the mutilated corpse flew several dozen meters forward, the crimson stream stretching behind it as if suspended in the air. Then, however, the liquid was pulled back and reformed into a human silhouette, still a split second away from turning back into flesh. Before it could, a flaming arrow hit the half-formed corpse and exploded, obliterating its entire left side. The Gate Guardian was not disturbed. The mangled corpse calmly walked forward, its flesh already growing back. Its shattered ribs were assembled from blooded fragments, and its bared heart grew whole before starting to beat once again. One mocking eye had already appeared from the liquid mess of its destroyed face. Sonny felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell? The sight in front of him was so terrifying that it almost appeared ridiculous. Gritting his teeth, Sonny dashed forward. He was not in good shape, in fact, his state was terrible. Not only was he utterly exhausted, sapped of all energy by the merciless heat, and low on essence, but he was even devoid of the support of his shadows. It had been a long time since Sonny had to enter a serious fight without being augmented by at least one of them. Without their familiar enhancement, he felt slow, fragile, and weak. Doesn't matter. It's do or die. The Sin of Solace laughed, amused by his defiant resolve to give it his all. No. It's just die. Sonny and Saint arrived near the vessel of the Gate Guardian at the same time. Acting as one, they attacked the creature from different sides. A sword made of darkness and a sword made of immaculate white jade struck in unison, aiming to prevent the corpse from taking another step. Somewhere behind them, Morgan rose from the sand with a groan. Her sword was destroyed, but she didn't seem to care. Her vermilion eyes blazed with murderous fury, and the Princess of War shot forward like a piercing arrow. Seishan's eyes rolled back, revealing a different pair of pupils, these ones inhuman and monstrous, surrounded by a sea of red. Her graceful figure suddenly grew much taller than Effie, even when hunched. Her limbs elongated, and long claws extended from her fingers. Her smooth grey skin suddenly turned rough like that of a shark. Finally, the monster's jaw unhinged, revealing several rows of terrifying triangular teeth. Kai was pale and somber, drawing the string of his bow. Not good. Sonny tore the Sin of Solace out of the body of the great abomination and desperately dodged. Perhaps because the corpse did not fully recover from the previous barrage of attacks, its movements were much slower, barely faster than those of Dire Fang had been. Still, there was no hope for him to escape the retaliation. Instead of trying to simply evade the strike, he simultaneously delivered a backward cut with his sword, slicing through the elbow joint of the corpse. That allowed Sonny to avoid the crushing blow by a hair's breadth. Saint received a bloody fist on her shield and was thrown back, crashing into the slope of a dune. At that moment, Jet was already there. Instead of relying on enchanted weapons, she struck the abomination with her fist. It passed through the chest of the vessel unopposed, directly attacking its soul. Morgan was there, as well. Her palm fell like an executioner's axe, severing the creature's spine. And finally, the monstrous figure of Seishan appeared by the Gate Guardian's side. Her arms were still broken, hanging limply. Instead of relying on her claws, she sank her frightening teeth into the taken corpse, ripping away a huge chunk of its neck, shoulder, and upper chest. There has to be a limit to how much punishment that thing can take, there has to be. A desperate hope burned in Sonny's chest. But if there really was a limit, it seemed that the creature had not reached it yet. Chapter 1221. Unstoppable. The thought that flashed through Sonny's mind had nothing to do with the fact that each strike of the possessed corpse was devastating enough to obliterate his body, but more so with the strain that fighting the abominations was putting on it. Yes, it was true, Sonny was facing a great nightmare creature, but he felt as if exhaustion was going to kill him even if the creature did not. Time moved slowly in a battle like the one they were fighting. He wasn't sure how many seconds had passed since the second vessel of the Gate Guardian had shown up, 12. 24? Maybe it was just 5 or 6 instead. The 6 masters and 1 shadow were somehow holding up against the harrowing abomination, for now. Perhaps it had to do with the fact that the constant barrage of attacks did restrain the corpse a little. If there was one vulnerability they could exploit, after all, it was that the vessels of the Guardian were not as resilient as the body of a true great creature would have been. Perhaps it was because each of them was at the pinnacle of what a human ascended could be, and knew that there would be no retreat. They fought without holding anything back, knowing that death was looming, almost inevitable. Sunny was relatively unharmed, for now, and so was Saint. Kai had been circling above the abomination, sending one enchanted arrow flying after another. The rest of them were in dire straits. Jet was, perhaps, mangled the most, but her unique constitution allowed her to persist in her attempts to shatter the creature's soul despite that. By now, Soul Reaper looked no less of a corpse than their opponent, and maybe even more so. Both Morgan and her were fighting with their bare fists, although, in the case of Morgan, her entire body was the weapon, not just her hands. She had also suffered much more damage than any of them, often taking the initiative to shield the others with her body. That was because the Princess of War was physically the sturdiest, except maybe Effie. The difference between the two was that Morgan seemed to have absorbed a powerful healing enchantment into her aspect ability, which allowed her to recover from the wounds that would have permanently taken the Huntress out of the fight. Seishan had gone even further than Jet and Morgan. With her arms broken, she had to resort to using her monstrous teeth to damage the abomination. Her jaws did not seem any less lethal than a powerful memory would have been, but the need to be in close, almost intimate proximity to the enemy put her in grave danger. The hideous, ferocious creature she had transformed into was covered in blood, both her own and that of the Guardian. Effie was in a much better position due to the long reach of her transcendent spear. Together, they fought the great abomination, desperately trying to destroy it, slow it down, or at least prevent it from approaching the beautiful bonfire of white flames that still burned behind them. Die, die, why won't you die? The Sin of Solace tore through the rippling air, but the vessel of the Gate Guardian was moving too fast. The jade blade barely scratched its skin, but this time, Sunny was not fast enough to retreat. A sharp pain pierced his right side, and he fell back with a scream. For the first time since he had acquired the Shroud of Dusk, the black silk was thoroughly torn apart. Sunny's flesh beneath it was shredded and turned into an appalling mess. The wound was large enough for most Ascended to be at the risk of bleeding out, but he was different. Still, it would have been a fatal one if not for Bone Weave. The abomination's glancing strike cracked his ribs, but did not manage to shatter them, otherwise, Sunny would have lost his entire lung. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Shaking like a drunk, he rose to his feet. Sweat was rolling down his skin, adding to the pain and suffering. Things were not going well for them. Morgan seemed on the verge of running out of essence. Before, all her wounds would swiftly heal, but now, she was forced to concentrate on only a few of the most dire ones, leaving the rest open. Jet was starting to slow down, because this fight was a true nightmare for her. Facing one overwhelming opponent was the least favorable situation for her aspect, since it prevented her from absorbing the essence of slain enemies to replenish her own. Just at that moment, Seishan suffered a terrible blow, falling into the sand like a broken doll. Sunny and Saint were still recovering from their last attacks, so Effie was momentarily left alone against the harrowing creature. The corpse moved with tremendous speed, grabbing the shaft of her spear and pulling the Huntress off her feet. A split second before its other hand delivered a lethal blow, Kai suddenly fell from the sky, ramming into the taken corpse and throwing it back. The corpse brought its elbow down on Kai's spine, and he fell into the sand with a pained scream. Curse it all! Sunny lunged forward, and at the same time, Saint did too. His mangled side was pulsing with terrible pain. He was tired. But he had to do something. Because there was still hope. Even though the vessel of the Gate Guardian seemed indestructible and unstoppable, it was weakening. It was not very noticeable, yet, but it was true. The corpse had become a tiny bit slower, its strikes were a tiny bit less forceful. The speed at which its flesh mended itself had diminished a little, as well. The creature had a limit, indeed. They just had to push it over that limit. Sunny had not summoned Nightmare or Imp, knowing that they were too weak for this battle. He wasn't sure that he could summon them. His shadows, which served as the gates of his soul, were with Nephis, inside the incinerating mass of white flames. Even if he could, all the two would be able to do was buy him a second or two with their deaths. So, he had to buy those seconds himself. He attacked, putting everything he had, all his strength, all his cunning, all his will, into the attack. At the same time, Saint thrust her sword forward, covering her cracked breastplate with the broken remains of her shield. But it was not enough. The great abomination easily avoided Saint's sword, and stepped forward. Its fist struck Sunny like a mountain, and the next thing he knew, he was staring at the vibrant azure sky. Ah! I was too slow. Sunny tried to stand up and gasped, overcome with unbearable pain. His arm seemed to be broken. No, it was only dislocated, and bloody foam was forming on his lips. Looking up, he saw Morgan stepping in front of Jet, who was on her knees, shielding her from a lethal blow. Both of them were sent flying back and landed on the sand in a heap of blooded flesh. Effie grunted as she received a downward strike on her crossed hands. Her steel body trembled, and a whirlwind of sand rose into the air around her, thrown up by the shockwave of the terrible impact. In the next moment, she staggered back and fell. The Gate Guardian was left standing alone, unopposed. It lingered for a split second, then took a step toward Seishan and raised a fist to finish her off. The corpse's face was terribly mangled, and its teeth were in full view, as if the creature was grinning. Sunny groaned and sat up. I won't get there in time. The abomination struck. Before it could kill Seishan, however, a bloody fist suddenly emerged from its chest. The creature froze, then slowly turned its head. A slender hand flashed, separating the head from the neck. Standing behind the Gate Guardian was a bewitching woman in a torn carmine dress, her long black hair covered in sand. She was almost inhumanly beautiful, however, her breathtaking face was covered in blood, an ugly torn wound stretching from her forehead to the tip of her chin. It was as if someone had vandalized an immortal masterpiece by slicing through it with a sharp knife. One of Beastmaster's eyes was glued shut by dried blood, but the other burned with cold, murderous wrath. Her scarlet lips parted, revealing pearly white teeth. I don't think you'll submit. So, just die. Chapter 12:22. Against all hope. She seemed angry, really angry. How dare you raise a hand to my sister? Before the abomination could assemble itself back together, the beautiful Saint kicked it, sending the mangled corpse flying back. It landed on the sand a dozen meters away, twitched slightly, and then rose, already knitting itself into a single whole again. The two of them stood opposite each other, looking intently at the enemy. The creature was blooded and beaten, but eerily calm. There was a smile on its lips. Beastmaster looked just as battered, her face torn and painted with blood. Her expression was dark and full of cold fury. She gritted her teeth and spat. I won't show you mercy. The corpse stared at her with a smile. Then, it suddenly spoke. Tilting its head, the corpse asked, What is mercy? The saint's expression slightly changed. What the hell, why are they talking? Sunny tried to stand up and only succeeded by using the sin of solace as a crutch. He was struggling to breathe, but it was all right, as the great connoisseur of physical trauma that he was, Sunny judged his condition as not really life-threatening. For now. He couldn't really understand why Beastmaster was wasting her time issuing threats to a great abomination instead of attacking it, but that had given him time to assess the situation, at least. The remaining members of the survivor group were alive. No one had died yet, from what he could see. That said, all of them were severely injured. Only Morgan and Saint looked like they could still fight, and Effie, too, although there was a pained expression on her face. With how exhausted and beaten they were, though, he doubted that they would be of any use. Sunny himself would not be able to do much. Nefer's condition was unknown. Can Beastmaster finish off the creature alone? In the next moment, however, that question was rendered meaningless. Sunny had also received an answer to why the beautiful demoness was wasting time conversing with the creature. She had not been wasting time. She had been stalling for time. As the sunlight pouring from the incandescent sky grew a little brighter, a figure made of pure radiance attacked the vessel of the Great Guardian from behind. At the same moment, Beastmaster dashed forward. Summer night. There was not one saint, but two. The two transcendents of Clan Song and Clan Valor seemed to have made a temporary alliance. A hoarse sigh escaped from Sunnis' lips. He summoned the runes and glanced at them to make sure that Nephis was still alive. After doing that, he took a step back and fell onto the scorching sand. Closing his eyes, Sunny allowed the pain to wash over him. He only kept up with the ensuing fight through shadow sense, tense and wary. The vessel of the Gate Guardian was a harrowing foe, even for the Saints. However, despite all its power and uncanny tenacity, it didn't seem to be a match for them. Perhaps the situation would have been different if it were any other two transcendents, but Beastmaster and Sir Gilead were both outstanding. Especially Beastmaster, he noticed that wounds delivered by her took a lot longer to close. Some even remained open, as if something was preventing them from healing. There was something else, too. Sunny felt a fourth shadow standing at a distance. It was slender, delicate, and familiar. Cassie. So it was Cassie who had led the Saints to their aid. Sunny felt some tension drain from his mangled body. As time went on, the corpse seemed to become a little muddled. Its attacks lost some of their edge, and there were drops of blood falling from its nose. Beastmaster was not only fighting it, but also battering the creature with powerful mental attacks. I think they can actually manage it. Before they did, however, the bonfire of incinerating white flame suddenly grew weak, and then disappeared. Two shadows were revealed amidst molten sand and obsidian glass, one crumpled and motionless, the other standing above it. Then, the source of the second shadow swayed and fell. The remaining vessel was taking longer and longer to heal its wounds. The Saints attacked it without pause, methodical in their relentless assault. Sunny could not see them, but felt the shape and position of the shadows change at a frantic pace. Slowly, tortuously, that pace slowed down. And then, at some point, one of the shadows grew shallow and empty. The vessel of the Gate Guardian had been reduced to a pile of unrecognizable flesh. The battle had not been easy for Beastmaster and Summer Knight, but both of them were left standing. Sunny gritted his teeth, then opened his eyes and slowly sat up. As soon as the creature died, Beastmaster turned around and walked over to Seishan. Kneeling in front of the hideous monster, the beautiful demoness gently placed her hand on her shoulder and smiled. "I'm here, Seishan. I was on time." In front of her, the monstrous creature slowly grew smaller, turning back into an exquisitely beautiful young woman with silken grey skin. Her body was beaten and broken, but she was alive, and even conscious, albeit barely. Beastmaster whispered a few more words to her sister, then rose to her feet. Her gaze slowly shifted to Morgan, who was kneeling on the sand a few dozen meters away. The smile disappeared from her lips. The look in the beautiful Saint's one open eye did not promise anything good. Sunny shivered, suddenly remembering how all of them had ended up in this cursed desert, to begin with. 3 Category 4 gates might have opened in Antarctica, but the great clans were still at war. Sunny was not going to get between Beastmaster and Morgan, not that he could have done anything if he did. But Nephis was also here, laying unconscious within a ring of black glass. And she was a daughter of the King of Swords, too, even if only technically. Damn it all. There was no need to do anything, though, because as Beastmaster was looking coldly at Morgan, a tall figure in battered armor suddenly appeared in front of the Princess of War, blocking her from the beautiful Saint's suffocating gaze. Summer Knight stared at Beastmaster and shook his head silently. "Don't even think about it." A dangerous smile appeared on her lips. The beautiful demoness raised an exquisite eyebrow and spoke with a hint of challenge. "What if I do?" Sir Gilead's face remained calm. "I'll kill you." Beastmaster kept her gaze on him for a few seconds, then turned away and laughed. "Maybe next time, then." Glancing at the setting sun, she raised her voice and called out. "Come on. Everyone who is still alive, stand up. We need to find shelter before night comes." Chapter 12:23. Diverging Goals. And the chilling terror of the coming night. The battered group of humans was making its way to a towering ruin. The 2 Saints were holding up well, but the Ascended were in a dire state, all of them bore vicious wounds, and each step was torture. The only healer among them was unconscious, and the memories with restorative enchantments that some of them possessed were not powerful enough to deal with the multitude of severe injuries, at least not immediately. Jet looked slightly better than she had during the battle with the vessels of the Guardian. She managed to kill a nightmare creature that ambushed them as they traversed the desert, and absorbed some soul essence. Still, just glancing at her mangled body was a bit chilling. Seishan's arms were wrapped in fabric, and even though her wounds had been treated, she could only walk by leaning on Beastmaster. Kai was hovering above the sand with a pale face. The great abomination's blow had damaged his spine, and although he wasn't paralyzed, the archer was in a sea of pain. Effie was visibly limping, while Morgan seemed utterly spent and weak. As for Sunny, people sometimes said that he looked like a doll, but if that was true, currently he looked like a rag doll that had been neglected for decades and then thoroughly chewed by an animal or two. Ah, it hurts. He was hurting, but the pain was tolerable. At least the 5 shadows were once again augmenting him. With their help, he could manage the strenuous journey without too much trouble. Saint was carrying Nephis, who was still unconscious, in her arms. Nepha's damaged armor and clothes had been destroyed by the incinerating flames, so she was wrapped in Cass's Seawave cloak. The blind girl herself was walking behind the taciturn knight, side by side with Sunny. She was the only one in the group who looked exhausted and drained by the heat, but not battered. Then again, Cassie had been in the middle of the battle between the great clans, too. Many awakened, enthralled abominations, and masters of clan song had attempted to kill her, only to die by her hand. Her armor was riddled with dents and covered in dried blood, so there was nothing fresh or glamorous about how she looked. Sunny glanced at her, then said quietly, "By the way, you were just in time." "Thank you." Cassie remained silent for a while, then shook her head. "There is no need to thank me. It was just a fortunate coincidence." He smiled. "Yeah, no. Zero chance of that." Sunny studied her delicate face, then asked, "You knew, didn't you?" Cassie raised an eyebrow. "Knew what?" His expression darkened. "About the gates. That was why you told me to write a message to Rain. You knew that we were going to get stuck in this damn desert for a long, long time. You knew that Antarctica was going to be destroyed, too." The blind girl turned her head, and he saw her beautiful blue eyes. Her expression was calm. "I know nothing." Sunny scoffed. "Right, sure. So, you don't know what is going to happen next, either?" Cassie turned away and shrugged. "Oh, no. That, I do know." She lingered for a few moments, then nodded in the direction of Beastmaster and Sir Gilead. "They are going to abandon us." Sunny stared at her for a bit, then chuckled and looked away. "You don't say." One didn't need to be an oracle to know that the 2 saints that Cassie had brought were going to leave the members of the cohort behind. They had already helped Sunny and the rest by allowing them to survive. But both Beastmaster and Summer Knight had their own priorities. For Beastmaster, it was Seishan. For Sir Gilead, it was Morgan, and, perhaps, Nephis. That was the reason they had not left the desert immediately after escaping the battlefield. Both saints could return to the waking world at any moment. They just needed a safe place and some time to activate their tethers. Once they did that, however, they were not going to be able to return to this particular corner of the Nightmare Desert without approaching the 3 gargantuan gates first. The problem was that they could not bring too many people with them. Sunny knew that Beastmaster's limit was 2. She had delivered both Seishan and ascended Bass to East Antarctica, after all. But most saints could only transport people between worlds one at a time. In any case, most of them were going to be left behind. What to do, what to do? Sunny desperately needed to think of a solution, but he was too tired to form complicated thoughts. After remaining silent for a while, he asked, "What about St. Tyrris? Do you know where she is?" Cassie slowly shook her head. "We saw no sign of her after entering the dream realm." Same for Silent Stalker. "The desert is vast, chances are they were sent someplace far away from us." Sky Tide would have been able to escape from the Gate Guardian, but she was already spent at the end of the battle. She might have had to flee into the waking world. Sunny felt slightly disappointed that there was little hope of receiving help from St. Tyrus. But, at the same time, he was happy to know that she might have already retreated from the Nightmare Desert. That, at least, meant that she was still alive. Her entire clan was there in Antarctica, too. Considering that great abominations were now wandering the southern quadrant, Sky Tide was the only one who could ensure their safety. She bore a heavy responsibility, considering that it was her actions that had exiled the White Feather clan to the frigid continent. And she had done those things to save Sunny and Cassie. He sighed. I hope St. Tyrus and Master Roan make it out of Antarctica alive. And Kim, and millions of civilians that had not been evacuated yet, as well as the soldiers of the evacuation army. Sunny and the rest, however, could not do anything to help them, not anymore. Now, their goal was to escape the Nightmare Desert. He didn't know which task was more dangerous. Chapter 12:24. Second night. After observing many ruins across the desert, Sunny was starting to feel as though there was a reason why all of them were so strange, broken, and deformed. It was almost as if these structures had not been built here, but had instead fallen from the sky and shattered after hitting the white sands. Then again, the Nightmare Desert might not have been a desert in ancient times. Rolling dunes like these were usually left behind by dying seas. If the vast expanse of white sand had once been the bottom of an ocean, then maybe the structures had not fallen, but instead drowned. Why would Ariel build his pyramid at the bottom of a sea? Sunny shook his head. No, the description of the Mirror of Truth did not mention any seas or oceans. There was a lot of talk about rivers in the description of other memories he had received during the chain of nightmares. But what river could have been so vast? The spacious hall the survivors had sought shelter in was illuminated by the light of a small fire. Beastmaster was roasting monster meat above it. She seemed relaxed and amiable, but everyone else was terribly tense. That was because the bewitching saint was perhaps no less dangerous than the apocalyptic battle going on outside. Now that they had escaped the Gate Guardian, at least for a few hours, everyone became painfully aware that being in her presence was an insidiously terrifying experience. Beastmaster could subtly take hold of anyone's mind, after all, to enthrall or drive them mad. Perhaps she already had. Sunny was uneasy, but Summer Night was more tense than the others. If there was one reason for the beautiful demoness to warp the minds of the survivors, it was to kill him and get rid of the daughters of Valor. As if reading his thoughts, Beastmaster smiled. Gods! Can you stop drilling a hole in my forehead, Gilead? I know I am pretty, but still, a knight like you should have some manners. Stop staring. Summer Night continued looking in her direction, unperturbed. We're pretty. Have you looked in the mirror recently? Beastmaster looked up at him, blinked a couple of times, then traced the bleeding wound running across her face with a delicate finger. Oh, that thing? Ah, it refuses to heal. Whispering Blade left me with that present, before he died. Miserably. It's too bad that you couldn't protect your liege, isn't it, Gilead? Summer Night's expression darkened. Morgan, who was sitting beside him, looked at the beautiful saint coldly. Her vermilion eyes were burning with fury. You vile witch! Beastmaster laughed. Come on. Don't be so serious. Look, the food is ready. Let's eat. She smiled brightly, and although her face was disfigured by the ugly torn wound, that smile made something stir in Sunny's heart. That woman is lethally dangerous. And completely crazy. I really don't want to have anything to do with her. His mind was telling him one thing, but his emotions refused to listen. He had to remind himself of the corrupted tyrant the beautiful demoness had arranged to be unleashed in the middle of a siege capital, and only came to his senses then. Contempt. That was all Sunny was supposed to feel toward Beastmaster. Still, he wasn't going to refuse food. Coming closer, Sunny took his portion of the meat, then sat down and hungrily bit into it. The tantalizing saint gave him a curious look. Little brother, how are you still alive? Sunny frowned, then looked at himself. The black silk of the Shroud of Dusk was ripped open, and his entire side resembled mincemeat. He had set the arm that had been dislocated, but his face was still covered in dried blood. At least the internal damage he had received seemed to have healed to some extent. He could breathe, and there was no bloody foam on his lips anymore. Sunny shrugged. I don't bleed easily. Beastmaster's smile widened a little. How interesting. With that, she handed the others some food and moved over to feed Sishan, who still couldn't move her hands. The sight of the two of them being so tender and sisterly with each other felt weird, for some reason. Everyone was too exhausted to have an appetite, but they still forced themselves to eat. Right now, food was fuel, and all of them were running low on it. As they consumed the fragrant meat, Nephis suddenly moved and opened her eyes. There was an empty void in them, but slowly, arduously, a spark of humanity returned, and she turned her head, looking at the silhouette of the human sitting in front of the fire. Sunny glanced in her direction, then turned his attention back to the food and sent a mental message. It's night. We're in a large ruin. The vessels of the Gate Guardian are gone. You killed one, Beastmaster and Summer Knight killed the other. Cassie led them to us just in time. He thought for a moment, and added. Oh. Also, you should probably summon an armor memory. Nephis stared at him for a bit, then moved slightly beneath the sea-wave cloak and closed her eyes. A few seconds later, a flurry of sparks surrounded her body, and she rose. Her slender figure was wrapped in a fitting black material, which Sunny recognized as the inner layer of the Starlight Legion armor with a bit of surprise. Nephis swayed a little, then slowly walked over to the fire and sat down. He handed her the endless spring, while Cassie offered her a portion of roasted meat. Neph drank deeply from the beautiful glass bottle, then took the meat and looked silently at Morgan and Sir Gilead. Summer Knight offered her a tired smile. Lady Changing Star, you are awake. Thank the gods. There was a strange strain in his voice. Morgan looked between the two, then shook her head. Well, now, the two of you are making me feel bad. Nephis silently sank her teeth into the juicy meat, her expression neutral. Sunnis, however, was not. So that's how it is. He had learned everything he needed to know from that short exchange. Sir Gilead can only take one person back with him. Chapter 12:25. Short Respite. Beastmaster and Summer Knight sat on opposite sides of the fire, staring at each other tensely. Neither could lower their guard, knowing that the opponent would, perhaps, use that moment to launch an attack. I guess their alliance was doomed to be a short-lived one. Sunny tiredly closed his eyes, then yawned. No offense, but why don't you just leave? Then those of us who have to stay will get some rest, at least. Both Saints looked at him with a hint of surprise. After a few short moments, Sir Gilead shook his head slightly. I must admit, I admire your composure, Master Sunless. Summer Knight must have been under the impression that the people he couldn't save would be terrified, perhaps even begging him to take them back to the waking world instead of Morgan. Well, Sunny did not consider begging to be beneath him, if there was a point to it. But he knew that the Saint of Clan Vela was never going to abandon the daughter of his sovereign. Sunny shrugged. I'm too tired to be worried. Beastmaster chuckled, then said in a raspy voice. The reason why we haven't left is very simple. You are not a saint, so you wouldn't know, but there are conditions that have to be met in order to return to the waking world. Namely, our anchors in the waking world are affected by the call the same way your anchors in the dream realm are affected by it. Every seed exerts a pulling force, and since there are so many of them in the Nightmare Desert, that force is quite ubiquitous. We need to find a spot where it is relatively weak first, and this ruin is not one of these spots. She paused for a moment, and then added. They are not too hard to find, though. I am willing to bet that we'll encounter at least one tomorrow. Sunny tilted his head a little. So that's how it is. It was only logical that saints were influenced by the call even in the dream realm. In fact, the influence they had to endure would be much greater than what the rest of them suffered through. Sunny knew it because of his own experiences as an awakened and as a master. After the ascension, he felt the pull of the call much clearer. It's interesting that she said anchor instead of tether, though. The point was, neither Beastmaster nor Summer Knight could leave the ruin and the Nightmare Desert before the night ended. Sunny nodded. Okay. You stand guard, then. With that, he carefully lowered himself to the ground, making sure to lay on the uninjured side, and closed his eyes. Beastmaster was visibly amused by his nonchalant attitude, but Sunny didn't care. He just wanted to sleep. Falling asleep was risky, but so was staying awake and refusing his body and mind the much-needed rest. There was a bit of silence in the dark ruin. Then, the others slowly followed his example. Soon, only Summer Night and the beautiful Demonis were left awake. Asterisk. Sunny was a bit surprised to come back to his senses alive. Of course, his shadows would have warned him if anything truly dangerous happened while he slept. Still, being in the company of saints and great abominations was a bit above their pay grade. Well, technically, the shadows weren't paid anything, so everything was above their pay grade. In any case, Sunny did not feel particularly rested. His body was still in a terrible state and covered in wounds. However, his condition was much better than it had been before. Due to the blessings of the graceless dusk and the tenacity of his unique physique, he felt somewhat restored. Sitting up, he saw rays of pale sunlight pouring through the cracks in the roof of the ruin. The air still felt chilly, so it must have been early in the morning. The chill was going to be replaced with appalling heat soon enough. Shaking his head, Sunny stood up with a grimace and stretched his neck. He was the first to wake up, and everyone else was still asleep, except for Summer Night and Beastmaster, who were still where they had been before. Have these two been staring at each other the entire night? Summoning the endless spring, he nodded at them and forced out a smile. Good morning. Sir Gilead greeted him calmly, while the beautiful Demonis smiled. You look less like a corpse, little brother. Sunny stared her for a few moments, then said stiffly, Thanks for the compliment, I guess. Why the hell is she calling me little brother, all of a sudden? First of all, I'm not her brother. Second of all, I'm not little. The torn wound on Beastmaster's face was still shedding drops of blood, but that did not stop her from laughing. He struggled to not be enchanted by that laugh. The beautiful saint lingered for a bit, then asked in a languid tone. By the way, I was meaning to ask. Her eyes glimmered with friendly amusement. How did you and Changing Star kill Dire Fang? Sunny looked at her and remained silent for a while. Beastmaster's tone sounded relaxed, but he could not help but wonder if there was a hidden threat beneath that calmness. Being threatened by the tantalizing enchantress would be a frightening experience. When the pain of his flaw grew unbearable, Sunny shrugged. The same way you and Sir Gilead killed a great abomination. By combining our strength and exploiting his weaknesses. Beastmaster studied him for a few moments, then turned away with a scoff. Kids these days are truly terrifying. Sunny frowned. Why? Should I expect to become the target of Clan Song's vendetta after I return to the waking world? Because, let me tell you, I just barely managed to stop being targeted by Clan Vela before coming to Antarctica and experiencing the wonders of the Chain of Nightmares. It has been a very, very rough year for me, so I would really appreciate some leniency. The beautiful Demonis chuckled. You seem really confident that you'll be able to return, though? How optimistic. Sunny blinked a couple of times and stared at her with a bleak expression. After a bit of bitter silence, he sighed. Well, if you put it like that, I take it back. It's not a good morning at all. Chapter 12:26. Alluring offer. Their speed was much greater than the day before, not only because the weaker member of the group had received an opportunity to rest, but also because their wounds were healed by Nephis. Nephis did not look well. Physically, she was perfectly healthy, and anyone who did not know her as deeply as Sunny did would have assumed that everything was fine. But he could feel how drained and hurt she really was. Neph had not recovered from using her aspect to destroy the vessels of the Gate Guardian yet. He was worried that, perhaps, she never would. Nevertheless, Nephis had insisted on treating everyone's injuries. Even Seishan's only Beastmaster, whose wound had been delivered by Whispering Blade Sword, had turned out to be beyond her ability to mend flesh. The ugly cut on the diabolically beautiful face of the enchantress still continued to weep blood. There was some logic to providing aid to the enemies of Clan Valor. As long as they were in the desert, they were on the same side. No one knew when the Gate Guardian would attack again, or what kind of monstrous abominations awaited them in the scorching expanse of the Nightmare Desert. So, the higher the strength of the group was, the higher Nefer's chances to survive would be. That was also the reason why Sunny did not stop her from treating his wounds. Usually, he was deeply reluctant to let Nephis torture herself on his behalf, but now, both of them were in dire danger. He had to be in the best state possible to ensure that they made it out of the dream realm alive. The group walked across the white sands of the cursed desert like lost souls wandering the vast expanse of a scorching hell. The Nightmare Desert was full of dangers that even two saints would find difficult, or outright impossible, to survive. More than that, their chances of finding a spot where the pull of the seeds was weak enough to escape were slim, at least in a short amount of time. Or it would have been, if not for the unique advantage the group possessed. That advantage, of course, was Cassie. The blind oracle had long proved how irreplaceable she was in the dream realm. Now that she was a master, her supernatural intuition had only grown stronger. Guided by Cassie, they managed to avoid the most dreadful dangers and go deeper and deeper into the desert without losing a single member of the group to its horrors. Of course, the cursed Sea of Dunes was too dire of a land to make their journey easy. There were still hazards, pitfalls, and abominable creatures of all kinds that they had to avoid, overcome, and fight. But with Summer Knight and Beastmaster protecting the Ascended, none of it managed to harvest their lives. And, by the time the sun started to roll toward the horizon, they finally stumbled on what they had been hoping to find. Some of them had been, at least. The ruin in front of them was not very large, and looked like a spent candle. It was low and misshapen, as if furious flames had once melted the black stones into a searing liquid, which then cooled down and solidified in a chaotic pattern. A vast expanse of sand around the ruin had been turned into a sea of uneven black glass. That was not important, though. What was important was that the misshapen structure was distant enough from the surrounding seeds to allow the saints to leave the dream realm from inside it. The group made its way into the ruin, stepping across obsidian glass. Inside, the floor was just the same. Everything told the story of furious flames that had raged within the structure once, turning it into a scorched husk. Stepping on the cracked black glass, Beastmaster breathed in deeply, and then looked at the rest of them. Well, there's no point in dragging this out. Sishan and I will be leaving. It was nice knowing you all. Granted, I can take one more person with me. Those of you who have fought against the great clan Song, I hope you won't be offended if I don't extend the invitation. Oh, except for you, little brother. You, raised by wolves, a nightingale. I can help one of you escape this bothersome predicament. She smiled brightly, giving them a measured look. The underlying message of her offer was clear: you would owe me. Or maybe even I would own you. A tense silence settled in the chamber of black glass. Eventually, it was Effie who broke it. I'm sorry. My mom told me not to follow strange women. The words were just like what one would expect from the rambunctious huntress, but her tone was uncharacteristically somber. Effie seemed to be struggling with the decision, and yet, there was no room for compromise left after what she had said. Kai and Sunny silently shook their heads, expressing their solidarity. Beastmaster laughed. Suit yourselves. Sishan, come closer. She took her hand, and soon, without much fanfare, they disappeared without a trace. The two beautiful monsters were gone. Just like that. Sunny looked at the spot where they had been standing a few seconds ago with a complicated expression. That had been his chance to save himself, and he let it slip from his fingers. He felt some regret, but at the same time, Sunny knew that he could not have made a different decision. There was no way in hell that he would leave Kai, Effie, Jet, Cassie, and Nephis to die to save himself. He had been forced to do something similar twice, and those were some of the most vile moments of his life. This time, at least, no one insisted that he did. At that moment, a heavy sigh escaped from Summer Knight's lips. He threw a long look at Nephis, then walked over to her and gently took her hand. Lady Changing Star, please accept these memories. There is not much I can do to help you today, but these are some of the best weapons and tools I've been able to earn, receive, and collect. You must survive. I know you can, because you have already done it once. A pale smile appeared on Nefer's face. It was so bitterly ironic for her to be thrown back into the nightmare desert after suffering so much to escape it. She retracted her hand and looked away. Even though Sir Gilead seemed to have expected an answer, Nephis remained silent. He lowered his hand, then took a step away and looked at Morgan. Lady Morgan, if you will. I am ready to take us back to the siege capital. Morgan smiled. Here they go. Now, we will have to. And shook her head. Sunny blinked. No, not yet. Noticing confusion in Sir Gilead's eyes, Morgan shrugged. You can take me away later, but for now, we still have a chance to reach the pyramid. We can still complete our mission. Yes, our situation is far from perfect, but on the bright side, Clan Song is entirely out of the picture. The competition is gone. It would be foolish not to make an attempt. She looked at the rest of them. Plus, if we do conquer the tomb of Ariel, everyone would be able to escape through its gateway. Why, wouldn't that be wonderful? Summer Knight's face hardened. Lady Morgan. I'm afraid I will have to insist. If we do not leave immediately, there might not be a siege capital to return to when we try again next time. The whole continent might be lost. She shrugged dismissively. Don't worry about that. We have for more days, at least. Their conversation was extremely interesting. Morgan's confidence that East Antarctica would hold for 4 more days at the minimum was also fascinating. However, Sunny found himself distracted. That was because he suddenly felt a gaze. Someone was watching him, and from a direction where no one was supposed to be. He did not turn his head, but instead looked around through his shadows. In a distant corner of the glass chamber, a figure was reflecting on the fractured wall. However, there was no one there to cast the reflection. That bastard! Noticing Sunnis' attention, the reflection smiled and waved a hand. Or rather, a bloody stump. One of its hands seemed to be missing. Chapter 12:27. A friendly invitation. The black pyramid that always loomed just beyond the horizon like an ominous mirage, but never grew closer no matter how far one went into the sea of white dunes. One of the main reasons why the great clans had come to Antarctica in the first place. Now that the expeditionary forces of both clans had been wiped out and the daughters of Kisong fully withdrew from the race, Morgan decided to make one last, desperate attempt to reach the demon's tomb. Which was a piece of good news for Sunny and other members of the cohort. Sunny knew that reaching the pyramid was their best, and, perhaps, only, chance of getting out of the desert alive. The others understood, as well. Having a powerful saint and a princess of Vela with them was a great boon. Summer Night and Morgan could make the lethal task of traversing the nightmare desert slightly less impossible to accomplish. There was just one problem. Without showing any emotion, Sunny stared at the reflection of Mordred through the shadows. The Prince of Nothing looked rather chilling. He was terribly wounded, his armor battered and covered in blood. Where one of his hands was supposed to be, there was now only a bloody stump. Even one of his eyes was gone, replaced by a gaping hole. He looked like a corpse. Nevertheless, there was a familiar smile on Mordred's face. Sunless. I am so glad to see you in good health. Maintaining a calm facade, Sunny furtively glanced at his companions. None of them seemed to have heard Mordred's voice. It appeared that it was being transmitted directly into his head. Maybe what Mordred was actually talking to was not Sunny, but instead Sunnis' reflection. In any case, it was a little disconcerting. Great. Now I hear even more voices. Mordred lowered his bloody arm and coughed awkwardly. Oh, right. I guess you can't answer without announcing my presence to everyone. How about you nod once or twice to indicate? Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then silently reached out to the reflection with the blessing of dusk. To his surprise, it actually worked. Continuing to act as if nothing had happened, he sent a mental message to the mangled reflection. How about you get out of my head and go die someplace else? No matter what you're scheming, I'm not interested. Mordred blinked. Well, what a pleasant surprise. We can actually have a conversation. How nice. Sunny sighed. He was really quite exasperated. Why would I want to talk to you, bastard? This is all your fault. If not for your machinations, there would have been no battle. Then I wouldn't be stuck in this damn desert. The Prince of Nothing looked at him with a smile. This is really uncalled for, Sunless. I'm a bit hurt. Sure, I might have pulled a few strings to make the battle happen, but how was I supposed to know that you would decide to participate in it on my family's side? After all, it was you who told me over and over again that you didn't want to have anything to do with the great clans. So, blaming me for everything is a little unfair. In fact, I'm the one who is supposed to be disappointed and angry. All those lies? Mordred's smile widened. But, being the forgiving and broad-minded person that I am, I'm willing to put my grievances aside. Here, I've decided. I forgive you, Sunless, no need to even mention it. Sunny felt tempted to turn his head and stare at the reflection. This lunatic, has he completely lost his mind? He slowly exhaled. What do you want? Mordred's reflection shifted slightly, avoiding a random glance from Sir Gilead. Then, he looked at Sunny and lingered for a few moments. I see that my sister has decided to try reaching the tomb of Ariel. I suppose you are tempted to join her. Sunny frowned slightly. Yes, I am. Why wouldn't I be tempted? The Black Skull is now in the hands of a great abomination, thanks to a certain someone. So, the pyramid is our best bet to escape the Nightmare Desert. Mordred stared at him with a smile. Oh, but it's not. Don't listen to my sister, Sunless, she is young and inexperienced. In fact, none of you can reach the pyramid. It's impossible. That finally forced Sunny to react. Turning away to hide his face from the members of the cohort, Morgan and Sir Gilead, he looked at the reflection with a deep scowl. Oh, yeah? How would you know? The Prince of Nothing shrugged. Simple, really, it's because I've already seen Astarion try it once, and fail. So, let me ask you a question, if a sovereign failed to reach the tomb of Ariel, what makes you think that your ragtag team of Ascended can succeed? Sunny was startled. Mordred had just confessed a piece of truly shocking information. Astarion had already been to the Nightmare Desert? And it had happened while Mordred was still with him, so more than a decade ago, at least. 1,000 questions instantly appeared in his head. I don't know enough to guess who can reach the pyramid and who can't. Does it matter, though? It's not like there is a better solution. But why did Astarion want to enter the tomb of Ariel? No, wait, if even he had failed, then why did your father and Kisong still send their people into the desert? Mordred chuckled. Because Astarion doesn't have to report to them what he does. I know, but they don't, and even I don't know what his motives were. As for the pyramid being the best solution, are you sure about that? Sunny remained silent for a while, then said reluctantly. No. If what you said is true. The Prince of Nothing grinned. It is so pleasant to talk to a smart person. Let's put aside the question of my honesty, for now, yes, the tomb of Ariel seems like a solution, but it really isn't. My sister can't help you save yourself and your companions, Sunless. Sunny looked down with a wary expression. And I suppose that you can. Mordred stared at him for a while. His grin slowly faded. Yes, I can. I'm not doing it out of kindness, either. You need my help, but I also need yours. The strength of your companions, too, I need it. The more, the merrier. If we are to escape this hell, we'll need all the strength we can get. It is fortunate that we are able to talk, really. This ruin urine is at the very edge of where my reflection can reach. It seems that fate is on our side. He sighed, then smiled again. So, Sunless, why don't you forget about trying to reach the tomb of Ariel with my sister, and come challenge the third nightmare with me instead? Chapter 1228. Unattainable Mirage. Nevertheless, there were two paths he could take. The first one was to follow Morgan to the tomb of Ariel, and the second one was to follow Mordred into the third nightmare. Both paths were equally lethal and veiled in uncertainty, making it hard for him to choose. In the end, Sonny made the most prudent decision. He postponed making a choice by a few days. After all, there was a time limit set by Morgan in her daring attempt to reach the Black Pyramid. For days, if they did not arrive at the demon's tomb in 4 days, Summer Night was going to take her back to the waking world, leaving the rest of them behind. So, Sonny was going to put his hopes in the Princess of War, and if she failed to accomplish her goal, he would answer Mordred's invitation and follow the only remaining path into a Seed of Nightmare. The Prince of Nothing was not very happy with the delay, but he had no other choice except to agree with Sonny and wait patiently. He really needed the strength of Changing Star's cohort if he was to challenge a third nightmare, especially one that he knew nothing about, and would be entering without any preparations. Masters were the best of the best among the warriors of humanity, unlike Awakened, who had no choice but to face the trials of the spell and survive them. Each master had chosen to venture into their second nightmares voluntarily. Only the strongest and most resourceful survived and ascended. And out of those strongest, hundreds and hundreds had attempted the third nightmare in the last few decades. Yet, only a few dozen humans returned, thus becoming saints. That alone spoke about how deadly the third nightmare was. Needless to say, Sonny was not very enthusiastic about venturing into the third nightmare at the ripe age of 20. Maybe if he was a titan with 7 fully saturated cores and another decade of experience behind his shoulders, he would consider it. But now, he desperately hoped that Mordred was either lying or wrong, and that Morgan would be able to lead them to the Black Pyramid. Having to make a deal with the Prince of Nothing was the worst-case scenario. Gods! How did I end up being forced to put all my hopes in these two? The Vela siblings were the last people in 2 worlds he wanted to associate with. And yet, here he was. Worse still, with each hour and every day that passed, it was starting to look more and more as if Mordred had been telling the truth. Led by Morgan and Sir Gilead, the small group of survivors was moving deeper and deeper into the desert. They were constantly assaulted by torturous heat, which sapped them of all energy, will, and desire to live. The suffocating nature of the pristine sea of dunes had only affected them physically at first, but as time went on, its cruelty started to gnaw on their minds, as well. It did not help that none of them could really sleep, gripped by the fear of the cataclysmic battle that raged across the ancient desert at night. The further into the dunes they went, the more terrifying creatures would rise from the sands to wage war on each other. The ruins they sheltered in shook and groaned, seemingly ready to collapse at any moment. There were more broken structures buried in the sand in the inner regions of the desert, but at the same time, less and less of them looked durable enough to withstand the fury of the eternal battle. At the same time, the nightmare creatures they were forced to fight during the day were becoming more and more powerful. At first, Sir Gilead alone was enough to deal with them. Later, the valiant saint would struggle to fend off the most dire abominations without the help of the ascended. Finally, there came a time when even Summer Night became wary of their opponents. The group was forced to tread with utmost caution, lest they encounter something that neither the saint nor the masters would be able to kill. That slowed them down considerably. And slowing down allowed the Gate Guardian, Skinwalker, to find their trail again. They were still being pursued, and as time went on, the constant need to escape that pursuit was only growing more urgent. There were 2 reasons why the Great Abomination was getting harder and harder to avoid. The first one was that Sonny and the rest could not allow themselves to move forward as swiftly as they had before. The second was that the creature was learning. The Skinwalker had access to the memories of the corpses it possessed, and through those memories, it was quickly learning about the waking world, the awakened, about the powers they possessed, and about the way they thought. At first, it had only been able to study the memories of several dozen vessels that it had hunted down and taken in the desert, so the process was relatively slow. But the creature had most likely escaped into the waking world, as well. How many vessels of the Great Abomination were there in Antarctica by now? Hundreds? Thousands? Millions? Sonny did not know, but he felt that every time they had to escape from the Skinwalker's pursuit, it was rapidly becoming harder and harder to shake the abomination off. Everyone was tired. Everyone was spent, battered, frightened, and slowly starting to fall into despair. The gauntlet of the Nightmare Desert was just too cruel, too harrowing, and too hopeless. And worst of all, despite it all, the ominous silhouette of the Black Pyramid seemed just as distant as it had been at the start of their arduous journey. Even Morgan, who had never allowed herself to show doubt or weakness before, was looking less and less indomitable with each passing day. The perfectly maintained facade of a fearless princess of the great clan was coming undone, revealing the face of a brave and ambitious, but ultimately fallible and human young woman. She was spent, battered, frightened, and desperate too. The difference was, Morgan still had a way out, while the rest of them didn't. Just like that, the fourth day arrived. Once it passed, they would have been in the desert for a full week. Emerging from an underground ruin, the members of the group shielded their eyes from the blinding sun and looked at the distant, unattainable mirage of the tomb of Ariel. Sunny's face was grim. Mordred said that it is impossible to reach the pyramid, but he is wrong. Astarion was unable to get to it, but someone else did. The Sybils, they reached it. They even went inside. So there's still a chance. Morgan's face was motionless. Her eyes were sunken and tired, but still burning with sharpness. There was no hint of being dulled in their vermilion abyss. Grimacing, she took a step forward and said hoarsely, "Come. We have not failed yet." Chapter 12:29. Seventh Night. Nephis was following a swift shadow that glided across the dunes in front of them, guiding the two back to the group. Cresting a tall dune, she saw a scene out of a nightmare. The immaculate whiteness of the sand had been painted red by blood, and grotesque corpses were strewn about, torn asunder and gaping with terrible wounds. The dead nightmare creatures were both numerous and enormous in size. The desert itself had been upturned by the furious battle that had reaped their lives, and several tiny human figures could be seen among the gigantic corpses. Her expression turned grim. At the same time, down below, Sunny turned his head slightly and glanced at the black silhouette of the rider, which was outlined against the azure sky at the top of the dune. Wiping the sweat off his brow, he sighed tiredly and leaned his back against the scaly limb of a dead abomination, hidden in its shadow. She's back. Nephis had survived her mission, the rest of them had survived, as well, albeit barely. This swarm of nightmare creatures had been too tough even for Sir Gilead to handle. The saint had dealt with the leader of the pack, a great beast, and the rest of them had faced off against the pack of corrupted abominations. Now, Summer Night was severely wounded, and they were similarly battered and drained of strength. In any other situation, a transcendent vanquishing a great nightmare creature would have been a legendary feat worthy of a triumphant celebration, but now, they were just tired and afraid. This was the first great abomination, aside from the Skinwalker, they had stumbled on in the Nightmare Desert, but would it be the last? Certainly not. They had not even reached the inner regions of this cursed land yet, and the situation was already so hopeless. Nightmare descended from the dune, and the members of the group crawled out from the shaded spots beneath the gigantic corpses to meet Nephis. She jumped from the saddle and looked at Morgan with a composed expression. The Princess of Vela raised an eyebrow. "How did it go?" Nephis lingered for a moment. "I lured that titan toward the Skinwalker's vessel. They fought, but more vessels showed up. The titan should be dead by now. There is still the sea of quicksand between us and the pursuers, with the thing that dwells below, but it won't delay them for long. We have several hours, at most." Morgan let out a heavy sigh. "Damn it. It was a desperate gambit, but I really hoped to achieve more." She grimaced, then turned west and stared at the distant silhouette of the Black Pyramid with a grim expression. By now, everyone knew that her desperate desire to reach the tomb of Ariel, or at least get closer to it, was futile. Perhaps even Morgan knew, even if she refused to admit it. Sunny was sure that she was not trying to conquer the Black Pyramid for their benefit, but still, he was almost touched. The rest of them had pretty much already surrendered, only Morgan continued to stubbornly cling to the impossible goal. Sir Gilead shook his head. "Lady Morgan, this is the fourth day. I promised to give you time, but we've made no progress. You need to accept reality." The princess remained silent for a while, then winced. Sunset. We'll push forward until the sun sets. If nothing changes until then, I'll follow you back to Antarctica. Summer Night looked away, then nodded. They could probably survive until the sunset. In any case, there was still the issue of finding a suitable spot for traveling between worlds. The handsome Saint glanced at Cassie. Lady Cassia, I will have to trouble you. She simply nodded, expressing her consent to help Sir Gilead and Morgan escape the nightmare desert. Sonny was also looking at the black pyramid that loomed just beyond the horizon. He was strangely calm. The tomb of Ariel, how can one reach it? In fact, he had an idea. They had been moving into the depths of the Sea of Dunes for 7 days now, encountering more and more dire dangers. But maybe that was the reason that they had made no progress, traveling during the day. Sonny had a gnawing suspicion that one could only get closer to the demon's tomb during the night. But if that was true, then it was really impossible for them to approach it. Because the nightmare desert during the night was a place not suited for mortals. It was the land of the dead. With a sigh, he took a sip from the endless spring, dismissed it, and started walking. It's so damn hot. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. They survived another day, even if some of them were on the verge of wishing that they hadn't. There had been more fights, more blood spilled. The Skinwalker was looming close, growing more and more inescapable. The sun was falling behind the dark silhouette of the Black Pyramid, as if being pierced by its sharp tip. The tomb of Ariel was just as it had been from the very start, seemingly within grasp but also utterly unreachable, as if mocking them. Limping, Sonny stepped over the corpse of a slain nightmare creature and walked between 2 black obelisks that served as a gateway to a buried ruin. This place was going to be their shelter for the night, the 7th night they would spend in the desert. It was also where Summer Night and Morgan were going to leave them. Inside a vast underground chamber hidden beneath the ruin, the members of the cohort were listlessly sitting on the ancient stone floor. Morgan was apart from everyone, nursing a broken arm. Her resilient body was littered with wounds, and she was too low on soul essence to heal them. There was a dark and resentful expression on her face. Everyone seemed to have tacitly agreed to give her some space. Well, Sonny was not someone who had a lot of tact. Walking over to the princess of the great clan Vela, he lowered himself to the cool floor in front of her. Morgan looked up, momentarily confused. Ah. Master Sunless. You must be terribly disappointed in me. Sorry, it seems that I am not as capable of a leader as I thought. He remained silent for a while, then shrugged. Actually, I don't care about that. She smiled bleakly. Oh? If you have not come to chastise me, then what do you want? Sonny looked at her somberly. After you and Sir Gilead are gone, the rest of us are going to try challenging the 3rd nightmare. That is the only way left for us, so. I just wanted to ask if Clan Vela was going to start harassing me again, in case I survive. No one was allowed to become a saint without the permission of the sovereigns. It might have had something to do with what Professor Obel theorized once, that the appearance of gates was innately tied to the advancements of humans on the path of ascension. It might have been just because the sovereigns were unwilling to let anyone grow too powerful without becoming a part of their domains. In any case, Sonny wanted to get some assurances that he was not going to be hunted down by the great clans, on the small chance that he actually managed to return from the 3rd nightmare alive. Looking at him, Morgan suddenly let out a low laugh. 3rd nightmare? Ah, you don't have to worry about that. He frowned. The proud princess seemed to have lowered her perfectly maintained facade. If that was the case, he suddenly felt a compulsion to push his luck a little. Actually, I have another question. Morgan looked at him silently. Sonny met her gaze and asked with a hint of curiosity in his voice. It's a question that has been gnawing at me for a while. The great clans have been suppressing the transcendence of independent awakened for decades. An old man once told me that you might have been pursuing noble goals, like limiting the number of powerful nightmare gates that open across the world. Someone else told me that all you think about is whose domain controls the most citadels, though. So, what is the real reason? And why does it seem that you suddenly don't care about it at all? He paused, and then added evenly. The great clans have also been at odds with each other for a long time, but you only decided to start a real war now that a whole damn continent is on the verge of being destroyed. Why is that? Who? Sunny felt a little surreal. A few years ago, as a sleeper, Nephis had warned him that merely knowing about the existence of sovereigns and domains could get him killed. And now, as a master, he was directly asking such questions to the daughter of a sovereign. Well, it was not like Morgan could do anything to him right now. What punishment could be worse than leaving him behind in the middle of the nightmare desert? Sunny was already as good as dead, so there was no reason to hold back. She looked at him for a while, keeping silent. To Sunny's surprise, there was no anger or disdain in Morgan's eyes. Only a strange, grim amusement. You really don't know. He shook his head. Morgan frowned and let out a hoarse chuckle. Well, both of your questions have the same answer. The probability of powerful nightmare gates opening across the world, we wanted to keep it as low as possible, yes. Wishing to control more citadels, we wanted it too. But now, we indeed don't care about suppressing the number of saints that much. Sunny looked at her with a burning intensity. Why? Morgan smiled darkly. Why else? It's because there's no point in doing so anymore. The critical mass has already been reached. My father and Kisong, they postponed it for as long as they could. But now, there's no way to slow down the pebble anymore. It has already become an avalanche. She leaned forward until her face was mere centimeters from Sunnis and whispered into his ear. What, did you think that the chain of nightmares was going to stop with the southern quadrant? No, Master Sunless, it is just the start. Soon enough, all of Earth will be the same as Antarctica. Every continent, every city, every home. All of it, all of the waking world will be swallowed by the dream realm. She leaned back, leaving Sunny staring at her in shock. His mind seemed to be frozen. Morgan studied his motionless face with a smile, and then sighed. 2 weak domains can't withstand the future. Only one powerful domain can. So, you see, one way or the other, either Valor or Song must fall. There can be only one king, and one throne. She lingered for a few moments, and then stood up. I wish you luck, Master Sunless. Go, conquer the third nightmare, and become a saint. Did you think that the great clans would try to stop you? No, and now that the end has begun, we'll need all the saints we can get. Morgan turned away and walked in the direction of Sir Gilead, her vermilion eyes drowning in darkness. As she did, she stopped for a moment and looked at Nephis. Sister! I will wait for you in Bastion. Don't take too long. With that, the Princess of War took Summer Knight's hand. Soon, they were gone, leaving the 6 of them, Sunny, Nephis, Cassie, Effie, Kai, and Jet, alone in the underground chamber. The echo of her words was roaring in Sunny's mind, leaving him paralyzed. After a while, he shifted slightly. Oh, of course. Outside, the armies of the ancient dead were locked in an eternal battle, and a cold moon shone above the Stygian edifice of the dreadful old tomb. Chapter 1230. Hell is empty. Sunny was at the head of the small column, shielded from the hurricane, somewhat, by Saint's indomitable back. There was a piece of black glass in his hand, and in it dwelled a reflection of a young man with one shining mirror-like eye. Hurry, Sunless, you are almost there, but you must hurry. The creature is drawing close. Shut up, bastard. I know it all. Gritting his teeth, Sunny pushed through the wind and walked forward. He felt as if he had been thrust into a scorching oven. The skinwalker was on their heels, as relentless and inevitable as ever, but at this rate, the desert itself was going to kill them before the great abomination could. What if a joke, 6 of the most powerful ascended in the world, will be done in, by the environment? Wasn't it funny? His journey as an awakened had started with almost freezing to death in the cold mountains, and now, he was on the verge of succumbing to the unbearable heat of the cursed desert. The dream realm was merciless to the weak, but it was also ruthless toward the strong. Not that Sunny was particularly strong yet. Randomly, he remembered a part of the speech Nephis had given to the sleepers in the bright castle, right before leading them to siege the Crimson Spire. The weak will die. The strong will die, too. And those who remain won't be the same. Follow me, and you will never be slaves. He wanted to laugh. The world was entirely white and incandescent. They were not going to last much longer in the annihilating sandstorm. Sunny already felt ready to collapse. He could only imagine how the others felt, without the same elemental resistance as his. Everyone had their own tools to deal with the heat, of course, but still, they were all balancing at the very edge of oblivion. But, luckily, their destination was already close. Slowly, a massive dark shape revealed itself in the hurricane of pristine sand. Sunny froze for a moment, looking up. In front of them, some distance away, a giant block of black stone lay between the white dunes, tilted to the side, its lines perfectly even and immaculately smooth. It seemed impervious to the destructive force of the sandstorm, the cataclysmic fury of the eternal battle between the ancient dead, and even the cruel ravages of time, and yet, one of its ends was cracked, broken, and utterly shattered. Sunny did not know what unholy blow could have damaged the indestructible black stone, and did not want to know. The sight of it stunned him. Not only because he recognized the block of stone for where it had come from, but also for what it was. The entirety of it emanated a familiar ghostly darkness. The giant block of black stone was a seed of nightmare. All of it. Beneath the seed, shielded from the wind by its vast expanse, a monstrous winged abomination lay on the sand. Its powerful limbs and long tail were dwarfed by the size of the black stone block, but none of them were deceived. The creature was massive and dangerous. It raised its long neck and looked in the direction of the six masters, making their tired bodies tense up. At the same time, Mordred's reflection smiled. "Oh, don't mind me, Sunless. That body is really unsightly, huh? Let me change really quick." The abomination opened its maw, and a small human body fell out of it into the sand. A moment later, the creature suddenly dropped its head, lifeless. The human body stirred. The Prince of Nothing slowly rose to his feet, and then waved at them with a bloody stump. The wind carried his voice. "Run! The Skinwalker is almost here." Sunny hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Nephis. Without wasting any more time, he gathered the last of his strength and dashed toward the giant block of black stone. The rest of them followed. They had already discussed everything that needed to be discussed. Everyone already knew everything there was to know about the nature of the third nightmares, how they were different from the previous two, and how they were similar. They would be entering the trial with their physical bodies this time, for one. After all, there was no distinction between the body that dwelled in the waking world and the body that wandered the dream realm once one became an ascended. That was something Nephis and Cassie had learned from Clan Vela, and shared with them. It was good to know. Apart from this fact, though, the nightmare they were going to enter was completely unknown. The Skinwalker was breathing down their necks, so there was no time to hesitate. Sunny reached Mordred and looked at him with a scowl. "You better not pull anything once we're inside." The Prince of Nothing lingered for a moment, then grinned. "Ah, you took the words out of my mouth. Sunless, let's survive." Sunny nodded, then turned to his companions. What was there to say? He forced out a smile and shouted, "Everyone, stay alive. We will return as saints." With that, he spared each of them one last glance. There were sparks of white flame dancing in Neph's eyes. Cassie was pale, but full of unbreakable resolve. Kai was looking at the black stone with a sense of resigned trepidation. Effie seemed grim and determined. Jet was smiling. She shook her head lightly and grinned. "Life is sure unpredictable. Who would have thought that I'd end up challenging the third nightmare, after all?" Soul Reaper laughed as she looked at Sunny. "Sunny. Thank you." He stared at her for a moment, then shook his head. "What a lunatic." With that, he turned around and took a step toward the black stone. 1 step, 2, 3. Slowly, the white inferno of the raging sandstorm disappeared, and all that remained was boundless darkness. In that darkness, Sunny heard the voice of the spell. Ascended. Prepare for your third trial. Its words echoed in the void. 13,700,077 brave ones, welcome to the nightmare. Sunny's eyes widened. What? End of Volume 6, All the Devils Are Here. Chapter 1231. Once more, with feeling. Somber and wreathed in darkness, it rose from a sea of flawlessly white sand like a towering mountain. Its slopes were like vast plains, and its sharp peak was like a spear that pierced the heavens. Outlined against the backdrop of the starlit sky, the pyramid was like a black rift in the fabric of the world. Its edifice was built from millions of colossal stone blocks. Each block was darker than the darkness itself and perfectly aligned, leaving no gaps between them. And each of them, Sunny felt a cold terror grip his heart. Each of the stone blocks was a seed of nightmare. There were millions of them, some already in bloom, some still waiting for their turn to blossom. At the base of the pyramid, the nightmares were shallow and weak. Higher, they were harrowing and unfathomable. And higher still. The slope of the colossal pyramid was broken and covered in cracks, with many blocks either shattered into dismal dust or missing. For vast scars were tainting its immaculate surface, as if some unholy beast had torn through the eternal stone with titanic claws. Above the scars was a narrow capstone. But Sunny, he was not someone who could gaze upon it. The moment he did, his soul convulsed in agony, and his consciousness shattered. Time reversed its flow, but then stuttered and froze. Time warped and screamed. The silhouette of the black pyramid exploded into a myriad of lightless shards. And then, Sunny was no more. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. There was the sound of wind whistling in his ears. He was falling. Coming to his senses, still disoriented, he sighed. Here we go again. Before doing anything else, Sunny summoned the Essence Pearl. The next moment, he hit the water. I just knew this would happen. Instead of thrashing wildly, he let his body sink and waited for the breathing memory to manifest itself. At the same time, Sunny extended his shadow sense outward and tried to understand the nature of his surroundings. Water. Nothing but water. Well, that's strange. Wasn't I in the desert just a few moments ago? They entered the nightmare through a giant block of black stone that lay between the dunes, half buried in the sand. Since the seed was in the desert, the nightmare was also supposed to take place in the desert unless the spell had sent them in a path so distant that the desert itself did not exist yet, hidden at the bottom of a sea. The thing, though, was that. That's very strange. The cool water around him was not seawater. It was fresh water. If Sunny was so inclined, he could open his mouth and drink as much as he wanted. Not that he would, of course. One thing was certain. Sunny had already guessed it before, but after witnessing the tomb of Ariel in the vision at the start of the nightmare, he was now sure the giant block of black stone was, in fact, one of the building blocks of the Great Pyramid. The unimaginable blow that had left for scars on the surface of the demon's tomb must have sent quite a few of them flying far away into the desert. And Mordred had just happened to stumble upon one. Just as expected, the Prince of Nothing had ulterior motives. Or maybe they had just gotten terribly unlucky. Or maybe it was fate. In any case. Finally! The Essence Pearl finished weaving itself from sparks of ethereal light, and Sunny could breathe again. He could also see again, not that it was of any use, in any direction he looked, there was nothing but clear water. There was a current, too, a strong and turbulent one. Sunny felt himself being pulled by it, unable to resist. Back to the surface. Breathing out a little, he watched the direction in which the bubbles rose, and followed. This time, Sunny did not have to panic and worry about drowning, since he had come prepared. The Essence Pearl was held safely in his mouth. Some time later, his head broke the surface of the water. Sunny looked around and frowned. Everything was covered in thick fog and suffused with somber twilight. He couldn't see far, and even his shadow sense seemed to be dulled by the mist. If there was one consolation, it was that the mist seemed to be of a harmless, albeit somewhat mystical, kind. It was not the harrowing fog of the Hollow Mountains or its like. I should be thankful, I guess. But he was not. Instead, Sonny felt numb. He had been in a constant state of tension since the start of the Battle of the Black Skull. The third nightmare was in no way less of an ordeal than the Nightmare Desert, but for now, at least, Sonny was safe. There were no nightmare creatures in the water, and no terrible danger waiting to swallow him alive. And so, able to relax for the first time since forever, Sonny suddenly felt utterly exhausted, deeply tired, drained of all feelings, and numb. With a sigh, he slowly spun in the water, and eventually noticed an unclear shape swaying on the waves some distance away, hidden by the mist. With nothing better to do, Sonny started to swim in that direction. Less than a minute later, he reached a large piece of wood resting on the water. The piece of floating wood was flat and irregularly shaped, with jagged edges, like a broken fragment of a ship's hull. Most importantly, it was big enough for Sonny to climb on, with plenty of room to spare. Pulling his tired body out of the water, Sonny climbed onto the slightly curved wooden raft and sprawled on it, looking up. There was no sky, only swirling mist. His thoughts were slow and heavy. Well, at least it's not so terribly hot anymore. That desert was a real nightmare. The Nightmare Desert, what a fitting name. He was now inside the third nightmare. And an exceedingly bizarre one, at that. The source of the nightmare was the tomb of Ariel. Funnily enough, the cohort had failed to reach the real pyramid in the dream realm, but still ended up brushing against the illusory copy of it. The very beginning of the nightmare was highly unusual, as well. Sonny had not seen the time flowing in reverse, as it was supposed to happen, so he had no idea where exactly he found himself, and had no hint of what he needed to do to resolve the conflict of the seed. And lastly, 13 million challengers? What the hell was that? Had the spell malfunctioned? There were not even 1 million awakened in the whole world, let alone anywhere near the Nightmare Desert. That was the strangest part. But Sonny, he was too tired to think about all that right now. I'm going to have to explore the area first. Then, I'll start searching for the others. We'll figure something out together. With that, he slowly inhaled and closed his eyes. A few moments later, Sonny was lulled to sleep by the gentle swaying of the water. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. No, no. Not again. Please? Sonny woke up with a yell and cursed, feeling his wooden shelter lurch and almost capsize because of his sudden movement. The remnants of a dire nightmare were already disappearing from his memory, leaving behind only the bitter taste of madness and despair. He shivered slightly, then grimaced and rubbed his face. What the hell, now I'm having nightmares within a nightmare. What a great damn start to the day. Suddenly consumed by anger, he stood up, clenching his fists, and shouted. Curse it! Curse it all! His hoarse voice drowned in the mist. The mist did not look as thick as it had before, but it still veiled the entire world. There was nothing within the reach of his shadow sense except for the endless expanse of flowing water. Curse it all! Sonny shut his eyes for a moment, then winced and sat back down. He was in a terrible mood. What was even the point of it all? He was being pulled by the current, just like he had always been before. For most of his life, Sonny had just gone with the flow, struggling to survive and only reacting to things that threatened him. Going to Antarctica was perhaps the first real decision he had made for himself. Sure, it might have been a reaction as well, but later, Sonny developed an understanding of what he wanted to achieve. He had wanted to protect the civilians of the Southern Quadrant and the soldiers of the evacuation army. He had wanted to prevent the great clans from messing everything up. The things he had done in East Antarctica were not a reaction, instead, they were the result of an active desire to change the world in the way he saw fit. That was the first time Sonny had tentatively attempted to bend the world to his will, instead of letting the world press him into the ground. And for what? What was the result? The siege capitals of East Antarctica were, most likely, already destroyed. The evacuation army had been wiped out, and the civilians had been slaughtered. There was a desperate hope in his heart that some miracle had happened, saving them all, but Sonny knew that it was a futile dream. When had there ever been a miracle like that? No. He failed. Ah. The world was not so easily bent. Damn it! Sonny stared into the mist with resentment. And then, he heard a voice. Done feeling sorry for yourself yet? What the? With a start, Sonny flinched away from the source of the voice. Falling on the wet surface of the wooden raft, he crawled back and looked up. There was a slender figure standing above him, with a mocking smile on his face. It was a young man with black hair, alabaster skin, and a lithe build. He was wearing a simple tunic of beautiful black silk and a pair of dainty silk shoes, looking like a porcelain doll. His eyes were like two pools of cold darkness. The young man was Sonny. Or rather, it was the sin of solace. However, the spirit of the cursed sword did not look vague and blurry anymore. It looked utterly complete and real. In fact, it looked slightly more real than Sonny himself. Chapter 1232. Lost in the mist. Sonny reached the edge of his makeshift raft and froze there, his fingers submerged in water. A perfect copy of him was standing motionlessly a few meters away, looking down with a mocking smile on his lips. The pale face, the onyx eyes, the raven-black hair, it was all the same. But the apparition was much more composed and full of malice than Sonny. There was a boundless ocean of madness hiding behind the cold darkness of its amused gaze. For a moment, Sonny was convinced that one of Mordred's reflections had somehow found him within the mist. But the tone with which the apparition spoke was simply too familiar. With a shudder, he realized that this copy of him was the manifestation of the sin of solace. However, gods! You look so pathetic. Yeah, that's definitely that damned sword. But how could it be? At first, Sonny had only heard indistinct whispers when holding the sin of solace. Later, he could clearly hear its voice. And later still, after Falcon Scott, a vague illusory figure would follow him around. Now, however, that figure seemed perfectly real. That was not the most frightening fact, though. The most frightening thing was that Sonny did not have the sin of solace summoned. How could the spirit of the cursed sword be here, if the sword itself still rested within the still darkness of his soul? Suddenly, a chill ran down Sonny's spine. As if reading his mind, the sin of solace laughed. Ah, how fun! I'll give you some credit, lost from light, you never fail to amuse, at least. What, are you afraid of me now? Sonny hated to admit it, but he was. He did not know what to expect from the cursed Jen. It was tied to Ariel, after all, who was both the demon of dread and the architect of the harrowing pyramid of nightmares. Even if the transcendent memory only contained a facsimile of a distant whisper left behind by the ancient demon, it was still an artifact of terrifying power. He knew that power all too well. Sonny had slain many corrupted nightmare creatures with its help, after all, some of whom he had no business being able to kill, and, as a result, was exposed to its destructive influence in turn. He had thought that he was handling the insidious influence of the sin of solace well. But if he had, then why did the apparition feel more real than ever? How was it able to appear before him without him even holding the cursed sword? Sonny remained silent for a while, then forced out a smile. Afraid of you? Nonsense. Of course not. The sin of solace tilted his head a little, studying Sonny with some interest. Oh, but I think you should. His voice sounded relaxed, but that only made the words more chilling to hear. However, Sonny exhaled with relief. Well, why would I? You're not real. Am I supposed to be frightened of every imaginary bastard? Life's too short for that. The doll-like young man in front of him raised an eyebrow. Are you sure that I am not real? Sonny scoffed. I wasn't before, but I am now. I suspected for a long time, of course, but since you were not annoying enough to waste my time on getting to the bottom of this, I chose to concentrate on other things. But hey, since it's just the two of us now, let me clear a few things. He moved away from the edge of the makeshift raft and looked up at the sin of solace while still remaining in a sitting position. There's no point in pretending to be something that you are not. And what you are not is a real being. No, you're just a tiny, insignificant part of my mind that the enchantments of the Sin of Solace turned against me. How do I know? Well, you are a part of me, so you should already be aware. The apparition remained silent, looking at him with curiosity. Sunny shook his head. I know because I can lie when I talk to you, and I also don't have to answer all of your questions. That is only possible when I am talking to myself. You asked me if I was done feeling sorry for myself? I was not compelled to answer. You asked if I was afraid of you? For a moment or two, I was, and yet I was able to say that I wasn't. So? He grimaced. Really, I should have realized it the first time you kept distracting me with annoying questions, and I told you to shut up instead of giving you a real answer. Ah. I feel ashamed that it took me so long. The Sin of Solace chuckled. Oh, but your flaw is a subjective thing, isn't it? Maybe you can lie to me not because I am a part of you, but simply because you believe that I am a part of you. Sunny smiled. Wouldn't it be great if my flaw was so easy to deceive? No, that is not the case. Plus, I had no reason to believe that you weren't an actual entity before. If anything, it would have been the other way around. The apparition remained motionless, staring at him with a bleak expression. Then, the spirit of the cursed sword, the small broken piece of Sunny's own mind, sighed. All right, you caught me. I am not real. Indeed, I am just a figment of your imagination. The Sin of Solace was quiet for a few moments, and then grinned. But have you not considered that, maybe, quarreling and conversing with a splintered piece of your own mind is a bit more frightening than being haunted by a cursed sword? He laughed. I mean, wouldn't that mean that you have completely lost your mind? Lost from light, damn lunatic, oh, this is simply wonderful. Sunny stared at the laughing copy of himself with a somber expression. For once, he had nothing to say. After a few long moments, he turned away and uttered through gritted teeth. Shut up! Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The water was murmuring softly as the strong current pulled the makeshift raft forward. The mist was slowly growing less thick, but Sunny still couldn't see or feel anything in it. When he grew thirsty, he summoned the endless spring and drank from it, looking at the clear water around him with suspicion. When he got hungry, he summoned the coveter's coffer and took out some rations from inside it. I should have stocked up before leaving the siege capital. To Sunny's disappointment, his supplies were already running low. He had kept the coffer well stocked while serving as an army scout, but after becoming an envoy to Clan Valor, there was no need to any more. So, there had not been a lot of useful things left inside the bottomless chest at the start of the nightmare. It was hard to tell how much time had passed since Sunny entered the nightmare, too. The dim twilight permeating the mist never grew brighter or darker. However, he felt as if it had not been more than a couple of days. He had spent most of his time numbly staring at the wood grain of his makeshift raft. For some reason, it looked strangely familiar. The strange sense of familiarity was driving Sunny crazy. But then again, perhaps it was the fact that he had gone crazy that caused the irrational sense of familiarity with a random piece of flotsam. After all, there had to be a reason why the spirit of the Sin of Solace was suddenly much more clear, frighteningly real, and even able to appear without Sunny summoning the cursed sword. The less stable his mental state was, the more substantial the presence of the apparition was supposed to be. Sunny did not feel particularly insane, just numb, heartbroken, and emotionally drained. However, which lunatic knew of their madness? The Sin of Solace, meanwhile, was behaving rather strangely. Sunny was painfully aware of his many failures, so he had expected the apparition to barrage him with mockery and contempt. Did you want to protect the people of Antarctica? Did you think that your pathetic self was capable of protecting anything? Stuff like that. Hell, after that last conversation with Morgan, Sunny knew that the waking world was more or less doomed. He didn't even know if Rain would be okay. The Sin of Solace could have used that fact to drive a nail into his heart, too. But the cursed sword mostly remained silent. At some point, Sunny glanced at the apparition, which was still standing in the spot where it first appeared, and raised an eyebrow. Hey, aren't you going to mock me? Don't you want to remind me how pitiful and pathetic I am? Sunny's perfect copy stared at him for a few moments, then looked away with indifference. That grew old ages ago. I can't be bothered. Sunny frowned. Come to think of it, why is it that you haven't moved a single centimeter in all this time? The Sin of Solace scoffed. Where am I supposed to go? This raft is not that large. Well, I might as well stand on water, true. But why should I? Sunny studied him for a bit, then shook his head. No. I think you're hiding something. His hallucination laughed. Oh, yeah? So, now you are paranoid, too. Instead of answering, Sunny rose from where he was sitting and took a step toward the Sin of Solace. His copy frowned. What do you think you're? Get lost. Sunny pushed the apparition aside, forcing it to take a step back and sway dangerously at the very edge of the makeshift raft, almost falling into the water. The Sin of Solace cursed, but Sunny paid him no attention. Instead, he stared at the spot where the hallucination had been standing all this time. Interesting. There, a single rune was roughly carved into the wood. Chapter 1233. Coming to terms with the end of the world. It was carved into the wood, but not with any kind of instrument. The grooves were deep, but crude and uneven, with rough and shaky edges. It was as if someone used their nails to scratch the rune into the wooden surface in a fit of madness. The rune was a familiar one, too. Wish. It had other meanings, too: desire, yearning, longing, aspiration, even hope, sometimes, depending on the context. Sunny knew that rune all too well. How could he not, after spending so much time on the Chained Isles? But its most fundamental meaning was just that, a wish. He stared at the rune for some time, thinking. Who had carved it into the ancient wood? And why? Had it been carved before the piece of wood he was using as a raft ended up as flotsam, or after? What did it mean? Sunny hesitated for a bit, then tentatively scratched at the wood with his nail. It was really tough, much tougher than mundane wood would have been. This raft of his turned out to be really sturdy. He wouldn't be able to leave a scratch on it without losing a nail or two. What are you doing? Sunny gleamed at the Sin of Solace, who was looking at him with a bewildered expression. Playing dumb, who? He pointed to the rune. Were you trying to hide it from me? The apparition tilted its head in confusion. Hide what? An angry expression appeared on Sunny's face, and he gritted his teeth. Stop messing with me, you pale bastard. You have been standing here this whole time, as if trying to prevent me from noticing the rune. However, deep inside, he felt a hint of doubt. Was he now seeing things? Was the rune not really there? The Sin of Solace suddenly laughed. Gods, your expression, it's priceless. What about the rune? So there is a rune. Why would I care? In fact, why do you care? You seem completely beside yourself. Sunny frowned, remained silent for a while, then let out a sigh. Indeed, why would he care about some rune? Yeah, it might have possessed some meaning, like hinting at something about hope. But a single rune was not enough to learn anything. Maybe he was just so bored that he made a big deal out of nothing. Maybe he was just trying really hard not to think about other things. Like the fate of East Antarctica. Or rain. Or himself. With a sigh, Sunny sprawled on the ancient wood and stared into the mist. East Antarctica was most likely finished. This was an appalling tragedy and a personal wound for Sunny. For the first time in his life, he had tried to act upon his nascent principles, and failed. In the end, his intervention didn't amount to anything. Sure, he had prevented the great clans from causing the deaths of many civilians and government soldiers. But with the great abominations now rampaging across the southern quadrant, how many of those people he had saved would survive? Ah, this feeling, how bitter. The taste of failure was painful enough to make him want to never have such desires again. To never have the nerve to try and force his will upon the world again. To never try. So childish. He was like a novice who had swung his training sword once, failed to perform the cut perfectly, and instantly gave up on wanting to learn swordsmanship. How many thousands of swings had it taken him to gain a basic level of control over his blade on the forgotten shore? One failure, no matter how painful, was not a reason to stop trying. Nevertheless, even if he somehow overcame his disillusionment and numbness, the cruel truth remained the same. The chain of nightmares was only the start of a global catastrophe. Sonny did not know how many years the destruction of the waking world would take, a couple, a dozen, or 100, but he believed Morgan when she told him that it was inevitable. The scope of this truth was so vast that he could not even really comprehend it. It was the end of the world. Or was it? I'm stuck here in the third nightmare, and may very well die. But Rain is out there in the waking world, which might be consumed by a global cataclysm at any moment. Sonny could not help but feel restless, disheartened, and afraid for his sister. At least Serpent is with her. It will protect her. Regardless of that, the revelation of the dire future forced him to look beyond his own experiences and motivations. Sonny had been struggling against many things ever since becoming an awakened. His personal indignation at becoming bonded with Nephis, his desire to be stronger than her and escape the chains of fate, his animosity toward the great clans and his ambition to see as many people as possible survive the chain of nightmares, all these matters were important and valid. But, blinded by them, he never seriously considered the most fundamental and important conflict, mostly because it had always seemed too large and distant to have anything to do with a small and insignificant person like him. The nightmare spell, which was slowly consuming humanity. Now that he knew that the waking world had reached the point of no return, Sonny couldn't ignore the looming terror of it anymore. This is just infuriating. I can't believe that I ended up being the bigger fool, out of the two of us. Back when Nephis had told him that her goal was to destroy the spell, Sonny called her a lunatic. And he still believed that her desire was nothing but pure madness. However, as it turned out, the world they lived in was a world of madness. So it was Sonny, who just wanted to operate a memory store and live a peaceful life, who was misguided. In retrospect, maybe Neph's desire to conquer all the nightmares and destroy the spell was a bit insane, but Sonny's desire to just be free of it all and live carefree was pure lunacy. The only sane ones were probably the people who fell somewhere in between these two extremes. Like Effie. Chapter 1234. Two Futures. I see now. Sin of Solace glanced at him with curiosity. What is it that you see, if you don't mind me asking? Sonny remained silent for a while. No, it's just that. I suddenly remembered an old conversation. Years ago, in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, Effie, who was mostly a stranger back then, had told Sonny a strange thing. She had told him that the dream realm was not hell, like everyone believed, but instead a paradise, a dark and cruel one, but a paradise nevertheless. The kind of paradise they all deserved. He knew now that Effie felt that way because she had been trapped in a broken body and constrained to a wheelchair in the waking world, but received a chance to be healthy and vibrant in the dream realm. However, that was not the only reason. Effie also believed that the waking world was dying, not because of the spell, but because of what humans themselves had done to the ecosystem they needed to exist. It might have even died already if it wasn't for the awakened and the gifts they had received from the spell. The last thing she had said to him back then was that one day, in the future, more people would consider the dream realm a paradise, just like she did. This is what it comes down to, isn't it? If Sonny tried to think realistically about the future, then the destruction of the waking world did not necessarily have to mean the destruction of humanity. Humanity was going to persevere, the small part of humanity that had access to the dream realm, to be more precise. There were hundreds of thousands of awakened in the world, a few hundred masters, and a few dozen saints. But these numbers were going to swell soon. If the chain of nightmares was any indication, the nightmare spell was starting to run rampant once again. There was going to be an incredible amount of infected in the coming years, numerous new sleepers, numerous new awakened. There would be many more masters, too, and even many more saints. Even if the waking world was consumed, these people would be able to live on in the small part of the dream realm that had already been conquered by humanity. Many things would be lost, but the citadels were not that far from being self-sufficient. Especially the great citadels like Bastion and Ravenheart, those were already like cities. So, this is it? This is the future. Out of 3 billion, just a few millions would survive? Sunny remained motionless, staring into the mist. The Sin of Solace was silent. It is the future the sovereigns believe in, at least. Sunny heard once that the sovereigns had long given up on the waking world. Now, he understood better why, and what for. The great clans had been concentrating on creating a landing zone for humanity all this time, carving out a piece of habitable land in the dream realm. Their reasoning was grim and cruel, but realistic. Sunny stirred. But it is not the only possible future. There was also the future Nephis believed in. Nephis, who saw the sovereigns as traitors and sinners, not because they had destroyed her family, but because they had given up on trying to resist the spell. If a new supreme appeared, if that supreme conquered the fifth nightmare and became sacred, or even divine, maybe, then who was to say how the future would turn out? Maybe if a god was born from humanity, a divine miracle would save everyone. Wasn't it a sweet dream? Sure, the probability of something like that happening was 0. It was not realistic at all. It was impossible, just a bit of wishful thinking. However, Sunny couldn't help but allow himself to bask in that unrealistic dream for a few moments. He turned his head, staring at the lone room that was carved into the ancient wood of his makeshift raft. Wish. Even though he knew that a miracle would not happen, he still wished that it did. But then? What was Sunny's own wish? He wanted to be free. Despite everything, he still wanted to be free. He wanted to have a choice, to be the master of his own fate, not a slave to it. He wanted to be strong, too. Strong enough to break his chains and protect those he loved. He wanted to live a good life. It's time to stop thinking about the big picture and concentrate on what exactly I have to do right now. Most of the people he cared about were now inside this nightmare. There were a few of them in the waking world, as well, including Rain. So, his goal was rather simple. First of all, he had to survive. He also had to find his friends and make sure that they survived, too. Then, they had to conquer the third nightmare and return to the waking world. A god might descend from the machine to save humanity, or not, most likely not. In any case, it would not happen anytime soon, so the next few years, at least, would go according to the future that the sovereigns envisioned. In that future, the value of a saint would be tremendous. A saint would not be easily dismissed or bullied, in fact, the opposite would be true. So, Sunny had to become a saint. This was very convenient, considering that he was already inside a third nightmare, and the only alternative to transcendence was death. Additionally, as a saint, he would be able to bring people, even mundane people, into the dream realm. So, should the waking world really perish, he would be able to save Rain and a few others from that destruction. Or give them a chance to be saved, at least. Survive. Transcend. These were his goals, for now. And should he succeed, maybe other things would become possible, too. Become strong. Live a good life. Protect those I love. Defeat fate. Be free. What a beautiful wish. Lulled by the sweet promise of a dreamlike future and the gentle swaying of the waves, Sunny slowly fell asleep. Chapter 12:35. Wondrous sight. His mental state must have suffered a greater blow than he had thought, for him to keep suffering from repeated nightmares. Well, that was not an unreasonable result, considering what had happened during the Battle of the Black Skull and after. I should summon Nightmare and let him guard my sleep. He can subjugate a few of these dreams, too. As soon as Sunny thought that, he felt that something was wrong. W.H. In the next moment, the raft beneath him lurched, and then, the calming murmur of the flowing water suddenly turned into a deafening roar. Sunny was thrown off the cool wooden surface and tossed into the depths. Feeling water surge into his mouth and nose, he cursed, swiftly sensed the surrounding space, and tried to find the familiar piece of flotsam. It was his only refuge in the mist, after all. The raft was a few meters above him. Struggling against the current, Sunny swam upward. There was something strange, though. The previously dark expanse of water around him was now suffused with light, and the higher he reached, the brighter it became. Finally, Sunny breached the surface and shut his eyes tightly, blinded by sunlight. The ever-present mist was gone. Pushing his body against the current, Sunny swam toward his reliable raft, climbed onto the slickwood, and coughed out a mouthful of water. Then, he brushed his wet hair back and tentatively opened his eyes. After days spent in the twilight of the ghostly mist, it took them a few seconds to adjust to the brightness of the day. Slowly, a breathtaking vista revealed itself from white radiance. Sunny gasped slightly. In front of him, as far as the eye could see, was a vast expanse of clear, sparkling water. Gentle sunlight reflected from its surface, making the whole world seem as if it was littered with gemstones. High above, in the great firmament of the blue sky, 7 suns were shining with beautiful light. One sun was rising from the waters far away to his right, painting the sky and the flowing water with 1,000 shades of soft lilac. The colors of dawn slowly brightened as they gradually turned into a vast expanse of vibrant blue right above Sunny. Far to his left, another sun was drowning in the blood-red water, turning the world into a conflagration of fiery crimson light. The eastern horizon was at dawn, and the western horizon was at dusk. However, it was the middle of the day where Sunny was. He stared at the incredible sight for a while, awed, then shifted slightly and looked back. Behind the raft, the world was exactly the same. There was nothing but water. No sign of the mist remained, as if it had never existed at all. Sunny sighed, then turned north again, or at least in the direction he chose to call north, considering that the only rising of the 7 suns was to his right. It was also the direction of the current that continued to carry his raft forward. He spent some time taking in the strange, wondrous landscape of the nightmare world. It reminds me of something. Sunny lingered for a few moments, wondering. Then, he took a deep breath. The 7 radiant suns, the vast expanse of clear water, it reminded him of a soul sea. His own would have been similar, if he had radiant soul cores instead of the lightless shadow cores. Of course, he only had 5 of those, and the dark waters of his soul were still and unmoving. His soul sea was also infinitely smaller. There were other differences, too. Still, the world in front of him seemed too eerily beautiful to be a mundane place. Which posed a question. Where the hell am I? There was no desert in sight. There was no black pyramid, either. All Sunny could see was the bright water and the 7 strange suns. It was a known fact that the sky, including the celestial bodies populating it, was not uniform across the different regions of the dream realm. Still, he was pretty sure that he had never been anywhere near a place like that. And there was definitely nothing like that within the nightmare desert. Sunny could reluctantly imagine that the spell had sent him into a past so distant that the desert was still the bottom of a sea. However, even that would not explain the strangeness of the vibrant sky above him. Just what kind of sea did we enter? There was the sound of splashing, and the Sin of Solace calmly walked across the surface of the water to stand atop the wooden raft again. He was perfectly dry and unbothered by the sudden change of scenery. There was a slight smile on his porcelain face. Quite a sight, isn't it? Sunny nodded silently, then suddenly looked intently at the spot where the apparition was standing. The pale wood was dark and wet with water. When the mist had mysteriously disappeared, the raft must have overturned, revealing its bottom side. And that underside was riddled with chaotic, manic lines. They were runes, thousands of them, all blending into one demented tapestry. But not only runes. Sunny recognized some of the crudely carved symbols, but others were entirely unfamiliar to him. With a shudder, he noticed that there were even the familiar letters of the human language. Translated by the spell, all the symbols were repeating the same words. Wish 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 be careful of wish wish be careful of what you wish for wish for wish for wish for wish 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 be careful of what you wish for be careful of what you wish 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 for. Sunny froze. The words continued, spilling over the ancient wood as they broke and crisscrossed each other. Just like the single rune on the other side of the raft, it looked like they had been scratched into the incredibly durable wood by someone's nails. The lines were rough and frantic, but deep and forceful. Sunny scowled, feeling an uncontrollable desire to move away from the deranged weave of runes. He felt a sense of dire madness radiating from them, and was irrationally wary of being infected by it. However, there was nowhere to move. The whole raft was covered by the mad litany of twisted symbols. The part of it that he could see, the part where the Sin of Solace was standing calmly, and even the part where he was kneeling were all riddled with them. Suddenly tense, Sunny looked away and glanced at the beautiful expanse of sparkling water once again. Somehow, it didn't seem as dreamy anymore. Chapter 1236. Great River. Sunny considered these words despite feeling that thinking about them too hard was, perhaps, not too wise. The aura of madness radiating from the carvings was just too intense to ignore. The sight of the thousands of runes carved into the underside of his makeshift raft was more than a little bit ominous. However, he was not very concerned about how urgent and demented they looked. What really made him wary were the symbols themselves. There were familiar runes, and unfamiliar symbols, too. Although Sunny had extensively studied the various known languages of the Dream Realm, he could easily admit that there might have been writing systems that he had never seen. Even if it was a little strange that they were not only completely unknown to him, but also bore no passing resemblance to any of the ones he had brushed against before. However, how could there be the letters of human language here? That was what really disturbed him. Has someone from the evacuation army entered this nightmare already? But no, that made no sense. The chances of an awakened from his world entering the same nightmare, finding the exact same piece of flotsam, and carving words from a dozen different languages, some of which even a researcher like Sunny had never stumbled upon, let alone mastered, into the wood before disappearing without a trace were infinitely small. Not to mention that the markings did not seem fresh. They seemed like they had been made a long, long time ago. So, what the hell was the meaning of this? In fact, what the hell was the meaning of this entire nightmare? There had been no vision of reverse time when Sunny entered it. There were apparently millions of challengers who had entered it before him. There was no desert, no pyramid. Instead, there were the 7 suns and a seemingly boundless expanse of water that sparkled under their light. None of it made any sense at all. Even his shadows looked perplexed. With a quiet groan, Sunny rubbed his temples and glanced at the Sin of Solace. "What do you think about all this?" The pale apparition looked at him with a smile. "I am a part of you, so you should already be aware." "No." Recognizing his own words, Sunny sighed and turned away. "Bastard!" The Sin of Solace laughed. Sunny remained motionless for a while, trying not to look at the runes. Then, he studied the 7 suns for some time. "There's a lot of weirdness going on, and there's a lot of things that I don't know. So, let's think about what I do know." He was floating on a piece of wood in the middle of a vast body of water. However, that body itself was strange. It was seemingly as large as an ocean, with no land in sight, but composed of clear fresh water. All that water also seemed to be moving, flowing in a certain direction. Fresh water and a uniform current. If Sunny disregarded the unimaginable scope, then wouldn't that make this place a river? A river that was greater than the vastest of seas, but still a river. So, did he know of any rivers like that? Sunny shifted slightly. "In fact, I do know about a river that was described as great. A river that existed outside of time and flowed endlessly from the future into the past, the Great River. It was mentioned in the description of the stifled scream. There was also a hint of a dreadful secret being hidden in its estuary. Coincidentally, or maybe not, an estuary of some sort was also mentioned in the description of the Shroud of Graceless Dusk. According to it, the Sibyls had reached the tomb of Ariel and embraced the estuary after the voices of the gods grew silent. That was how they had fallen. If the estuary that the Sibyls had embraced was the estuary of the Great River, where a dreadful secret was hidden, then the Great River and the tomb of Ariel were obviously connected. But how? Why would the spell send Sunny into the waters of the Great River after touching one of the building blocks of the Black Pyramid? And if this was indeed the Great River, then was he actually floating into the past right now? Sunny remained motionless for a while, staring at the sparkling water and the 7 radiant suns. Ah! My head hurts. He was pretty certain that he was right, and this was indeed the great river that existed outside of time. That would explain why the vision of Ariel's tomb had been interrupted and why he had not seen the usual reversal of time at the start of the nightmare. Probably? However, he still had no idea what being on the great river meant and what the nightmare had to do with it. An uncomfortable thought suddenly appeared in his mind. I won't leave the nightmare in the past if I take too long to conquer it, right? It would be really awkward if the current of the great river took him so far into the past that he appeared in the prehistoric time of the waking world, where there were no nightmare creatures, but plenty of dinosaurs instead. Then again, this river was supposed to exist outside of time. So it was just as likely that, should he survive the nightmare, he would return to the waking world at the exact same moment that he had left it. Come to think of it, if this nightmare had a strange relationship with the flow of time, then it could possibly explain how 13 million challengers, way more than there were awakened in the waking world, had ended up inside of it. Maybe they had entered, and would enter the nightmare at various points in time before Sunny was alive, during his life, and long after he was dead. That was a very confusing and incredibly troublesome thought, though. Because it meant that in all that time, none of them had managed to conquer the nightmare. Sunny shivered. I'm just guessing, though. I might be completely wrong about the whole thing. In fact, it's most likely that I am. He still needed more information. Although Sunny had a very good memory and could easily remember the descriptions mentioning the Great River, he still decided to summon the runes and take another look at them. The shimmering symbols appeared in the air in front of him. Name, Sunless. True name, Lost from Light. Rank, Ascended. Class, Tyrant. Shadow Cores, 5/7. Shadow Fragments, 1236 5000. Memories, Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Midnight Shard. He searched for the runes of the stifled scream, but then froze. A strange expression appeared on Sunny's face. What? At the end of the long list of his memories, there was a string of runes that had not been there before. Chapter 1237. The answer is. However, as time had gone by, the importance of the memories lessened to a large extent. Of course, he was still reliant on them, but these days, most of the rewards he received from the spell were either too weak for his level of power or inferior to something he already possessed. With rare exceptions, their worth lay mainly in expanding his repertoire of weaving and serving as fuel for the evolution of his shadows. So, getting a new memory was not as memorable an event as it had been before. Still, it was not to the extent that Sunny could forget receiving one. What the hell? He seemed to be saying this phrase a lot recently. Sunny was befuddled, but he couldn't deny what he saw. There was indeed a new string of runes at the end of the list of his memories, one that he neither recognized nor had ever seen before. He scowled, then threw a suspicious glance at the Sin of Solace. After hesitating for a while, Sunny chose not to say anything and turned his attention back to the runes. Not only had the new memory appeared out of nowhere, but its name also made him feel a deep sense of unease. The runes read: Memory, Key of the Estuary. Sunny stared at it for a minute or two, disturbed. He had just been thinking about the tomb of Ariel, the great river, and its estuary, and now this? What did the name of the memory mean? Where did it come from? And, more importantly, when did it appear? He had not killed anything, or anyone, after entering the nightmare. His shadows were within his soul sea, they couldn't have slain a nightmare creature, either. Except for Soul Serpent. But if Rain had been attacked by an abomination and Serpent killed it while defending her, the spell should have still announced the kill and the acquisition of a memory to Sunny. Yet he had not heard its voice since entering the nightmare. Had it happened while he was asleep? With a grim expression, Sunny pulled his attention from the mysterious memory and glanced at the list of his shadows. Soul Serpent's runes were still bleak and lifeless, but they were there, which meant that Serpent had not been destroyed, at least. It wouldn't have let anything happen to Rain without sacrificing itself first. So, Rain was most definitely all right, she had to be. Suddenly, Sunny felt his heart turn cold and heavy. He looked at the beautiful expanse of sparkling water with a somber expression, his eyes full of concern and darkness. Then, he slightly shook his head and looked down. Doesn't make any sense. What were the chances of a random abomination in the distant NQSC gifting Sunny with a memory that was connected to the Great River? Why would it? Pursing his lips, he let out a heavy sigh and turned his attention back to the runes. Concentrating on the estuary key made more shimmering symbols appear in the air. As soon as Sunny started reading them, his expression changed. Memory, key of the estuary. Memory rank, supreme. Supreme. His heart skipped a beat. At the same time, Sunny's unease deepened. He should have been excited to find himself in possession of such a powerful memory. However, instead, all Sunny felt was a cold sense of dread. It was because he firmly believed that nothing in this world, two worlds, rather, was ever free. So, getting a supreme memory out of nowhere only made him feel apprehension. Could Serpent even kill a great nightmare creature? Soul Serpent was an ascended tyrant, just like Sunny. Sunny himself was not powerful enough to dare face a great abomination. His chances of surviving such a fight were not zero, but very close to it. The vessels of the Skinwalker were proof. Frowning, Sunny swallowed his questions and continued to read. Memory tier, 6. 6th tier. He didn't even bother to consider the implications and turned to the description, which was strangely short. There were only several shimmering runes. Memory description, the answer is oblivion. Sunny stared grimly at the short string of runes, perplexed. The answer. He was confused. To what question? Was oblivion the key to the estuary? What did it mean? Or was it not oblivion, but oblivion, the demon of oblivion? But what did that easily forgotten demon have to do with anything? Sunny rubbed his face, then glanced at the enchantments of the mysterious memory. However, to his disappointment, there were no more hints hidden in the runes. All he saw was memory enchantments. Enchantment description. And that was it. There seemed to be only one enchantment, but it had no name and no description. It was just like the Where is my IA enchantment of Weaver's Mask, which had not been named until Sunny used it. There was one difference, though. Where is my eye was an active enchantment, while the enchantment of the estuary key seemed to be a passive one. Sunny took a deep breath. So, what is the probability that Soul Serpent had killed a great terror while I slept, and that the memory received by me as a result has to do with the Great River? That was the only logical explanation, and yet, the logic of that explanation was highly questionable. He remained motionless for a while, then sighed and summoned the key of the estuary. Of course, it would have been more prudent to first study the mysterious memory in the soul sea, yet, somehow, Sunny felt reluctant to touch it within his soul. Soon, countless sparks of darkness swarmed around his palm, and then slowly formed into a jagged piece of black stone. The jagged stone was utterly black and cool to the touch, reminding Sunny of the building blocks of the tomb of Ariel. There were no features to it, no runes or images carved into its surface. It was just a rough, palm-sized chunk of stone that seemed like something one would randomly pick up from the ground. Since the mysterious enchantment of the estuary key was a passive one, it was supposed to come into effect as soon as the memory was summoned. However, if it was doing something, Sunny couldn't tell. He did not feel any changes, neither in himself nor in the world. I feel like I'm going mad. He had been bombarded by more and more bizarre questions since the start of the nightmare, and none of them had any answers. There was also an answer that didn't seem to have a question. Even the Sin of Solace had become a bit weird. Uttering a quiet curse, Sunny concentrated and peered beneath the surface of the jagged black stone. Even if the enchantment had no name and no description, he could still study its weave himself. After all, by now, he had some knowledge of weaving, as well as the ability to intuitively feel the purpose of various weaves. Within the estuary key, there was a vast tapestry of ethereal strings. It was not the most complicated spellweave Sunny had ever seen, that would be the weave of Weaver's Mask, but it was still incredibly complex, and unimaginably intricate. An enchantment like that was hopelessly outside the scope of what he himself could create, at least. Sunny was stunned. However, he was not stunned by the intricacy or complexity. Instead, what paralyzed him were the strings themselves. Because, unlike the strings of soul essence that comprised the weaves of all memories created by the spell, these ones were not ethereally luminous and silvery white. Instead, they were lightless and dark. Like something Sunny himself would create. Chapter 1238. So bizarre. The strings that Sunny himself weaved, however, were made out of shadow essence. Although they were a perfect substitute for the strings of light, they appeared entirely black. This was the reason why the weaves of the memories he modified were like a patchwork of light and darkness. The weave of the estuary key, however, had no light at all. Every string of its vast and intricate tapestry was black, as if created out of shadow essence. It was just like the siege souvenir that Sunny had made and used to kill Goliath. Sunny stared at the jagged piece of black stone, dumbfounded. What is the meaning of this? How could there be a memory such as this if he had not created it? Suddenly, there was cold sweat on his face. Have I lost a part of my memories? Oblivion, the answer was oblivion. Sunny shifted, and his hand instinctively shot to the side, ready to grasp a weapon. The Sin of Solace observed his panic with an amused smile. A few seconds passed, then a few more. The great river was peaceful and desolate, with not a threat in sight. Slowly, Sunny allowed himself to relax. Even if I somehow lost some memories, that wouldn't explain this damned memory. Sunny was certain that he was not capable of creating a spellweave of such magnitude and complexity. He was nowhere near that level, as far as weaving was concerned. Much more importantly, he knew for a fact that he was not capable of killing a great terror to collect 6 supreme soul shards. Although, if this memory was an artificial one, the soul shards could have come from 6 great beasts instead. Or 6 sovereigns. The Sin of Solace offered a suggestion with a mocking grin. Sunny flinched, then glared at the apparition. His face was even paler than usual. Very funny. He was incapable of killing 6 great beasts, either. Or even one, most likely. So what does it mean? Now, he really felt as if he was losing his mind. A supreme memory of the 6th tier appeared in his soul out of nowhere, and on top of that, it seemed to have been made from shadow essence. It was just too bizarre. Sunny groaned, grabbed his head and froze for a few minutes, thinking. After a while, his agitation lessened a little. It can still be explained. Even if the explanations are more than a little bit out there. First of all, the fact that the strings of the estuary keys were seemingly made out of shadow essence did not mean that it was Sunny who had created them. There could have been another shadow creature capable of weaving somewhere here. In fact, Sunny had never received a memory for killing a shadow creature. Who knew, maybe all memories awarded for slaying shadows were like that. So, it was still possible that somewhere in the waking world, Serpent had slain a great terror that had been a shadow creature once, and Sunny received the reward, which just happened to be tied to the great river while asleep. Of course, it was extremely hard to believe that something like that had happened. But Sunny had been living with the fated attribute for many years now. If there was one thing he had learned, it was that he should never say never. All kinds of improbable coincidences were prone to happening to him. There were 2 other explanations, as well. One of them was that Sunny had somehow vastly improved his mastery of weaving, procured 6 supreme soul shards, created the key of the estuary, and then forgotten all about it. In the process, none of his other runes had changed, either his class, number of shadow fragments, collection of memories, and the state of his shadows were all the same as they had been before entering the nightmare. Well, that was not exactly true. One thing about him had indeed changed, and to a frightening degree. It was the Sin of Solace. The spirit of the cursed sword was entirely different from how it had been before. But that was the only discrepancy. Nevertheless, the second explanation was even less believable than the first one. Too many things about it did not make any sense. The third explanation had to do with the great river, and the nature of time. Since time worked strangely in this nightmare, it was, maybe, Possible that Sunny would create the key of the estuary in the future, but was somehow capable of already possessing it in the present. He really didn't know that much about time, or rather, he knew just as much about it as any person would. Sunny was not ignorant, but time itself was like a perversion of itself here. In any case, he had no idea how it worked on the great river. So, who was to say that something like that couldn't happen? The third explanation was the most bizarre, and yet, it somehow sounded more plausible than the other two. Sunny dismissed the estuary key and silently stared at the vast expanse of flowing water in front of him. The 7 suns were slowly traveling across the blue sky. So, in conclusion, I have no idea how I ended up on this river instead of in the Nightmare Desert, no knowledge about what the Great River actually is, no hint about what to do to conquer the nightmare, and no clue where the others are. And on top of that, there is a mysterious memory in my soul, and the sin of solace seems to have gone through a strange transformation. Sunny sighed as he enjoyed the beautiful view. Wonderful. The sin of solace glanced at him with a smile. I'm glad you're in a good mood. Then, the apparition took a tentative step back and grinned. But, Sunny, shouldn't you be paying more attention to the surroundings in a situation like this? Sunny frowned for a moment, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. He had been distracted by the barrage of weird revelations and lulled into a false sense of security by the beautiful tranquility of the great river. Which was why he was a second too late to sense a vast shadow rising swiftly from the depths below him. Summoning a memory, he cursed and jumped high into the air. In the next moment, giant jaws tore the surface of the water on both sides of his makeshift raft and closed, turning it into thousands of sharp splinters. Chapter 1239. Sea Monster. The thousands of manic runes carved into its surface were destroyed. All that remained were tiny splinters, and even those disappeared a split second later when the giant jaws snapped shut. A massive serpentine head appeared from beneath the water, 2 monstrous eyes staring at Sunny with hunger and malevolent fury. Azure scales glistened in the sunlight, each one larger and thicker than the armor plates of a heavy military APC. The creature was utterly enormous, ancient, and seemingly mad. But Sunny was already in the air. The height of his vertical jump was nothing to scoff at, so there was a lot of distance between him and the sharp narrow snout of the abomination. However, it did not matter, because the giant sea serpent continued to rise from the water, revealing its tower-like neck. Its maw opened again like the gates of a dark abyss. Another second later, it had already shot 24 meters into the sky, threatening to swallow Sunny whole. Curse it, why does such a huge monster even want to eat a tiny morsel like me? But then again, nightmare creatures were not really interested in human flesh. What they wanted were human souls, and as far as souls went, Sunnis was powerful and vast despite his modest size. Damn it! Sunny twisted in the air and kicked down. He was not trying to strike the sea serpent, instead, he used one of its fangs as a trampoline to catapult himself even further up. The timing of this desperate maneuver had to be incredibly precise, and the tiniest mistake meant death, but he was nothing if not quick. Especially when augmented by all 5 of his shadows. And if the bastard lost a tooth as a result, well, that would be even better. However, the sea serpent's fang did not break from Sunny's powerful kick. In fact, it was almost the opposite. If not for bone weave, Sunny's leg might have snapped. The giant fang seemed utterly indestructible, like a monolith made of pristine crystal jade. Wincing in pain, Sunny shot higher into the sky, and the creature followed. The serpent's long body continued to rise from the water, revealing its terrifying size and length. Just from the small part that could be seen, he judged that the abomination was at least a couple 100 meters in length. It was a true leviathan. Gods! Sunny was not sure that he could escape high enough to save himself from the sea monster, or rather, the river monster. Even worse, he had nowhere to land. All around them, there was nothing but water. He looked at the approaching maw in despair. And then, the memory he had summoned finally manifested itself into reality. It was not the sin of solace, nor was it any other weapon. Instead, it was a long and narrow needle forged out of black metal, with golden wire wrapped around one of its ends. The heavenly burden. Without hesitating even for a moment, Sunny drove the needle into his forearm, grimaced, and swiftly sent all his shadows to wrap themselves around it. Instantly, the speed of his ascent increased tremendously. The heavenly burden did not give a person the ability to fly, but it did make the things it pierced float upward. Usually, the speed with which one drifted into the sky was not too great, but with the augmentation of 5 shadows, things changed. The more of the azure leviathan, which had been drawing closer to Sunny at a frightening pace, slowly started to fall behind. He was ascending into the air faster than the serpent was rising from the water. The surface of the great river already seemed rather distant. Damnation, why do I feel like a hot air balloon? After a few more minutes, the giant jaws snapped shut once again, and the leviathan stopped, staring upward with dark, hungry madness burning in its huge inhuman eyes. About 50 meters of its long body had already risen from the waters of the great rivers, looming above them like a tower of glistening azure scales. Streams of water flowed from the long ridge of its dorsal fin, with curved spikes protruding from it like giant blades. The monstrous sea serpent was rather magnificent. Or it would have been, if not for the clear signs of decay and corruption marring its massive body. Its eyes, which had been golden once, were now dim and cloudy, with lines of crimson pus spreading from them toward the long snout. The azure scales were covered by countless scars, some of them missing entirely to reveal pale, desiccated flesh. Pieces of rotten meat were stuck between its dark fangs. The ancient serpent stared at Sunny, and Sunny stared back. This is not good. The leviathan was large enough to be a titan. Granted, dwellers of the depths were often larger than their land counterparts, but if it was indeed a titan, then Sunny was in big trouble. Because titans had all kinds of ways to kill someone like him from afar. Shuddering, he concentrated and peered through the azure scales. He needed to understand what the creature's rank and class were. What Sunny saw left him shaken and revolted. Darkness, nothing but vile darkness, with only one pronounced node that was the source of it. His mouth was suddenly dry. A great beast. Still being carried into the sky by the heavenly burden, Sunny let out a stifled laugh. Well, that's unexpected. He had never thought that he would be glad to see a great beast one day. But he was. A great beast was a harrowing creature of indescribable destructive power, but it was still fundamentally a beast. And beasts did not usually possess any unnatural powers. So, while the azure serpent was without a doubt an absolutely disastrous foe for Sunny, meeting it was still better than encountering a titan, a terror, a tyrant, or even a devil of a lesser rank. Because the creature couldn't do anything to him while Sunny remained in the sky. But there is a problem. Forcing himself to look away from the towering monstrosity, Sunny studied the vast expanse of the great river. There was nothing but water, no matter in which direction he looked. He had nowhere to land. Chapter 1240. Sunny Zeppelin. There were no islands, no continents, and no ships. There was not even another piece of flotsam. He sighed. What a predicament. Enjoying the view. Sunny flinched and craned his neck, looking at the Sin of Solace. His identical copy was calmly standing on thin air, looking down at him. The wind was playing with the apparition's long black hair. Sunny frowned. I really need to get a haircut. You're ignoring me now? Ungrateful. He glared at the apparition silently, then asked, How are you doing that? Why aren't you falling? A wicked smile appeared on the face of the cursed spirit. It's because, unlike you, I'm not weighed down by sin. Sunny scoffed. Bastard, it's literally in your name. The two were silent for a few moments, giving him ample time to enjoy the fact of just how insane he had become. After a while, the Sin of Solace pointed down. Why bother resisting? Here's an idea, just go jump into this beast's maw. Haven't you heard the stories about people traveling inside a sea creature's belly? With your luck, it will definitely bring you to somewhere pleasant. Sunny stared at the porcelain face of the apparition. If I die, you die too, you know. The Sin of Solace grinned. Maybe I would rather die than spend more time in your company. Have you ever thought about that? Sunny gritted his teeth, then looked away. "He's not real, he's just a part of me, since when am I this irritating?" Sighing, he summoned the dark wing. Soon, a translucent cloak appeared on his back and turned into a blur. The shadows moved, flowing from the heavenly burden to cover it in darkness. Illuminated by the light of 7 suns, Sunny followed the current of the great river as he glided forward. To his right, the world was painted in hues of lilac by the light of dawn. To his left, the water was like a sea of burning blood because of the crimson dusk. All around him, the blue sky was suffused with the bright radiance of the day. The Sin of Solace calmly walked across that sky, following him. His hands were clasped behind his back. There has to be something, anything, in this nightmare. It can't just all be water. Sunny was pretty sure that there would be some place where he could land. Otherwise, the trial was too unreasonable. Anyone without memories like the Essence Pearl and the Nimble Catch would be doomed. The spell was not an executioner. Of course, with his luck, he might have been sent thousands of kilometers away from the nearest piece of land. That would not be the first time Sunny found himself on the receiving end of truly terrible fortune. There was only one way to find out. Well, actually, there were a couple. He could try surviving the "Where is my eye?" enchantment for the 3rd time. And he would, if there was no other way. The giant sea monster below followed Sunny with its cloudy eyes, and then dove back into the water. However, its vast shadow remained, moving slowly just below the surface. It was keeping pace with the flying human. Sunny's expression grew bleak. Not willing to let go, huh? Did he offend the serpent's ancestors in his past life? Time went by. The sea serpent continued to follow Sunny, raising its head above the water from time to throw a chilling look in his direction. At some point, Sunny removed the black needle from his forearm and allowed himself to glide down for a while. There was a great beast waiting for him in the river, and if there was one below, there could easily be one above. Being attacked by a flying abomination was the last thing Sunny wanted to happen, but if it did happen, he wanted to at least have the opportunity to dive back into the water and try his luck in the depths. Maybe the 2 abominations would fight with each other instead. This was why he dared neither rise too high above the water nor get too low. Sunny felt tense, somber, and a bit exasperated. No, really. What kind of messed up situation is this? He had turned into a blimp. After gliding down for a while, he winced and pushed the black needle back into his forearm. And so it continued. The great beast stubbornly followed, always staying precisely below Sunny. The hours slowly went by. Sometimes, he would rise, and sometimes, he would descend. The heavenly burden continued to poke small holes in his skin, which then immediately healed thanks to the living stone trait of the shell. Sunny grew angry. Then, he grew depressed. Then, he grew bored. Eventually, he started to enjoy the feeling of flying through this beautiful world of radiant sunlight and shining water. A small smile appeared on his face. There was a great abomination waiting to gobble Sunny up, and yet, he felt strangely peaceful. How many people out there dreamed of being able to fly? Maybe I did lose my mind. He was happy that the Sin of Solace, at least, was keeping his mouth shut. The 7 suns slowly moved across the sky. Eventually, the dawn to his right dissipated, giving way to night. The 7th sun rose above the water and crawled west across the firmament, followed by a spreading darkness. The sun to his left drowned in the crimson water and disappeared, soon followed by another. One by one, all 7 suns disappeared beyond the western horizon, and the sky became completely black. There was no moon, and no stars. However, soon after absolute darkness consumed the world, the waters of the great river themselves began to emanate a soft, shimmering radiance. Sunny held his breath, stunned by the sublime beauty of this dark, luminous world. The whole boundless expanse of the great river was now suffused with faint, but beautiful light. It was as though the 7 suns were now somewhere far below, the soft echo of their light barely reaching the world through the unfathomable mass of water. How pretty! Sunny stared at the softly shining expanse of water for a while. Then, his expression turned dull. If there was one flaw to this ethereally beautiful scene, it was the dark shape beneath the surface of the flowing water, and the two giant eyes staring at him with hunger and madness. The day was over, and the night had come. But the damned great beast was still patiently waiting for him below. Looking at the head of the ancient sea serpent, Sunny sighed. I wonder how many days I can survive. Chapter 1241. Dark Island. Of course, there was also the monstrous sea serpent that patiently pursued him, staring at the perfectly black canvas of the night sky with cloudy eyes. He also had to constantly remain on high alert. There was no telling what else could attack him from above. After a while, Sunny let out a sigh. How tiresome. He was starting to miss the days of plummeting into the sky below. At least he had the dead mimic to sit on back then. Now, there was nowhere for him to rest. Sunny continued to fly forward, surrounded by nothing except empty air. He had the sin of solace with him instead of Mordred, too. It was really hard to tell which one of them was worse company. What? Have you lost? I strongly protest against this comparison. The apparition glanced at him with contempt, then looked away. Sunny sighed again. Yeah, you are way more handsome than that guy. Sorry. I went too far. The sin of solace scoffed, and they continued forward in silence. After a long while, the faint radiance of the flowing water grew a little dimmer. The eastern horizon brightened, and then, the first of the suns appeared from below in a crown of lilac hues. A new day was starting. The soft light suffusing the great river slowly dissipated, and the 7 suns appeared from below the water one after another. Soon, the western horizon was once again wreathed in the crimson flames of dusk. Everywhere else, it was bright day. Sunny stared at the great beast below him with resentment. He was tempted to summon Morgan's warbow and start turning the ancient serpent into a pincushion. Even if the might of his arrows was not enough to pierce the azure scales of the creature, he was sure that they would at least irritate it. Why should Sunny be the only one feeling endless frustration? However, doing so was only going to consume his essence. He wasn't willing to waste it needlessly in a situation where it was impossible to tell what would happen next. Gritting his teeth, Sunny steeled his will and continued flying above the water. An hour went by. Then, one more. Actually, Sunny had no idea if those were really hours. The 7 suns shining above the great river were too bizarre and unreliable to use them for measuring the time. He just guessed how much of it had passed based on intuition, but he could have easily been wrong. In any case, more time flowed past him. Or was it Sunny who was flowing through time? Questions like this were driving him mad. I am really starting to. Sunny suddenly froze and looked at a certain spot on the great river. There, a great distance away, a black dot had finally appeared atop the sparkling water. His heart skipped a beat. Land! He lingered for a moment, then glanced at the long shadow hiding beneath the surface of the water right below him. Then, he changed the direction of his flight slightly and sped up, hoping to reach the black dot as soon as possible. There was no guarantee that finding a place to land would save him from the great abomination. But maybe he would be able to rest, at least. The wind whistled in Sunny's ears as he glided along the current of the great river, moving, perhaps, further into the past. Slowly, the dot grew larger, and he was able to see a few details of what it was. In front of him, still some distance away, was a dark island. The island was not very large, no more than a kilometer across, and consisted entirely of black, weathered rock. It had steep slopes, with deep grooves and twisting fissures running through them. There were vast patches of green moss scattered across the surface of the island, as well as towering outcroppings of something that resembled tarnished silver. The glistening edges were sharp and jagged. Sunny felt a bit of hope. The island was not large, but it was large enough to pose an obstacle for the sea monster. If the abomination wanted to follow Sunny to the surface, it would have to leave the water entirely, and fighting on land would be very advantageous to Sunny. Maybe the ancient serpent would not climb out of the river at all. But even if it did, it would be out of its element. With Sunny, Saint, Nightmare, Imp, and the 5 shadows, maybe they stood a chance of driving the creature away, or even killing it. The Sin of Solace must have grown much stronger, as well. After all, the hideous truth, enchantment of the Jade Blade promised immense power to those who succumbed to its madness, and, judging by how real the sword wraith seemed, Sunny had met quite a lot of the requirements. Plus, Sunny could find clues about the nature of the nightmare on the island. Right now, he was suffering the most from the lack of information. Knowledge was the origin of power, so he couldn't miss a chance to acquire some. Let's hope that the old snake is not going to follow me to land. Sunny removed the heavenly burden from his arm and started slowly descending in the direction of the dark island. The closer he got to it, the more details he could make out. The steep slopes of the island were craggy, with their lower parts encased in silver. There were numerous barnacles growing on the tarnished metal, with waves of water foaming as they splashed against them from time to time. There were also massive chains rising from the water and disappearing in the fissures higher up the slopes. Sunny frowned. The island was very strange, that was a given. However, there was something about that strangeness that made him feel uneasy. The monstrous serpent, too, seemed to have grown wary as they drew closer to the weathered hill of dark rock. Sunny's eyes suddenly narrowed. Could it be? He hesitated for a few moments, and then tried to peer through the surface of the island. A split second later, Sunny cursed and hurriedly drove the heavenly needle back into his skin. In the next moment, the island quaked and moved as a titanic head slowly rose from beneath the waves to stare at the ancient sea serpent with a giant, unmoving eye. What Sunny saw beneath the weathered black rock was an ocean of vile darkness, and 2 nodes from where the corruption had spread throughout the whole enormous creature. The entire island was simply the carapace of a colossal great monster. Chapter 1242. Cataclysmic Battle. Of course, there was no vessel in the waking world that could compare with the destructive power of that beak. The thing that Sunny had assumed to be an island was, in fact, the shell of a giant, monstrous black turtle. He froze, stunned by the sheer size of the great monster. And I thought that sea snake was enormous. The sea serpent that had been following Sunny was, indeed, quite large. It was easily larger than the fallen titan Goliath, whom Sunny had killed during the siege of Falcon Scott. However, the creature's body was still only a couple 100 meters long. The monstrous turtle, meanwhile, spanned more than a kilometer. In front of it, the serpent looked like a little snake. And yet, it seems undeterred. The azure serpent had risen its head out of the water, too, and was staring at the great monster in front of it with its mad, cloudy eyes. The 2 nightmare creatures observed each other. Sunny, meanwhile, was cursing his fate. Damn it, damn it! I was hoping to step on something solid again. Instead of a safe harbor, he found an abomination that was even more harrowing than the one waiting to swallow him whole. You can still step on that turtle, you know. The Sin of Solace grinned. Sunny spared him a dark glance, then turned to look at the 2 abominations. At that moment, the giant turtle lowered its head a little and let out a low, threatening huff, which sounded like rolling thunder. Water was still flowing off its black scales, and its murky eyes were slowly igniting with dark silver light. It was clearly not happy that another nightmare creature had invaded its territory and disturbed its sleep. The azure serpent stared at it for a few moments more, then turned its snout and threw a deranged gaze at Sunny. What is that old snake thinking? Turn your tail and run, lunatic! Sunny still clearly remembered the ease with which the carapace centurions had slaughtered the carapace scavengers. A monster was much more powerful and deadly than a mere beast. No matter the rank, if the sea serpent had any sense left, it would retreat to avoid angering the black turtle. Which was good news for Sunny. Even though he had not managed to find shelter from the abomination on the shell of the great monster could still rid him of the dreadful pursuer. The turtle did not seem to have noticed Sunny, either. If things turned out well. But, of course, they did not. Despite being much smaller than the great monster in front of it, and presumably much weaker, the azure serpent let out a mad roar and dove into the water, swimming toward the colossal turtle with stunning speed. The giant blades protruding from its back cut the surface of the river and left a trail of white foam in their wake. Sunny was a little startled. Does it want to eat me that bad? The monstrous armored turtle, however, was unfazed. Its giant flippers moved, and it propelled itself forward with surprising speed. Its beak opened, and an indescribable sound exploded from its maw, making the world shake. The calm surface of the great river suddenly turned chaotic and tumultuous, as if in the middle of a raging hurricane. Giant whirlpools formed, powerful enough to swallow alloy vessels whole. Sunny was almost thrown from the sky by the violent force of the abomination's battle cry. Ah! The azure serpent and the black turtle clashed below him, and a tremendous fountain of water suddenly shot into the air. The turtle was much more powerful and deadly, but the serpent was faster. It nimbly evaded the harrowing beak and opened its maw, trying to sink its fangs into the gargantuan scales of the enemy's neck. However, the dreadful fangs simply slid off the tarnished silver encasing it. Sunny lingered for a few moments, awed by the cataclysmic fury of the clash between two great abominations. The forces being unleashed below him were probably enough to erase an entire siege capital from the face of the world. Shuddering, he imagined what would happen if two such creatures appeared in NQSC. Would the largest city of humanity survive such a catastrophe? It probably would, if barely. The sovereigns might have abandoned Antarctica, but they were bound to do something if the seat of their power came under threat. Bastion and Ravenheart were important, yes, but the northern quadrant was still the heartland of humanity. At least that was what Sunny wanted to believe. What am I thinking about? The waters of the great river were already painted red by blood around the two clashing abominations. Sunny would have loved to watch the azure serpent die, but he couldn't miss the chance to slip away. If he failed to escape from the two great abominations now, he might never get it again. Turning away, he flew forward as fast as he could. Behind him, the world was shuddering, and the water was roaring as it rose in giant waves. Gods! Sunny gritted his teeth and refused to look back. Gradually, the sounds of the Titanic battle grew quieter and quieter. And then, he couldn't hear anything at all. He let out a shaky breath. I knew that third nightmares were absolutely lethal. But isn't it a bit too much? Was he supposed to battle great nightmare creatures as a mere ascended? What kind of perverted logic was that? Suddenly in a somber mood, Sunny sighed and looked at the Sin of Solace. What do you think? The sword wraith smiled. I think you are going to die of hunger before finding land. Oh, or you can go fishing in the river and be eaten by the fish instead. There's always a choice. Sunny grimaced. Why did I even ask? He continued to follow the current of the great river, flying north, into the past. Eventually, the seven suns drowned again, suffusing the water with their light. The sky was black and devoid of stars. The world was silent. Sunny tiredly closed his eyes. Can't sleep. Falling asleep might kill me. He stared at the expanse of softly shining water beneath him, then blinked a couple of times. What the hell, how is this possible? A familiar shadow was hiding beneath the waves below him. The azure serpent was back. There were hints of blood in the water around it, but the damned creature was indeed there, still waiting to devour Sunny. Did it escape from that giant turtle? Struggling to believe in it, Sunny turned around and looked back. Of course, the place where the two abominations had battled was too far away for him to see anything. But he did notice something else. Somewhere out there, upstream, almost too distant to be noticed, a tiny spark of pure white light was glistening above the bluish-green, luminous waters. It was hard to notice because of the soft glow of the great river at night, but it was certainly there. Sunny held his breath for a moment. I shouldn't get my hopes up. Right. He slowed down and then came to a halt. The Sin of Solace stopped, too, looking at him with a detached expression. Still. I must make sure. Sunny rubbed his face, glanced at the azure serpent once again, and then sent himself flying back. Let's see if you want to meet that turtle again, old snake. Chapter 1243. Searching for light. By then, it was already morning. The suns were slowly rising from below, and the world was enveloped in the dim glow of twilight. The soft radiance of the shimmering water had dissipated, making it easier for Sunny to see colors. Hovering high above the current, he froze. There was a stunned expression on his face. How is this possible? Far below him, a vast span of the great river was painted red. Blood was clouding the clear water, and the polluted patch of it was at least half a dozen kilometers across. From high up, it looked as if a bloody flower was slowly blooming in the middle of the river. At the center of the red patch, a familiar great monster was floating lifelessly, the silver bands encasing its neck broken and bent. The black turtle was dead. There was a vicious wound at the spot where its neck met its body. The wound was large enough to be a tunnel, with rivers of blood still flowing out of it into the water. The equally gruesome exit wound was all the way across the monster's massive body, just below one of its armored flippers. Shaken, Sunny lingered for a while, and then looked down, at the spot where his pursuer was hiding beneath the water. At that moment, the azure serpent rose its head above the surface and stared at Sunny with mad fury burning in its cloudy eyes. The great beast looked battered and maimed, with several huge chunks of flesh missing from its long neck, but it was undeniably alive. He had thought once that the azure serpent was like a little snake in front of the colossal turtle. But from the looks of it, that little snake had managed to burrow into the body of the larger monster, tear it from the inside, and escape back into the river to catch up to Sunny. The old snake must be a queen, king of beasts. It actually took down a monster. He was slightly impressed. But mostly, he was disturbed. Being pursued by a great beast was already bad enough, but now that he knew that the azure serpent was a fearsome existence among the creatures of its class, the situation seemed even worse. Damnation! Sunny and the ancient Leviathan stared at each other some more, and then he turned back to the island-sized corpse of the black turtle. In any case, now that he saw the result of the battle between the two great abominations, he had to admit that the source of the white spark had to be hidden somewhere on the dead turtle's shell. There was simply no other place anywhere around that could have produced it. Sunny observed the carcass of the great monster for a while, not daring to descend yet. After thinking for a while, he summoned Morgan's warbow and made a black arrow appear on its string. Then, he ordered one of his shadows to wrap itself around the arrow, drew the string, and released it. The arrow shot through the air and struck the green moss covering the monster's shell. Piercing the layer of soft moss, it then hit the weathered black rock and splintered without leaving even a scratch on its surface. The arrow was destroyed, but the shadow had already been transported on the dark island. The gloomy guy looked around, shivered, and then glanced at the sky with a resigned expression. His resentful gaze seemed to deal damage directly to Sunny's conscience. Sunny shifted a little. "What are you staring at?" "I have a very clear conscience." "The clearest conscience in two worlds, it's a flaw of mine." The Sin of Solace, who was standing by his side, quietly chuckled. Ignoring the apparition, Sunny commanded the gloomy shadow to go and explore. Then, he looked at the world through its eyes. The surface of the black turtle's shell was indeed like an island. There were patches of moss covering the weathered rock, while the rock itself was rough and uneven. It was littered with mounds, deep gorges, and even depressions filled with water that looked like small lakes. Here and there, jagged pieces of tarnished silver could be seen. From what Sunny could tell, the great monster had been somehow fashioned with a battle armor of sublime silver in the past, perhaps thousands of years ago. Now, the silver armor was dull and covered with a dark patina. Most of it was gone, at least on the surface. Only the edges of the shell, the neck, the head, and the flippers were still encased in vast bands of the precious metal. The huge chain Sunny had seen before served to fasten the armor to the creature's shell. He did not want to study the nature of the dead abomination in detail right now, though. First, he wanted to find out where the white light had come from. Soon, the shadow noticed something. In the middle of a large patch of moss, there was a spot where it had been burned away, revealing the rock surface beneath. The rock itself was covered by ash and soot. Most importantly, there was a palm print in the ash. A human palm print. Sunny's heart suddenly started to beat faster. The gloomy shadow seemed excited, too. It sped up, gliding across the dark island and diving into the deep fissures in the rock shell from time to time. And after diving into one of the more shallow gorges, it saw something that made it freeze. Out there in the shade of the fissure, leaning her back on the uneven black rock, a young woman with silver hair was sitting on the ground. Her black clothes were singed and torn, and there was a wild look in her striking grey eyes. She was holding a piece of strange-looking roasted meat in her hands, sinking her teeth into it with a determined expression. Both her fingers and lips were covered in grease. It was Nephis. As Sunny and the gloomy shadow were staring at her in stunned silence, she suddenly shifted, raised her head and looked directly at the shadow. Her eyes widened a little. Forgetting to chew, Neph lingered for a moment, and then awkwardly waved at the shadow with a greasy hand. Chapter 1244. Damn great steak. Sunny did not want to admit it, but he was incredibly excited. A small smile appeared on his face, and he let out a long sigh. Far below, his shadow waved back at Nephis. He was happy, and not only because it was Neph whom he had found. Sunny was also happy to find anyone at all. After days spent in solitude, he was starting to fear that the strangeness of the great river was much more dire than he had thought, and that he was actually sent into an entirely different nightmare, or perhaps epoch, than the other members of the cohort. In fact, he had been suppressing the gnawing fear of being the only human in this flowing world. Thank the gods! Under the watchful gaze of the azure serpent, Sunny retrieved the heavenly burden and glided down in a wide spiral. He was still wary of the great abomination, but had no choice except to land. It was a good thing, too. After spending 2 days drifting through the empty sky, he longed to stand on something solid again. The small puncture wound left behind by the black needle was completely healed by the time Sunny reached the stone shell of the dead behemoth. To his relief, the ancient serpent did not follow him onto the island. It stayed in the water, staring at the tiny human with hungry madness. Luckily, looks could not kill. Well, at least this great beast's gaze could not kill. There were all kinds of nightmare creatures and aspects out there, though. As soon as the soles of his shoes touched the weathered rock, Sunny let out a satisfied sigh. Then, he dismissed the dark wing, bent down to grab the edge of the fissure in front of him, and jumped down. A few moments later, Sunny landed in front of Nephis. The gloomy shadow slid off the wall and attached itself to his feet. The two of them stared at each other for a bit. Then, Sunny grinned. That smells delicious. Where did you get fresh meat? Nephis tilted her head and blinked. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A few minutes later, Sunny and Nephis were sitting opposite each other inside the narrow fissure, finishing the last of the meat she had roasted. The covetous coffer was standing nearby in the form of an alloy chest, its lid open. There was not much food inside by now, but there was still some salt and spices left. With the help of seasoning, the meat tasted sublime. Not that it was easy to chew. Sunny's teeth were incredibly tenacious due to bone weave, and yet, he had to augment himself with a few shadows just to take a bite, and yet, he was thankful for that meat. Without Neph making a fire to roast it, he might not have found her so soon, or even ever at all. It really tastes amazing. Finished with his portion, Sunny glanced at his greasy hands with a bit of regret, and then carefully licked his fingers. Then, he looked at Nephis and smiled. Hey, did we really just eat the meat of a great monster? How had his life turned out this way? It was a bit too ridiculous. She nodded and brought the endless spring to her lips, drinking greedily. Yeah. I carved it myself. After the sea serpent left. Hearing this, Sunny shifted awkwardly. As it turned out, Nephis had been on the shell of the black turtle the whole time. At first, she had appeared within the mist, just like Sunny, but after the mist dissipated, she found herself standing on the surface of the dark island, with no one else in sight. Neph had felt that something was very wrong almost instantly, but it took her a few hours to realize that the rocky island beneath her feet was actually the carapace of a Titanic abomination. Then, she slowly explored the shell of the black turtle while trying her best not to awaken the great monster from its slumber. On the second day, the sea serpent had suddenly attacked, waking the turtle up and initiating a harrowing battle. Nephis had no choice but to hide in one of the fissures and hold on for dear life while being battered, doused with water, and tossed around. The pressure and the shockwaves of the furious battle between two great abominations almost killed her. That was why her clothes were in such a sorry state. Eventually, though, the serpent managed to burrow into the turtle's flesh and kill it from the inside. After killing the monster, it left. At that point, Nephis recovered a little, then dove down into the water to carve out some meat to satiate her hunger, as well as quench her thirst. Sunny coughed awkwardly. About that. I'm sorry. She raised an eyebrow, looking at him in confusion. Sorry? Why? He scratched the back of his head. Well, I also entered the nightmare within the mist. Only I was still in the water once it dissipated, on a piece of flotsam. And there was this serpent trying to eat me. So, I escaped into the sky and flew downstream for a while, with the serpent following. Eventually, I stumbled on this turtle, and therefore, so did the sea snake. You know the rest. A strange expression appeared on Nephis' face. She stared at him silently, making Sunny let out a nervous laugh. Actually, I was right above you, high in the sky, when they started fighting. We almost missed each other. Luckily, I noticed your flames from afar the next night, and came back. He lingered for a moment, and then smiled. So, it all ended well. Now we are both stuck here. Then, the smile froze on his face. Sunny remained motionless for a bit, then looked away and cleared his throat. Oh, by the way, that sea serpent? Yeah. I might have accidentally led it back here again. It's currently circling the turtle. Did I say that I was sorry? Nephis stared at him for a while, then lowered her head and covered her face with a palm. Sunny could have sworn that he heard her mumble something under her breath. But he must have heard wrong, right? There was no way Nephis would say. Damnation! Chapter 1245. Smashing problems with a hammer. Just then, an ominous shadow moved through the blood, and a giant, cloudy eye rose from the red liquid to stare at them with hatred and burning malice. Sunny shivered and felt the desire to take a step back. Nephis remained unmoved. After a while, she spoke in a somber tone. Strong. He sighed. It is a great beast. Of course, it's strong. At that moment, the Sin of Solace smiled. As they escaped the suffocating gaze of the azure serpent by jumping back into the fissure, the sword wraith spoke. But isn't it just a great beast? Where is your fighting spirit, Sunny? Go. Kill it. Like you always do. Sunny threw an irritated glance at him and thought. Shut the hell up. The apparition laughed. Why? Can't I make a joke? Of course, a pathetic waste of a divine aspect like you has no hope of surviving a fight with this creature. It grinned and added. That is why it's funny. Sunny frowned and glared at the Sin of Solace, then started to think of a response. However, at that moment, Nephis' voice distracted him from the conversation. Sunny? Who are you talking to? Startled, he flinched slightly and turned to her. His face grew slightly more pale than usual. You heard that? I spoke it aloud. She lingered for a moment, then nodded. Sunny let out a small laugh and scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. In truth, he was a little frightened. It seems that the effect of the Sin of Solace on his mind was not as tame as he had thought. Damn it! That, my primary weapon memory has a peculiar enchantment. Basically, it's a voice that doesn't miss a chance to explain how wrong everything I do is. Right, something like that. Nephis stared at him for a while, and then a hint of a smile appeared on her face. Oh. Sunny frowned. Wait, why are you smiling? It's very annoying. She simply shook her head. It's nothing. I was just suddenly reminded of an old fairy tale I once heard. He gave her a dubious look. Really? What is that fairy tale about? Nephis pondered for a bit, as if trying to recall, then said with uncertainty. It is about a mischievous doll who ran away from home. Every time the doll lied, his nose would grow bigger. And there was a cricket who followed the wooden boy around, trying to explain what is right and what is wrong to him. Sunny blinked a couple of times, perplexed. What kind of weird story was that? And why would a doll be alive? Was it actually an echo? Or a nightmare creature? He frowned. That's one strange fairy tale. I do see why you would remember it, though not that I have any problems with the length of my nose. So, how does it end? Nephis thought for a while. I guess the doll learns how to be a good boy and returns home with the cricket? That is not the original ending, though. Sunny felt a little better about himself after hearing that. Curious, he raised an eyebrow and asked, Yeah? What happens to the doll in the original, then? She sat down and shrugged with an indifferent expression. He kills the cricket with a hammer, then gets hanged from a tree and dies. Sunny's eyes twitched. What the hell? Lowering himself to the ground, he scoffed. That doesn't even make sense. Isn't that doll made of wood? Why would he die after being hanged from a tree? Ridiculous, not to mention that a talking wooden doll would have been at least a demon. There's no way a demon would die from being hanged. He looked at Nephis and abruptly realized how ridiculous that conversation was. Sunny cleared his throat and then added, Anyway, that memory of mine has grown stronger once we entered the nightmare. I have a couple of ideas why, but am not certain yet. So, that peculiar enchantment has become more annoying, too. I guess what I am trying to say is, don't mind me. However, he couldn't help but glance at the Sin of Solace and add with a bit of venom in his voice. As for the fairy tale, now that we established that the doll wouldn't have died from hanging, I must admit, I wouldn't mind smashing that annoying cricket with a hammer and watching it die. The apparition mockingly raised an eyebrow. Neph, meanwhile, frowned slightly and asked, Why do you keep looking to the side when talking about that enchantment? Sunny froze. Well, that, at first, there was only a voice. But now there's an illusory figure following me, too. In fact, it looks exactly like me, and uses my own voice to berate me. It's fine, though. Just annoying. Nephis remained silent before asking in an even tone. So, there are two Sunnys here right now. Sunny grimaced, then nodded with a bit of reluctance. In a sense. One is just a foul-mouthed hallucination, though. Neph stared at him for a while with a funny expression. Then, she tilted her head slightly. And stared at him some more. Sunny suddenly felt a bit weird under that gaze. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not crazy. No, what was it hidden in the depths of her calm grey eyes? Was it amusement? Nephis suddenly took a deep breath, and then shook her head. I know that you are not crazy. That memory should be the Sin of Solace, right? It is tied to Ariel, and, therefore, to the tomb of Ariel. Even though the pyramid doesn't seem to exist in this nightmare, it might come in handy. Sunny slowly exhaled. Right. Nephis had access to the list of his memories, so she would know about the Sin of Solace. But that reminded him. Growing serious, Sunny said in a somber tone. Speaking of which, I think we should try to figure out where we are. And, more importantly, why we are here. I think that if we pull all the information we have together, we might be able to find out a few things. She nodded. Okay. I was thinking the same thing. There have to be hints in the descriptions of some of the memories we received during the chain of nightmares. I can tell you which ones of mine seem important. Sunny too thought that this was the best course of action, at least for now. The azure serpent didn't seem to have plans of climbing onto the carcass of the black turtle, and the current was pulling it downstream. Even if they tried to fly away, their speed wouldn't be much greater than that of the Dark Island. So, they might as well try to better understand the situation first. However, he gathered his willpower, hesitated for a few moments, and forced out an indifferent smile. Before that, I think you should summon a new armor memory. So, you know, This one could restore itself. Nephis frowned, then looked down at herself. The black garments she wore were singed and torn, revealing more than a fair bit of her smooth alabaster skin. She remained motionless for a bit, then shifted slightly. Can you turn around? She phrased it as a question instead of a request, but Sunny nevertheless obediently faced the wall of the fissure. I can. After a moment of awkward silence, another question followed. Can you also make your shadow turn around? He forced the gloomy shadow to face the black rock, too. No problem. The Sin of Solace rolled his eyes, then shook his head and followed their example. You are a pitiful man, Sunny. You know that? Don't bother responding. Gods, I wish you did squish me with a hammer. Then, I wouldn't have to endure your... Sunny ignored him. Soon, the dark fissure became a little brighter, Neph's clothes turned into a swarm of white sparks. Then, the fissure was illuminated again as she summoned another armor. Sunny let out a shaky breath. What is this sense of déjà vu? Are you done? She answered after a short pause. Yeah. He smiled. All right. Let's do some research, then. Chapter 1246. Research Partners. Loosely fastened at the waist and with high slits, it seemed like something that could afford one a high degree of freedom of movement. Still, Sunny was slightly surprised to see what Neph had chosen to summon. She gave him a strange look. What? He shrugged. I just imagined that you would select a suit of steel armor, or at least something that offers more protection. There has to be a memory like that among those that Summer Night gave you, right? Nephis shook her head. There is. But what does it matter here? No matter how powerful of an armor memory I use, it will still break after brushing against a great abomination once. So, I might as well go for something light and offering good utility. This tunic might not protect me well, but it enhances my senses. For now, that is more important. Best of all. She slightly pursed her lips and added with a hint of frustration in her voice. It won't burn. Sunny suppressed a chuckle. All right. Suit yourself. It was not like he had anything to complain about. That tunic of hers was rather beautiful, plus, he wasn't one to talk, considering what he himself was wearing. Sunny pulled his gaze away from Neph's slender figure and stared at the memories that were laying on the ground between them. These were all the ones in their possession that mentioned Ariel, his tomb, the great river, or an estuary of any kind. There was no real need to summon them, since both Sunny and Nephis could see each other's runes. However, having something to look at was more convenient. They were a beautifully engraved chalice of white stone full of black liquid, a hand mirror of dark silver that gave off an ominous feeling, a graceful gem with a long and slender blade of pristine white jade, a necklace of engraved black metal that resembled a collar, an elegant mallet with a hammerhead made of perfectly black stone, and a dagger made of cloudy steel with a handle that was wrapped in black leather. The bitter cusp, the mirror of truth, the sin of solace, the stifled scream, the dark shaper, and the falling ash. The last two came from Nephis, while all the other ones came from Sunny. He had spent more time in Antarctica, after all, and received more memories from the abominations of the Chain of Nightmares. There was also the Shroud of Graceless Dusk, but Sunny did not feel like undressing, although it might have been only fair for him to do so. Never mind. He studied the memories for a while, sometimes glancing at the shimmering runes in front of him. Eventually, Sunny said, before we try to draw any conclusions, let's go over what we already know first. Nephis nodded. Sunny took a deep breath. First of all, there was a demon called Ariel, the demon of dread. The tomb of Ariel stands somewhere in the Nightmare Desert, however, it is not a tomb where Ariel is buried. Rather, it is a tomb that he built. He remained silent for a moment, then continued. The seven of us entered a seed of nightmare that seemed to have originated from the tomb of Ariel. However, instead of being transported into the past of the Nightmare Desert, we somehow ended up in the middle of a strange and boundless river. It was not certain that the great river was boundless. Sunny had not tried to reach its seemingly unattainable shores yet, after all. However, it was definitely incredibly vast. He frowned. That river seems to be the Great River, which is said to exist outside of time and flow endlessly from the future into the past, whatever that means. The Great River is connected to the tomb of Ariel, somehow. But we don't know how exactly. After finishing, Sunny lingered a bit, and then asked, "Anything you want to add?" Nephis nodded. "The nightmare we entered is an abnormal one. The vision of the reverse time was interrupted. Additionally, there are supposed to be millions of challenges within it. Apart from that..." She glanced at the strange sky of the Great River, where dawn coexisted with dusk and day, and at the 7 suns bathing the world in light. Then, Nephis said, "This place looks like a colossal soul sea." Sunny's eyes glistened. "Right? That was what I thought, as well." He sighed, and then picked up the dagger forged out of cloudy steel, the falling ash. Weighing it in his hand, Sunny glanced at its complicated weave, and then turned to the runes. Memory, falling ash. Memory rank. At the same time, Nephis looked at his own memories for a while, and then tentatively picked up the mirror of truth. She glanced at her reflection, shivered, then turned the mirror around and studied the beautiful engravings on its back. Her eyes darted from side to side, most likely reading the runes that described the meeting between Weaver and Ariel. After a few moments, a contemplative expression appeared on Neph's face. "This one is interesting. I think it is important. It can help us understand the nature and purpose of the tomb of Ariel. However, it doesn't tell us anything about the Great River." She put the mirror of truth aside and reached out for the bitter cusp. "This one is connected to the sin of solace and the falling ash, I think." Sunny nodded as he read the description of the ashen dagger. The runes read, "Ariel built a beautiful palace of jade for the queen, and there she held her court. A great bridge of stone led to the jade palace, covered in snow and ash. Soon, the news of the queen's beauty and wisdom spread across the realms, and many guests came to witness her grace. Not all of them survived the snow, and even fewer survived the ash. Still, more and more came." He frowned. The description of the sin of solace told of a beautiful monster that Ariel had made a queen and gifted with the sinister knowledge of hideous truth. The description of the bitter cusp told the eerie story of a group of guests that came to the Jade Court with ill intentions. And this one told about how Ariel had built the Jade Court, the Jade Palace, for the Jade Queen. None of that information was particularly useful for them now, except maybe for the fact that Ariel seemed fond of building things. However, Sunny glanced at Nephis and showed her the dagger. "That Jade Palace, doesn't it sound like Ravenheart?" Ravenheart, the great citadel of Clan Song, was situated among snowy peaks and raging volcanoes. Snow and ash were always falling there, and, more than that, one had to cross an enormous stone bridge to reach it. The description of the Jade Palace was too similar. Neph looked at the falling ash. Then, her eyes glinted a little. "It does." Sunny was a bit stunned. He had learned some time ago that the citadels of the great clans were left behind by the 7 diamonds, and were thus very important to the sovereigns. So were the Ivory Tower, which had once belonged to Hope, and the Hollow Mountains, where Nether's citadel still remained undiscovered. That was why Vela and Song had been racing to conquer the tomb of Ariel. But if the citadel left behind by Ariel was actually Ravenheart, then which demon was tied to the Black Pyramid? Who could be more connected to the tomb of Ariel than its builder? Feeling confused, Sunny shook his head and tried to concentrate on the task at hand. Right now, they had to learn about the Great River the most, because that was where they were stuck. Putting the falling ash back, he picked up the Dark Shaper, which looked like an elegant mallet with its head made of perfectly black stone. In fact, that black stone looked very familiar. Sunny studied the weave of the black mallet, then glanced at its runes. A few moments later, his eyes widened. Chapter 1247. Fear itself. Being the leader of a group of elite awakened was not cheap. Even with the support of Clan Vela, Neph had to work hard to provide her followers with the best everything. Perhaps it was a part of the King of Swords testing her competency, or perhaps the great clan simply didn't care to spend too much on the survivors of the Forgotten Shore before they proved themselves. In any case, Nephis had decided to keep the Dark Shaper for herself. The reason she had decided to hold on to the stone mallet was both because of its power and because its description mentioned the Demon of Dread. The Dark Shaper looked more like a tool than a weapon. It had a handle of dark polished wood inlaid with dull silver. The hammerhead was fashioned out of perfectly black stone, which looked and felt rather familiar. Sunny was almost certain that it was the same stone that the tomb of Ariel had been built of. The stone mallet's enchantments had to do with sculpting and changing the shape of things. Disturbingly, these things were not limited to stone, metal, and wood. If one wished, they could also shape flesh and bone, sculpting all kinds of nightmarish creations. The sinister corrupted devil Nephis had killed to receive the Dark Shaper was similarly revolting. It was indeed a memory worthy of being graced with the name of the Demon of Dread in its description. And speaking of the description, at first, Sunny simply studied the shimmering runes, finding them rather interesting. They read: Memory, Dark Shaper. Memory rank, Transcendent. Memory tier, 4. Memory type, Tool. Memory description: when the unholy Titan took a step, everyone cowered in fear. Only Ariel, the Demon of Dread, remained standing. He did not feel fear, for he was fear itself. Taking a step forward, he challenged the unholy Titan, and the two battled under the azure sky. Their battle was fierce, their battle was fearsome. Their battle was a hint of the doom that would come. The unholy Titan possessed an indestructible stone body and was invulnerable to all harm. As they fought, the land was shattered and the sky split apart. The Demon of Dread received many harrowing wounds, but the terrible Titan remained wholly unscathed. Its stone body became incandescent from the heat, shining brighter than the fiery sun. That was when the Demon of Dread whispered something to his enemy, and then cast the Titan into the depths of the ocean. When the incandescent Titan plunged into the cool water, the ocean turned into searing vapor and was scattered by the winds. The stone flesh of the Titan instantly cooled, causing a tiny crack to appear on its heart. That tiny spot was the only part of the creature that had not been tempered, and was also its only flaw. As Ariel watched coldly, the Titan bellowed in agony. After one heartbeat, cracks appeared on its indestructible body. After 2 heartbeats, blood flowed from its wounds like a river. After 3 heartbeats, its body started to crumble into numerous shards. And on the 7th heartbeat, its heart shattered, turning into dust. That was how the unholy stone Titan was destroyed. Following the end of the battle, the Demon of Dread created a mystical river out of the Titan's blood, and built a pyramid out of its stone flesh. The pyramid stood where the ocean had once been, and the description ended. It was after he finished reading that Sunny's eyes widened as an unbelievable guess appeared in his mind. Wait. No. No way. The tale of Ariel's battle with an unholy Titan was indeed very interesting, not the least because it seemed as though the Demon of Dread had won due to a single whisper. More than that, it hinted at the answers to several questions that Sunny had been curious about. For example, who or what was the progenitor of the minor shard of the stone Titan, Goliath? Or how the Nightmare Desert had come into existence. But these precious pieces of knowledge were not what caused such a reaction from Sunny. What drew his attention was the abrupt end of the description. Didn't it seem incomplete? As if there was another part of it missing. Coincidentally, he knew of another description that seemed like a fragment of a larger whole. Frowning, Sunny summoned his own runes and found the name of the stifled scream. Concentrating on it, he read. Memory description: a great river was contained within it, flowing endlessly from the future into the past. When doom came, many entered to seek shelter from it, and many had come to seek the truth. That was because the great river existed outside time, and so, it was said that a dreadful secret was hidden at its estuary. Few of those capable dared to approach it, and none of those who had returned. He remained motionless for a few moments, then mentally put the two descriptions together. Following the end of the battle, the Demon of Dread created a mystical river out of the Titan's blood, and built a pyramid out of its stone flesh. The pyramid stood where the ocean had once been, and a great river was contained within it, flowing endlessly from the future into the past. His hands trembled. Unable to speak, Sunny turned his head slightly and stared at Nephis. A few moments later, she noticed his gaze and raised an eyebrow. What? He lingered for a while, and then said hesitantly, That. I am really not sure, but I think I understand where we are now. Then, Sunny looked at the narrow strip of the sky above them and added in a hushed voice, Neph, this might sound crazy, but I think that we are inside the Black Pyramid. Chapter 1248. Entombed. Eventually, Sunny spoke. I know that it doesn't make sense, but it also makes so much sense, you know. Nephis frowned, but did not retort. She had read both descriptions, as well. Although Sunny's theory sounded outlandish, it was also compelling, in a bizarre and irrational kind of way. He took a deep breath. I mean, listen, we were in the Nightmare Desert, and entered the third nightmare through a seed that had been a part of Ariel's tomb once. Logically, the spell should have sent us into the past of the desert, or at least into the past of the Black Pyramid. However, it sent us into the Great River instead. That is an obvious contradiction. Sunny swept his hair back and rubbed his eyes. But it all makes sense if the Great River is actually situated inside the pyramid. Sure, no matter how large the pyramid is, it can't be large enough to contain an entire region of the dream realm, an entire world, even. That is if we think about it from the perspective of human logic. However, Ariel was not a human. He was a demon, an actual deity. Beings like that are not bound by mundane logic. If he could create a pyramid that does not draw nearer no matter how long you walk toward it, who says that he couldn't create a pyramid that contains a whole world inside it? Nephis studied the 7 radiant suns, then glanced at the vast expanse of the great river. The azure serpent raised its head from the water, staring at them with madness and hunger. Struggling to ignore it, she sighed. Did he create that world too, then? Well, now that I think about it, he might have. Both of us thought that this place looked like a soul sea, right? Maybe it is not a soul sea, but instead was made from one. Ariel built the Black Pyramid out of the flesh of an unholy titan. He created the great river out of its blood. Then, he created a world out of its soul? If so, then those 7 suns were made out of 7 divine soul shards that the titan had left behind. Nephis lingered for a bit, and then added, If the humans of the Forgotten Shore could create an artificial sun, there's really no reason why Ariel couldn't create 7 better ones. Sunny nodded. It would also explain why there are no stars in the night sky, and why it's entirely black. Because it is not a real sky, instead, the Black Pyramid is hollow, and what we're looking at is actually the inner side of its walls. The two of them looked at each other, both growing more and more convinced that this startling theory was right. Troubled, Nephis looked at the 7 suns again. So, Ariel created this place, this tomb, to bury the truths he couldn't endure. And there is said to be a dreadful secret hidden in its estuary. It is easy to conclude that the truth he buried and the dreadful secret are one and the same. However, isn't it a little bit too elaborate of a feat, to create a whole world, hide it within an indestructible pyramid, and remove it from the natural flow of time, all just to hide a secret? Why would he want to go to all that trouble? Sunny listened to her with a somber expression on his face. He remained silent for a bit, then said, Maybe it's not that he wanted to, but instead that he had no other choice. The truth is hidden in the estuary of the Great River, and the Great River flows from the future into the past. But what is its estuary, actually? What can be the end of a river that flows through time, into the past? He shifted slightly. The only end such a river can have is the point when time didn't exist yet. Isn't it? Where the past terminates. The estuary of the Great River has to be the point where the past disappears into the primordial void, which was everlasting and ever-changing, and existed before the concepts like death and time were even created. By the gods. In fact, the estuary has to exist before the gods were born. And, therefore, outside their control. If Ariel wanted to hide something from even the gods, wouldn't he have had to go to such lengths? Nephis sighed, then rubbed her face. This is a little bit too strange to think about. A time before time existed? That is a paradox in and of itself, don't you think? Also, the great river does not only flow from the future into the past, it also does so endlessly. How can an endless river reach a point of termination? Sonny felt a headache coming. He grimaced and looked away. Well, anyway. Regardless of all that. At least we know now that the Sybils did not literally hide inside a huge pyramid with their people. They actually came to the great river, which existed outside the natural flow of time, and was thus far removed from the doom that they were escaping. That doom, it had to be the war between the diamonds and the gods, right? That was why they eventually couldn't hear the voices of the gods anymore. Because the gods died. Nephis slowly nodded, prompting Sonny to smile. You do understand what it means, don't you? She looked at him with a hint of confusion. What exactly are you talking about? He grinned. It means that there are tons of locals here on the Great River. We just haven't found them yet, but when we do, we'll be able to learn all kinds of information from them, including what the central conflict of this nightmare is, and how to conquer it. She tilted her head a little. Right, there have to be plenty of humans here, according to the descriptions of the memories. It's just that they had entered the Great River much, much earlier than we did. So, they are probably somewhere further downstream, further into the past. Without having to say anything, both of them turned to look north, in the direction where the waters of the Great River were flowing. The view was rather beautiful, except for the terrifying silhouette of the ancient serpent, which had raised its neck from the water and was devouring them with its eyes. Nephis lingered for a while, and then said in a low voice, "But, Sonny, what if the goal of this nightmare is to reach the estuary? What are we going to do then?" He shivered, startled by her question. Reach the end of the Great River, surely, a third nightmare would not have an insane goal like that. That was not a task mere Ascended were qualified to complete. There had to be something else, something palpable and attainable, something that they could accomplish. He just didn't know what it was. Sonny let out a stifled laugh. Let's hope that it's not. And if it is, well, I guess we'll have to do our best. The Sin of Solace smirked as he looked at the water. Chapter 1249. Titanic Ship. The tomb of Ariel had been built from the remains of the stone Titan, while the great river created from its blood was contained within it, illuminated by the 7 suns made from its broken soul cores. The secret hidden at the estuary was the truth that Ariel had wished to forget. The nightmare desert was the result of the battle between him and the unholy creature. Looking at the blue sky above them, Sonny couldn't help but wonder. So the diamonds were capable of creating artificial worlds. Then, a sudden thought made him shiver. What is the difference between a real world and an artificial one, though? Was there even a difference? And if there was not, had the rest of the worlds been created by someone as well? The diamonds? The gods? The unknown? He sighed, then shook his head. Do I really have time to ponder the cosmic origins of the world? Right now, they had more practical questions to answer. Many of the mysteries of the third nightmare had been revealed to them, but many more remained. At least they now knew where they were, and what their next step had to be. Travel downstream, find the Sybils, and learn how to conquer this seed. Well, that is easier said than done, though. Sonny stared at the waters of the great river and saw the sharp blades of the azure serpent's dorsal fin break its surface as the great abomination hungrily circled the corpse of the Titanic turtle. A dark expression appeared on his face. After a bit of silence, he said, "Neph, do you think we can kill this thing?" She smiled faintly. Sonny had expected to hear some kind of a crazy answer, like always, but she unexpectedly gave him a sober one instead. It is not impossible. This beast is 2 whole ranks above us, which would usually mean that there is no hope. But then again, we did eventually kill a few fallen abominations as sleepers, back on the forgotten shore. Nephis grew silent for a moment, and then added somberly. However, the gap between ranks grows much wider the higher those ranks are. The difference between a corrupted creature and a fallen one is much greater than the difference between a fallen creature and an awakened one, while the gap between a great abomination and a corrupted one is even greater still. Worse yet, this great beast is in its natural element in the water, while we are not. My aspect will also be weakened there, in the depths. Glaring at the serpent intensely, Sunny slowly nodded. Everything she said was reasonable. I bet I can still kill it, though. Hearing his unexpected words, Nephis chuckled. But Sunny was serious. He was not particularly confident, but he also did not think that their chances were close to zero. Both of them were strong, and they were even stronger together. There were his shadows, and the powerful memories they possessed. Most importantly, the Azure Serpent was a mere beast. No matter how harrowing its power was, it lacked intelligence. While Sunny was full of all kinds of devious schemes, with Nephis trailing not far behind. The odds were perilous, but not impossible indeed. Neph sighed. Maybe, but maybe we won't need to gamble with our lives. There might not be a need to fight it at all. He lingered for a while, then nodded. She was right. Their current goal was to travel downstream, far into the past, and find those humans who had escaped the war between the gods and the diamonds by entering the tomb of Ariel. The corpse of the great monster they were using as shelter, meanwhile, was being slowly dragged in that same direction by the current. The Titanic carcass of the black turtle was like a ship that could very well take them all the way to their destination. Since that was the case, there was no reason to battle the Azure Serpent, or anything at all. Of course, things could change for the worse at any moment. The future was unclear, and there was no way to tell what would happen. No, wait, since we are moving downstream, wouldn't it be the past that is unclear? Ah, my head hurts. Sunny sighed and glanced at Nephis. What do we do, then? What is our next move? She looked up. The 7 suns were already starting to drown in the radiant waters of the great river, and the dawn of the eastern horizon was slowly fading into the pitch blackness of the night. Nephis lowered her gaze. It's late. We should probably rest and take another look at the situation in the morning, with fresh eyes. I don't know about you, but I am thoroughly exhausted. I haven't slept in a long while, and the battle between the turtle and the snake took a lot out of me. Sunny smiled crookedly. He was tired, too. He had not done anything in the last couple of days except drift through the sky, but as it turned out, doing nothing was very exhausting. Especially when one was suspended between the surface of a mystical river and the sky, having to keep an eye on both lest some terrible creature swallow them whole in one bite. Yeah. I'm tired too. Some time later, the two of them were hidden from the wind and the piercing gaze of the ancient serpent in the familiar fissure on the shell of the dead behemoth. There was a small fire burning between them, casting shadows on the black rock. The shadows were dancing. There were not a lot of things on the dark island that could be used as fuel, but Sunny had a few bricks of compressed synthetic firewood stored in the coveter's coffer. Once again, his loyal alloy chest had come in handy. Sadly, it was already almost empty. Nephis made a dish from some of Sunny's last provisions, and the two of them enjoyed a late supper as the world was slowly consumed by darkness. The soft glow of the water was not visible from inside the fissure, and it seemed as though nothing at all existed outside the small circle illuminated by the fire anymore. There were no stars in the black sky, and so. Sunny couldn't help but remember a similar night from many years ago, when Nephis and he had first met on the forgotten shore and shared a conversation in the dark. Gods, almost 4 years had passed since then, hadn't they? A small smile appeared on his face. Hey, do you remember how you told me about the adventures of Odysseus? Nephis looked up from her food and hesitated for a moment. A distant expression appeared on her beautiful face. Sure. Why? Sunny shook his head and shoved a spoonful of the fragrant, thick soup into his mouth. No, nothing. That Odysseus guy? I don't think he had gone through half the crap we had to go through, though. Chapter 1250. Death of a Hero. Who can tell? There are a lot of stories about the trials and tribulations he had to endure. Bathed in the warmth of the fire and with his belly pleasantly full, Sunny felt his body and mind relax. Throwing a curious glance at her, he asked, "What is your favorite story about that guy, then?" Nephis remained silent for a while with a look of contemplation on her face, which was cast in shadows, with only its vague silhouette visible in the darkness, and the dancing white sparks that shone in the depths of her eyes. Eventually, she said, "Maybe it's not a favorite, but I often think about one of them, in particular." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Which one?" Neph sighed quietly before answering. Odysseus was a great hero of Hellas, but he was not the greatest one. The greatest and most powerful hero was named Heracles, who was a demigod and a slayer of monsters. Heracles possessed incredible strength and performed many incredible feats. After he died, the gods took his soul to the heavenly realm, where he became an immortal god himself. She grew quiet for a moment. However, Odysseus once descended into the underworld, where he saw the shadows of the dead. Among them was the forlorn shadow of Heracles, so, when I was a child, I always wondered how Heracles could both be a god and a lost shadow in the land of the dead. Nephis shifted slightly and moved her hand, causing the fire to suddenly burn brighter. I asked my grandmother, and she explained that one part of Heracles was divine, while another part of him was human. It was the divine part of Heracles that ascended to godhood, while the human part was cast down into the underworld, doomed to wander its dark halls forever. Her voice was a little wistful. Sunny frowned and gave her a dark look. "That's a little messed up." Neph smiled. "Right? I also always thought that it was very unfair for the gods to simply discard the human part of Heracles. Hypocritical, even." She lingered for a few moments and shrugged. "Of course, when I grew older, I realized that it was really just two different versions of the myth colliding with each other. The stories of Odysseus are older, and so Heracles, despite being the greatest of heroes, had a tragic death in those ancient myths. The version of his own stories that we know are newer, and the original ending was changed to a happier one at some point, with the added lesson, be a valiant hero, and you shall be rewarded. Something like that." When she finished talking, Sunny suddenly chuckled. His eye glinted in the dark. "So little Neph thought that the gods were hypocrites, huh? I see now, turns out, your disdain for the figures of authority goes very far back." A corner of her mouth twisted up. "I guess it does. No wonder she is dead set on killing the sovereigns and destroying the spell. This hopeless lunatic was like that from the very start." Sunny hesitated for a while, then asked, "Don't you think that it is a little hypocritical too, though? You are a great figure of authority yourself now, after all. Lady Changing Star of the immortal flame, the torchbearer of humanity and the idol of millions of people, both mundane and awakened. Seems like a contradiction." Nephis looked at him across the fire with a neutral expression. The sparks of white light in her eyes danced as she answered. "Humans are contradictory creatures. They can wage genocidal wars in the name of pacifist religions, tell truths to deceive each other. They can even love and hate something, or someone, at the same time." Looking away, she shrugged and smiled. "I was a very reasonable child, and I often tried to understand people through reason, to no success whatsoever, of course. It was only after I learned that people are inherently unreasonable that I started to understand them a little. Oh. I am a person too. It's no surprise that I am a bit contradictory as well." Sunny stared at her silently. After a while, he scoffed. "Really? Because, let me tell you, I was a very unreasonable child." Nephis looked at him in surprise. "Seriously?" He nodded energetically. "Oh, yes. One might even say that I was a bit dumb. Trying to understand things through reason? Couldn't be me. I just learned things through trial and error." Sunny paused for a moment, and then added somberly, "Well, mostly error." Nephis tilted her head a little, and then suddenly smiled. "To be honest, I can't really imagine you as a child. I just always imagine you as you. What were you like?" He scratched the back of his head with a bit of embarrassment. "Well, if I remember correctly, I was very gentle and kind. To a fault, even. Do you know how kids would sometimes pull the wings off annoying insects? I would never, in fact, I would cry for a day straight if I accidentally killed a spider or a fly. His face slowly turned grim. Oh, well, that didn't last long, though. So I was mostly a weird and wicked child, I guess. Still, it was better than being soft and naive. Then, Sunny looked at Nephis in confusion. What? Why are you looking at me like that? She blinked a couple of times. Pulling the wings off insects. What? Is it really a thing children do? He coughed. Right. I forgot that Neph grew up incredibly sheltered because of all the assassination attempts. Had she even met someone her age before coming to the academy? Sunny awkwardly looked away. Oh, maybe it's just a boy thing. Or an outskirts thing. I don't know, really, not everyone does it. But some kids do. Well, I have no idea. I didn't. Neph remained silent for a while, then said thoughtfully. Maybe they are playing awakened and pretending to slay nightmare creatures. Yes, that makes sense. Still, it's a bit cruel. The conversation had taken a strange turn, and Sunny was feeling a little uncomfortable. The fire was dying down, too. He cleared his throat. Well, anyway. I think it's time we went to bed. I mean, we don't have a bed, beds. So it's time we go to sleeping bags? Damn it, what I'm trying to say is that you should sleep first. I'll take the first watch, and wake you up later. All right. Neph watched him fumble his words with a strange expression, and then nodded silently. What the hell was that? What was I even saying? Soon, the fire died, and Sunny was left alone. Neph was asleep, and he could hear the soft sound of her breathing not too far away. After hesitating for a bit, Sunny summoned Nightmare and ordered him to guard her sleep. At that moment, the Sin of Solace suddenly said, Wow, Sunny. You really have a way with words, huh? A real charmer. I wouldn't say that torturing insects is a very romantic topic of conversation, but other than that. Sunny ground his teeth, refusing to look at the pale apparition. He knew exactly what the bastard looked like, anyway. Shut up,